What's up, gamers? Going to be doing some more VOD reviews of Gravy gameplay. We're primarily just going to focus on the Gravy games from the Calling. If it's your first time watching, we're just going to go through the games and really try to dig into all the decisions made during the games. Try to articulate why they're doing certain things, and see if we can learn anything and find any strategies that other people are implementing that we can learn from and implement in our own games. We might do all of the top 8 as well, see how I'm feeling by the end of the night and how tired we are. Definitely just want to focus on the Gravy games, though, so we'll see how we're doing on time. Let me just double check that my audio is, in fact, working for the gameplay.
Win a bunch of games against...
Looks like it is, so I'm just going to grab my pile of cards. I'm going to start sorting. Feel free to ask me anything during this. We can have a chat about whatever you guys want. Let's go ahead and start digging into these Gravy games. And what a great game to start with a man that just looks like Gravy in his prime before he went all zombie. The resemblance is just uncanny.
It's like majority of the field, losing to the Kano last round here against Amelia.
Yeah, and let's just jump right into the action. It looks like Alexander's going to kick things off with a sigil.
Sigil of conductivity there. What a great way to set up. I think, you know, these sigils are something that you want to see on the very first hand that you see, especially when going first.
Back just a little bit further. Trying to find my happy spot with the mic with the camera here.
There. Reading the null shock here.
I absolutely love games with Vor. They're always so entertaining. He's such a character. Opening with a sigil plus a split card. Getting a filter, probably just fishing for an arsenal.
So the way you can stack in something like a null shock, if you're going for the shock, is you play the card, wait for the Volza to get an extra amp, and then activate the Volza before the shock resolves.
Yep. Also, there's the ability with that sigil of conductivity as well, if you want to. Not necessarily going to do it here, but you can actually like ping yourself at times. With some of these cards, shock yourself in order to set up that embodiment lightning.
Yeah. But
instead choosing, if we look over at Keegan's side, notably
something cute you used to do too in the Wizard Mirrors back in the day was shoot yourself when you had Alluvian Constellas, I think it was called, the pajamas. You'd Waning Moon yourself, so that way you can put a counter on it.
No arcane barrier on his side.
So, so Alexander, I mean, this is...
So pretty interesting thing from the Gravy side. He presented 0 AB and just a full suite of armor. I don't hate that choice. I'm interested to see how that plays out. And let's pay attention to times that it would have actually been profitable to have AB versus just having the armor. Because the armor is just increasing his effective life total for free, where the AB, it does cost something, and you potentially give up on engine pieces as well. So let's see if this was worth it.
And that you just want to push as much arcane damage on that first turn as possible and set some stuff up.
Yeah, and over on Alexander's side, I'm just going to point out those Lightning Greaves, one of the big combo things, and the Old Knocker, a piece of equipment from the new set.
Yeah.
To go with those Aether Bindings and the Flash of Brilliance.
Okay, so Golden Tipple Red coming from Keegan, setting up that Rigor Mortis in the grave and getting his first piece of gold.
Yep, so just some of these bread and butter plays from the Gravy side. You want to push a little bit of chip damage, pitching the blue, start with that gold, get your ally established into the graveyard.
Yeah, and I do want to point out Keegan's equipment suite. So he did go for the Balance of Justice, great against Alexander, Acilio specifically because they draw so many cards, but also a Quick Dodge Flex Source. So this is a card that could be good against that big Gone in a Flash Lightning Grief's turn to kind of cushion a lot of that damage.
Yep, so Keegan actually picking up the Conqueror of the High Seas off the top there.
Vor having a good time here.
To establish this.
And that is one of the things that Acilios do not like is disruption.
A little tired of been doing yard work all day.
Amazing amounts of damage if you're able to maintain quite, you know, your full grip and
have like
arsenal.
an annoying
kind of where you want to be.
So Keegan needs to crack the gold because that last card in hand was
just
actually a red
stinging.
Golden Tipple.
Just the biggest of grievances.
Yeah, so another tipple coming down.
So really wants to find a blue off the top here to get that max power on that Conqueror of the High Seas.
Yeah. And he finds his sea legs.
So he finds his sea legs. That's actually not ideal here.
I mean, I really want to park the Conch in Arsenal. This turn, so, I think from the Gravy side, what I'm thinking is I want to try to line up my disruption with the turn that Vor is going to have the Sigil of Brilliance in play that he already played last turn, because that's signaling it's going to be the big turn. Or Vor decides to the turn that Vor decides to block with armor, because that's signaling it's going to be a big turn. So I want to not just like randomly throw disruption at him necessarily. I really want to try to line it up with the proper turn. Unless we have like an abundance of it, if we have multiple forms of disruption, it's probably fine. Like you have 2 conks, what are you going to do? Not play the conk, right? Like, but ideally that's what I would like to do. So it's pretty clean here. We get to Gravy Bones away the Sea Legs, get a Gold Kiss, play the Rigor Mortis or the Anka with a hook on it. Probably just takes it. He could block it and then kill it, but I think we're pretty happy with that outcome anyways, because we got damage progress and skipped Vor's turn.
On Keegan's side, he actually hasn't been able to play out a blue this turn, so cannot develop an ally from Grave. But he is going for that Gravy Bones activation, managed to find that blue, and is able to discard something like the Sea Legs to potentially play out the Call to Grave.
It's pretty weird seeing Vor lose the Wizard Mirror eventually in the top cut of this event. I was like, oh man, I would not want to be my opponent in a Wizard Mirror against him. I would assume that I'm the dog in that position, but Vor got exploded.
Up for next turn.
Yeah, resources still looking a little bit awkward here. I mean, sure, you can call to Grave, but where are the resources going to come from to actually play those allies on this turn?
Yeah,
so maybe
right.
just wants to set up, like you mentioned, just get some more allies into the graveyard for now.
Yeah.
One thing to keep an eye on as well,
Wait, what
we
did he
saw
do?
Rigor Mortis discarded. That actually allies is still looking a little bit awkward here. I mean, sure, you can call to...
Did he draw off of gold? I'm confused. When did he compass? He compassed after the tipple. No. Compassed. Then he Gravy Bones. What an interesting way to play the turn. Is there a better way to play it? What color is that tipple? Red? Hmm. Yeah, it's just kind of awkward. You're like... Weirdly, the conch is kind of fucking up the hand. Maybe you're just supposed to play the conch here. We Gravy Bones. Draw into the blue. What happened to the other tipple? I am missing something.
Brilliance.
Okay, so Golden Tipple Red coming from Keegan, setting up that Rigor Mortis in the grave and getting his first piece of gold.
Yep, so just some of these bread and butter plays from the gravy side. You want to push a little bit of chip damage, pitching the blue, start with that gold, get your ally established into the graveyard.
Yeah, and I do want to point out Keegan's equipment suite. So he did go for the Balance of Justice, great against Alexander, Asili specifically because they draw so many cards, but also...
So he goes draw off of gold to draw the Sea Legs or the Anka?
Quick Dodge Flexors. So this is a card that could be good against that big Gone in a Flash Lightning Grief's turn to kind of cushion a lot of that damage.
Yep, so Keegan actually picking up the Conqueror of the High Seas off the top there. So could choose to establish this.
And that is one of the things that Auxilios do not like is disruption. These decks do amazing amounts of damage if you're
So draw off a
able
gold,
to
Death Threads
maintain
Tipple,
quite
discard the
full
card that
grip
he
and an
drew.
arsenal.
Okay,
it's
that
kind
makes
of where you
sense.
want to be.
So Keegan needing to crack the gold there because that last card in hand was actually a red golden tipple.
Yeah, so another tip.
I mean, if we have a Fiddler's Green in the
Really
deck,
wants to find a blue off
this
the
is
top here to
fine.
get that
Or an
max
Oyston.
power on that Conqueror of the High Seas.
because we still get to Dead Threads
He
for,
finds his
not Dead
sea
Threads,
legs.
So he finds the sea legs. That's actually not
Call
ideal here.
for something
A little
reasonable.
bit light on resources.
Yeah, so on Keegan's side, he actually hasn't been able to play out a blue this turn, so
Holy
cannot
legs.
develop an ally from grave. But he is going for that Gravy Bones activation, managed to find that blue, and is able to discard something like the Sea Legs to potentially play out the Call to Grave and set up for next turn.
Yeah, resources still looking a little bit awkward here. I mean, sure, you can call to grave, but where are the resources going to come from to actually play those allies on this turn?
Yeah,
So maybe
you're
he just wants to set up, like you mentioned,
right.
just get some more allies into the graveyard for now.
Yeah.
One thing to
No,
keep
we
an eye
don't
on
need
as well,
more
Cody,
allies,
saw
'cause we
Rigor
already have
Mortis
two.
discarded. That actually has
Right?
1 health. So you can get
have
yourself
an
in trouble
Oyston
if
and
you're
Rigor
trying to rely
Mortis.
on, say, go again on that Rigor Mortis. Your
It's like
opponent
either
shocks it.
Fiddler's Green or
That's the
Oyston.
answer.
You're right. And I guess Chum is an ally that is potentially.
there we go.
So he's going for the Oyston. Great. A lot of these gravy decks like to run one of Oystons because you are able to set it up with no resources. So you're able to play it out and attack with it. And it's just a threat that just stays there. So, yeah, pretty heads-up play from Keegan here.
It's a nice, solid chip damage from Keegan on this turn. He's going to go ahead and use that gold-baited hook. Has made multiple gold this turn already. So he's managed to go red tipple, red tipple. Alexander Vore just saying no blocks at all. So I feel like if let's see what he's working with. Oh,
He has that gone.
Well then, opponent feels kind of deceased here. God damn. Is that Gone in a Flash, Sigil? Oh, but he doesn't have the action points. Honestly, I could see like blocking this to deny the gold, but depends what the arsenal is. Like, filter out the arsenal, set the Gone in a Flash, put both sigils in play. Maybe get rid of the lightning press with the hero power for something better. And just next turn send opponent to hell. Hope they don't have a conk.
On in a flash, what a card. One of those key pieces of the
Man, do
of
you
the
just
combo
go off
when you
here?
pair it up with a lot of these instants, like Sigil of Brilliance, which honestly is probably... Wait, is that two? Do I see two Sigils of Brilliance?
two Sigil of Brilliance in
Yeah,
hand.
in Alex Voll's hands. That's
So-
amazing.
This is shaping up to be a very scary turn here. So the Old Knocker is available to get that resource for Lightning Greaves if needed.
Yeah.
We've Gone in a Flash available. Multiple instants on hand.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that is a scary prospect if Alex committed that Lightning Greaves block. You know that fireworks are about to happen.
I'm good this time, but just so you know.
Yep, so Alexander Vore just pointing out, just remember to give me a priority window because I might want to use my Acilio hero ability on your turn. It is
Yeah.
once per turn. You can use it both on your opponent's turn and your turn, discarding an instant in order to draw a card.
Flittering charge coming from Arsenal. This gets go again with as soon as you play an instant card. This chain link. Oh, lightning press.
So we might actually see a setup turn here.
Yep.
Slam
Yep.
double Sigil of Brilliance, Arsenal that Gone in a Flash, and then just absolutely go for it on
I mean,
your
you can
follow-up
just
turn.
play the Gone in a Flash for the free 4 damage, right? Like, you can just play it, then play the Sigil to return it, and arsenal the Sigil. It's just free damage. Hey, Pheno, enjoyed you on the Runaways podcast and your stream. Just FYI, not sure if it's been brought up to you, but your mic has been muffled and distant, especially compared to Cody and Dan. So is that a problem that you are having right now? Or with that podcast? We were struggling with my audio for some reason, that entire podcast. We had to pause like 3 or 4 times. I don't know what was up with my mic. Are you having any audio problem right now? Can you hear me fine?
I love this play because you get
It sounds faint and dull right now. Okay. I'm gonna move my mic a little bit closer. How about now? Does that sound any better? I can adjust my mic settings. I moved it like slightly further away because I'm sorting cards and it's just kind of in my line of sight. This sounds better? Okay. Here, actually, Tesla, I rotated my mic. Tell me if it sounds any different when I rotate my mic back to the way it did. Okay, I rotated my mic to where it was originally. Does this sound worse? Testing 1, 2, 3. Does this sound worse? I'm wondering if my mic cares about where, like one side of my mic gets better audio than the other or something. I'm not really sure. I couldn't find any settings for that when I was looking at the drivers or Google searching it.
Getting the full value from your lightning press on this, flittering charge, and you are able to play both those sigils and set up a turn.
Yeah, I rotated it back.
Might as well get some value here as well. Attacking with a gun and a flash, you still can bounce it and arsenal it.
Yeah, true. May as well get your 4 damage in. You're able to just play the Sigil of Brilliance to get it back in.
Yeah.
Lurking over there on Keegan's side, I saw... Okay, we couldn't quite see him, but a Conqueror of the High Seas.
Mm-hmm. So he does have one in the arsenal. So he is looking to disrupt Alex as much as possible. And
surely
one of the
he gets
things
sent
that
to hell
Keegan
this
now has
turn.
Information is that there is that gun and a flash in Alexander's arsenal. So he
what an amazing
will be
draw from
trying
Vor.
to find ways to disrupt that, especially knowing that Alexander has 2 Sigils of Brilliance in play.
And you know what's better than 1 Conqueror of the High Seas? How about 2 Conqueror of the High Seas? 1 in Arsenal, 1 in hand.
Yeah. I really appreciate you saying something. I would prefer for you guys to like the audio.
Flash is one of that's the pop-off card. That is what you want to combo everything with. Particularly if you're going up to a 6-card hand off the Sigil of Brilliances here.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is something that Keegan's going to hope for, to strip as many cards potentially on that first Conqueror attack. Let's see how Alexander approaches this one.
Yeah, and one thing about Asili as well, plays a lot of instants that actually do not defend at all. And if we look over here, yep, that's at least 1 Sigil in hand.
Yeah.
High voltage.
High voltage does not defend. So yeah, Alexander a little bit limited on his defensive options here.
And the resources on board are just going to enable Conqueror.
Yeah, like I said, I think we're just trying to save the conch for when Sigil's in play.
So
Seems like a good idea.
Hero ability. Get rid of one of these instants, see if you can pick up some blocking cards here. Just want to note that Flash of Brilliance as well, the interaction with Sigil of Brilliance, being able to basically bounce that Sigil back to your hand and draw a card. But yeah, I mean, Conqueror of the High Seas, that's just the card you didn't want to see. On Alexander's side, he's saying, Keegan, just throw some tipples at me, attack me with allies, don't disrupt me.
Yeah, and Alexander still has the option to activate his hero ability, discard one of those instants, and possibly pick up a defensive card, but you know what?
Is it even worth it, though?
I'm happy to just throw in my headpiece, and as he said, maybe bouncing one of these sigils to either draw a card or create an embodiment of lightning.
Yeah, so we can discard one of those instants that he couldn't defend with anyway, bounce the Sigil of Brilliance back to hand, draw a card, and just sort of reassess where he wants to go. I think he probably understands at this point, look, I just don't think I'm going to be able to protect this gun on a flash.
Yeah.
I still have 2 more copies in the deck. I don't need to overcommit to it at this point.
Okay, so discarding the Null Shock, bouncing back that Sigil of Brilliance, drawing the first card.
So picks up a Fry off the top there.
Yeah, something to be cognizant of is with another card draw this turn, Keegan is able to activate his Balance of Justice.
May have played into the decision not to immediately activate the hero ability as well. And actually staggering the Sigil of Brilliance like this as well, it means if you do want to deal a bit of damage next turn, it's not necessarily always going to draw the 2 cards to that Balance of Justice. So a very strong...
If Vasilio does have an uptick, this could also be a reason to put Command and Conquer or Loot the Hold back in the deck also. This seems like one of the best matchups for those kinds of effects. They're not always good versus decks like Syndra, because Syndra can just play without an arsenal. It's not that big of a deal. But something like Acilio, they have to play for that 5-card hand to win the game. There's no way around it. Now they can play around that potentially by arsenaling an instant. So something potentially that Vor could have done here. This might not be the play, but if you're cold read that there's a conch in arsenal, you could put one of the Sigil of Brilliances in arsenal instead of playing it out that turn. and leave the Gone in a Flash in your hand, because you can protect the Gone in a Flash in your hand. Like, there's no way to mess with that. And then when you get conked, you just play the Sigil from Arsenal. Or like a Channel Lightning Valley. So like from Vor side, maybe what I'm trying to do is put a Sigil in play, put a Channel in Arsenal. And I know that I'm safe no matter what that turn.
For Keegan here, Alexander down to 20 life already. Keegan's still sitting on a pretty healthy at 20.
Yeah, it's like,
Got one
you
out.
can't really like,
He's just gonna go for it. I like this. Just, yeah, another conk
double
for the high
conk.
stakes. How
Wait,
about
what does
more
this do?
damage?
Wait, what does this accomplish? He had 2 floating, pitched a yellow. He's got gold. He already looked at the top. Maybe it's another ally on top. I feel like playing the Anka is pretty good here. And just save the conk for later. Well, the from the Acilio side, from their POV, they're really trying to Arsenal Gone in a Flash next to the Sigils and go off from that. So like you're basically saying you got to have Sigil Brilliance in play, Channel Lightning Valley in Arsenal, and Gone in a Flash in hand. And that's just like too much to really ask for, especially against a deck that puts you on a very real clock. But that is like something that is probably like really ideal if you could. But anyways, I don't know if I agree with this conk. This conk doesn't actually accomplish anything other than 8 damage. And like taking Vor from 20 to 12 doesn't actually do anything, right? I think I just Arsenal this and play the Anka, maybe Gravy Bones as well. Depends on what we saw on top. I don't know if anyone got a peek at it.
Yeah.
Hey
Interesting
man,
choice.
stream's going good.
Choosing to push the damage. I mean, fair enough. When your opponent's at 20 and you know that, but they still have 5 cards to work with, I think you just want to pressure them as much as possible. And he's still able to attack with an Oyston, potentially activate his gold-baited hook because he created gold thanks to the first Conquest.
Also, surely you hook this, right? Like, why are we saving the hook? We made a gold off of the conk hitting. Surely we put the hook on the biggest thing.
Yep, so Alexander Vor actually choosing to use the Acilio hero ability, so Balance of Justice is online here. And one thing I want to point out, Carol, Keegan playing a little bit conservatively here, actually not choosing to use that gold-baited hook, it looks like, so far.
And there it is.
So it looks like he's going to
activate on the Oyston.
Yeah. So
why are we hooking the Oyston?
I just want to connect with the damage on this Conqueror. If you don't block, I'm happy with that decision. So now I'm going to say, if you want to give me a card on this sort of measly...
That feels like he forgot.
Go for it. And Alexander's hand still looking very instant or no block heavy. Fry, Sigil of Brilliance, Electrostatic Discharge. I mean, where's the defense value on these cards?
Yeah. I think he's pot committing here, Mr. Classic.
Yep,
He's got the Fry to combine with that Electrostatic Discharge. He does have Comet Storm, I believe, which is a source of arcane damage that he can leverage that Volzer onto.
It's like not gonna matter because like we know he's not blocking anyways, but
getting actually very aggressive
still,
here, defending with both
like
of them,
not gonna get punished for this.
Still gonna give the
but
gold to Keegan. Keegan's electing not to use a Balance of Justice.
I
here
got
to,
40
maybe
boxes,
want to have a look with the compass and activate it right away.
which would be the equivalent of 20 normal boxes.
Was activated, so.
I think we're going to need to see a little bit of Acilio magic because this game already feels like it's starting to get a little bit away, but you never count out an Acilio with those Lightning Greaves available.
For sure. And that Sojo Brilliance will pop. Can Alexander find something like that gone in a flash to just...
I always do a big box opening. I do like 20 to 40 boxes of every set, basically. I've done that since... Everfest? I think I've done this since Everfest. I might have skipped like maybe one set, but I basically crack a bunch of boxes and then help supply locals to all the singles and everything. I'm like the card guy in the area. Also, if you want to sell any Majestics, Josh, I buy cards. That being said, I already sold a good chunk of them to my locals. All we got left is we got, you know, some amount of all of the Majestics. Sold all the legendaries and marvels except for these. And I think I have most of the foil Majestics still. The box opening was pretty good. Already broke even. I'm pretty happy, considering how poorly most of my box openings go. Hey, man, I was surprised that you hadn't sent me a list already, because I know there's gravy cards for you. Oh, my God. I always error 404 with your name. Naichapu?
all the cards in his hand.
I mean, a God in a Flash would be pretty massive on this turn. Also, might want to look to try and pick up another burn spell.
Mm-hmm.
So
So that is that Comet Storm, and I believe this is something that you can combine with the blue to just get that full value of Old Knocker as well. Okay, so this is where we see a little bit.
All right,
of
it's go
fireworks
time.
Pop off.
We're gonna stop sorting. Let's see the magic that happen.
Okay,
We
so
have
the
the Aether Bindings of the third
Does he send them
age
straight
is
to
gonna
hell?
Start amping things up.
And that was a big pickup, picking up that Blast of Oblivion off the top there as well. No access to go again currently on that, but I mean, if he's able to set this up in such a way, maybe with Lightning Greaves, or he could bounce at Sigil of Activity. Also might be going for a bit of an in-between here. Just push a bit of damage with that Fry, get a few Lightning cards played out, activate that Evolver for the Comet Storm, then maybe look to set up that Blast of Oblivion for the really big turn the following turn.
For sure. It just works so well, that Sigil of Conductivity. Able to just...
So we can go like... Did we only have the one blast? I am not planning on attending the calling. There was a chance that I was going to go, because I ended up finding like a room that I could have stayed in for pretty cheap. But we have like a locals hangout thing planned for that weekend. So we're just gonna have like a nice little vacation in the woods type of thing. Maybe watch coverage if we can get any service out there. But been trying to do this for like 2 years, and everyone's schedules have been conflicting. So finally have a chance to get this going. So I'm going to choose friendship time over that. Plus, a couple people that I have kind of stopped playing Fab, but I enjoyed spending time with back when they played Fab, are gonna make it out. So it's just gonna be a nice like big gathering of friends type of thing. I always love doing that. I'm gonna pop out. Oh my God, I have not nutted over this to you guys yet on chat. Hold on, I gotta grab something. Unsponsored segment. Okay. So when I was in Japan, I found my new love. I found my new obsession. I am not a big alcohol drinker, but I found something that I love. Let me 1 second, put my hair up. Umeshu. It's plum wine liqueur. Oh my God, this shit is so good. It just tastes like fruit juice. It doesn't have like a big alcohol taste or anything like that. Make a big screen the alcohol. Sure. Oh my God, I'm fucking up so bad right now. No. Botching is so hard. Just hit all the wrong keys. Then I gotta put this above Chrome. Yeah, this shit. Oh my god, it's so good. When we went to Japan, every single restaurant had it, and we ended up getting it like every single time, and it was always just so amazing. I remember at one point, me and Noah went to one of the big department stores that's in the area, and we got like basically as many bottles as we could carry of different umeshus, and just brought it back to the hotel, and just over the course of the next week, just like enjoyed those at nighttime. Oh my god, it was so good. And this was one of the ones that we found at the department stores that was like my favorite. And I was like, oh my god, I can get this shit in America? Like, my local liquor store has this. I just bought the entire shelf. I don't, but I believe they're edible. I think they're just like a little too strong for me, so I don't like them. But I believe they're edible. I wouldn't know though. Yeah, if you do drink and you want to experiment, I highly recommend giving it a try. It's very sweet. It's almost like a dessert wine. It does not have a very heavy alcohol taste, which like that matters to me. I don't like alcohol that has a heavy alcohol taste typically. It's kind of off-putting to me. I like the more like this just is a tasty drink type of thing. Well, yeah, because I didn't know if they were ever going to get a restock. And also, when I found it, this was when Japan was getting a bunch of tariffs. So I said, okay, I don't know if this will be this price again, so I'm just going to buy everything they have on the off chance this spikes in price, because I don't know what's going on. And I know I'm going to drink it at some point. So yeah, I'm going to be bringing that with me to the lake house thing that we're doing.
Just bounce it back, create those embodiments of lightning, and continue the turn.
Yeah, because I mean, it looks like sigil.
Okay, you guys said the mic sounded better when I did the rotation to it, and before that I moved the mic closer to me because where I had it before was a little bit further away, but where I have it now is kind of cringe for sorting. It's like covering half of my vision, so I'm gonna move the mic a little further away to where I had it before. Can you just let me know if it still sounds fine? Okay, let me know if I still sound fine, and if not, I can move it back. Even cheap umeshu is great. Bottom shelf, the convenience store has 7 milliliter bottles for $8, is near as good as the premium stuff. Yeah, I agree. Like, that was only, I think, $15 for that bottle, and it's like a 3-year aged wine. Like, come on, what are we doing? This for that price, that's so, yeah, it's fire. Please try it if you do drink. If you don't drink, I am not peer pressuring you. Like, don't drink if you don't already drink. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to. Do not become an alcoholic. But if you want something tasty, it's fantastic. I recommend it. It's a nice thing to drink with the friends. It is, I believe, a high alcohol content, so don't go crazy with it. It's a 15%, so don't go too crazy. Which is crazy, it's 15%, but it doesn't have an alcohol taste to it. Okay, so
push a significant amount of damage on this turn.
And I feel like this is where these wizard players shine, right? Like, with 6 cards, you have so many possibilities.
Is that a brand, or is that like a type of it, Martin? I'm gonna Google that shit right now. I'm done to try something else. Plumgeki Khan. Looks like the liquor stores in my area have this, so I'll give that a try. What does it taste like? Does it taste like this, or is it a different animal?
Abilities to play out this turn. There's so many lines of play.
What am I doing? The fucking shield.
Maximizing this is how you kind of separate the good from the great.
Yeah, and the hero ability available as
All right,
well.
once he starts moving cards around, I'm gonna focus on the game a bit. Okay. Nope.
Sigil-
No.
Okay. So Alex is saying, you know what? I will activate that Lightning Greaves on this turn.
Okay, so choosing not to save it for
How
like, a
did he
giant
pay
pop
for
up
his boots?
In this hand.
I mean, a God in the Flash would be pretty massive on this turn. Also,
So this
okay,
we
so
have
the
the Aether Bind with a 5 Old Nox third.
up there on pivot card. Yeah, and the hero ability available as well. Seeing if he wants to maybe take a look at another card.
Okay, the Sigil. Okay. So Alex is saying, you know what? I will activate that Lightning Greaves on this turn.
Okay, so choosing.
Oh,
not
okay.
to
He
save
just
it for, like, a
didn't
giant
pitch right
pop up
away.
on the
Okay.
flash turn. Probably a pretty good identification of the board state, saying, "Look, I'm going to live in life. You could be presenting lethal next turn.
I'll try
I
it.
don't want to sit up for a turn that's never going to get here. I need to make something happen.
I like trying
here,
things.
Yeah.
So Lightning Greaves used means every time an instant is played, it's going to gain an action point. So now up to 2 action points after playing the Sigil of Brilliance. And this is going to get pretty nice with that Blast to Oblivion.
Blast to Oblivion. This interaction is insane.
So Blast to Oblivion, when an instant is played, you're going to be able to return an aura permanent with cost 1 or less to hand. And so that Sigil of Brilliance is going to be coming back to hand, drawing a card.
So yeah, amping 1 thanks to the Volza, and then bouncing the Sigil of Brilliance is going to amp 1 thanks to the Aether Bindings of the Third Age as well. So really finding, just eking the value in every card played here.
Sigil of Brilliance, bounce back to hand, being able to draw up a card. So balance the job.
But 15% is a lot for a wine, right? I guess it's more of a sake, but okay, he does have another attack. I was like, is he gambling here on an attack? Oh my god.
Oh, another
Oh my god. We're going crazy.
Blast to Oblivion. This is an insane pickup for Alexander Vord. This is exactly what he wanted to see.
And Keegan here saying, okay, now things are getting scary. Now I'm going to pop this Balance of Justice. I want the cards on this turn. And really good decision by Alexander. They're saying, look, this is the turn I need to pop off. And getting rewarded by picking up that second blast. That Sigil's probably going to get bounced again. That's going to be another card coming into hand. So Keegan is saying, no blocks on this. That next blast is going to be coming in for 7 off that electrostatic discharge. Still 2 action points available.
And he's got the arcane spell in hand, right? Even better, arcane instant.
Bouncing the sigils.
That's always the big failure point. Do you find the thing?
This is going to be a huge comet.
A way to put your staff, something to put your staff on.
So the Blast of Oblivion is like, okay, so maybe tricky to pick up another card off that Blast of Oblivion at the moment if he wants to do it with the Sigil, because he's running a little on instance at the moment, but we're still setting up for a gigantic Comet Storm coming in.
Yeah, he's still able to bounce the Sigil of Conductivity and pick up an embodiment of Lightning, which can be, I guess, if he does end up playing that Fry, might not be as useful, but it's something.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on the sequencing here, because choosing not to lead with the Fry, perhaps holding back a little bit of information, because... yeah, but if he is looking to create that...
Well, he still...
like you mentioned,
oh, no, he doesn't need a pitch card because he has his chest, right?
Yeah. And yeah, Alexander's still having the option to use Osilia's hero ability.
Okay, so this Blast of Oblivion coming in for 7. Looking over, what does Keegan have to work with on this hand?
Okay, so a lot of blues, quite a few block 3s. I mean... there was a bit of a towel from Keegan not using the quick dodge flexors just yet. Maybe he felt safe enough to just kind of save it for gone in a flash turn. But yeah, here we see.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't like just start blocking instantly. Like surely you just try to take no damage here, right? Or take as little as possible.
Okay, so no blocks declared on this. 7 damage, looking like it's going to come across.
So this Sigil bounce should have amped 1 thanks to the Aether Bindings, but we'll see if the players pick up on that.
Yep, so quick dodge flexes has now been added.
I feel like it's a spot where King was like, you know what? The first Blast to Oblivion wasn't too worried about those physical attacks.
That just seems like a mistake. Like you know this is the big turn. He committed armor. He committed his like even if he didn't have the sigils, he committed armor. This is the go turn.
It's still, you know, currently taking 5 damage from the Splice of Oblivion.
And currently we're sitting on amp 8.
You don't have any AB, so like you got to make sure that you don't just like
Alexander
randomly
considering
die.
his options here.
We'll see if he's able to punish this kind of late use of the quick dodge flexes by not attacking additional time.
Okay, so he plays down that Sigil of Conductivity, gaining that extra action point and amp 1. And okay.
Really nice sequencing here.
Yeah.
So the Comet Storm coming in, getting amp 6 from the Volzar, amp 3 from the Aether Bindings, also being able to, in the turn with that Fry, set up an Arsenal, Embodiment of Lightning still live, so if he draws an attack action next turn, he can lead off with that to utilize the go again. Also, those Quick Dodge Fletchers, a full card, a full blue has been pitched away for only 2 points of value on this turn. So, I mean, yes, some of it, I mean, actually, no, I was going to say some can be used to prevent the damage, but there's no AB on that side either.
Yeah, for sure. Very heads-up play from Alexander Vor here.
This is a pretty suspicious way to choose to defend this turn.
Coming down.
I'm surprised he didn't play the Fry.
Yeah, that's some insane arcane damage, and like, I mean, at this,
It was worth
like
what,
this,
4
even with
damage?
no AB just has to
Because the
play
3
keeps
plus
on the
the
table.
Yep, all the way down to 5 life.
like,
now.
yeah, he has
Still has
the
that
the
Sigil of
boots on the
Brilliance
table,
available.
but
There's no backup with the Balance of Justice.
it's still worth
Okay,
a point of
so Golden
arcane.
Hook is going to be activated right away. I'm going to come in with a blue golden tipple, discarding a chum.
Yeah, let's just have a quick look at what Alexander's working with. And he does have that 0 cost truck there, beautiful. Electrostatic discharge, perfect with that Fry that he kept for the following turn.
Maybe he might play the chum, and then it's not
Yeah.
perfect.
I mean, Keegan's going to have to find something here to survive this turn. That is so much
For
damage on
sure.
board already. Electrostatic Discharge, Fry. That's 2 lightning cards already. Another card's going to be picked up off the Sigil of Brilliance. We have 2 shocks as well, which are also going to start amping each other. Off the
Yeah, I
back
was
of the
saying that
Volzar.
earlier.
And so
He looks
Keegan
like Gravy
activated the
before he
gold-plated
turned
hook,
Necro.
And Alexander's saying, you know what? I'm not going to give you more gold. for
I love
this.
it.
So I'm going to throw in that
What a
gold
perfect
block
person
that
to pick
I
up the
don't need
deck.
it for the following turn. So maybe just stopping that extra gold as a
There's
way
also a
to-
chance that Keegan just dies on his own turn. He doesn't have any AB. So, like, we could just have a setup where we play enough instants, Volzar, send him to hell with an instant. Well, let's say we did that, and all he did was block with boots there. We leak 1 value and get 1 more point of chip from our big spell. Guy's at 3 instead. We might have just killed him on his own turn here at 3.
actually survive this turn here and not give Keegan that many options.
Maybe you don't need to
And
take that
Keegan has
gamble,
Diamond Amulet off the top, but that's not really what
but
he's
you're giving yourself a
going
lot of
after.
outs
Yes,
to
he
have a
wants
draw that
advantage
just like
off this,
instantly
yes, he'll
wins.
activate the swell, but I mean, Alexander's saying, hey, if you don't kill me,
It also lets you, like, I'm just gonna block with this hand potentially, arsenal an instant that deals 1 damage, and then almost any draw kills you here because I just need to have any 2 instants and you die.
I'm taking everything. Like,
One of the kind of Hail Mary plays that Keegan has available is potentially try and set up that chum.
Diamond
on the
Amulet
board
in this
and
matchup
hope
seems
that Alex
suspicious
is
also.
playing towards these
Like,
physical
that's surely
attacks
not what this
rather
matchup
than
is
the
about,
big
but
brain
whatever.
spell.
okay, so it's going to be able to present some damage here. And actually, one thing to keep an eye on, this Saltwater Swell is actually pretty good. So it's going to hit this Diamond Amulet, go up to 4 resources. Gravy Bones is not tapped. That Gold Kiss Rum is available. If he can find a way to get 2 ally attacks in here, he can actually pull a card away from Alexander, which
Yeah.
is quite big.
I wonder if pulling 1 card is enough, though.
Might not quite be enough, but I feel you've got to do something here. Like, you've got
When we
to
get a better
put
look
the
at his
pressure on
hand
your opponent
again,
a little bit.
I want to
Yeah,
see
so
if
Alex
he
does see that
has
draw.
the ability to just kill if opponent was at 3 instead. Because I believe he had an
Okay,
instant.
no blocks, goes down to 5.
And most of the
Are we gonna see the
instants,
Gold Kiss
if I think all of the instants are split cards, right? So that would count twice for the Volzar, meaning you only need 1 other instant. So if he has, if I'm understanding the interaction correctly there, that means he only needs 1 other instant in his hand, and he had what was it? The +3 to your next thing that you play, but you could just play that and just not make an attack, right? Like I could just play it on my opponent's turn, play the split card, decease opponent.
Rum committed here.
So there's a chum in hand as well for Keegan. Okay, he's just popping
Okay, Alexander holding priority.
You would pay the cost, I think, but it's on the stack, yeah.
Yeah, because one risk for here is what you don't want to do is Gold Kiss Ram attack with Oyston and then get that shocked and end your turn. I mean, you're still pulling a card in that, but you're not really established. You're not advancing your board state.
For sure. I love this classic flair from Wizard Plays. Like, hold priority. I'm just going to pause you right here. I'm going to hold priority. No, it's okay. You
Okay,
can go.
nice pickup off the top there in the form of that chart the high season. Yeah,
Oh.
why not?
Is it a good
Let's dig a
pickup?
little bit deeper. See what Keegan can find. He really
Has he played a
needs
blue? He's played a
some
blue. Does this
offensive
matter?
output here. Okay, 2 blues.
Does this chart literally
So,
doesn't matter, right?
you
It's
know,
just
net
he could have
positive,
just pitched it and it
doesn't
was the
really
same thing.
gain anything.
Yep, up to 5 resources now. Still has that Gold Kiss Ram
Like
available. Still has the
a
Charm
gold
access
doesn't
to the
actually
Charm
do
graveyard.
anything here.
Okay.
So Keegan just trying to work through this here. I mean, one option, as we mentioned, could play Chum from Graveyard, activate the Gold Kiss Ram coming for 4, follow that up with an Ocean.
I feel like you have to play the Chum if you want to try to win this game.
Counteract that Sigil of Brilliance.
Yeah.
But I think Keegan knows he's in a difficult spot this turn. Would have loved to find something like a Loot the Hold to actually demand additional cards.
Yeah. Any form that actually disrupts Alex here. Yeah, elude the hold on Chum would be pretty sweet. I mean, you're taking a card either way or forcing a two-card block.
I mean, I can see here Keegan's thinking, like, where did this all go wrong? Like, I dropped that double Conquer, I got the Garner Flash, and then that Lightning Groove's
I mean, that
pop up, and
Conqueror
all of a
didn't
sudden,
do anything.
Just drops him all the way down to 5 off the back.
If
of
anything, the
Flash
like
Guardians and the
that Conqueror would have been nice to have here, right? Like, we're flush with resources. He chose to Arsenal card. I would have loved to have a Conk this turn. Meaningful on hit finally, right? Like,
Comet Storm.
So there's still that Rigor Mortis. So he could strip 2 cards with a Rigor attack and an Oyston potentially.
Yeah, but again, you're a little bit vulnerable to those instant siege shocks with this.
You're right.
And maybe that's something he's just tossing up in his mind.
Okay, so he's digging. Keegan's saying, you know what? I'll just keep going.
Okay, really wants to find a blue here. Okay,
Okay.
considering a response.
Oh no, okay, it resolves at once. Okay.
Okay.
I just think.
Okay, so notably, I mean, a lot of the burns damage in Alexander's hand is instant speed.
Yeah.
So maybe like one thing he's
access to shock. Yeah.
one thing he might be thinking about, Carol, is that some tech cards like Throw Caution to the Wind. These cards that can prevent like multiple like types of damage, both arcane and physical. Just thinking like, wait, do I have a chance to just lethal you right now?
Yeah.
In case you're running like 1 or 2 of these cards.
Oh, he might be going for it. There's that double shock.
Yep. So Electrostatic
Yeah, consign
Discharge.
to
do either of those? I'm not super familiar with the split cards for Acilio. Do either of those cost resources? Even if they did, like I said, if he was at 3 here instead, we kill him instantly, right? They don't cost resources, so this does 5 damage, right? This does 6 damage, actually, because it's double shock, right? He's just dead, like, on his own turn, right? We have 5 lightning cards that we get to play here. And 2 of them deal 1 damage. So we get to amp 5 on top of 2 arcane. So we're dealing 7. We have an extra card that we can pitch to staff, but we don't even have to do that because we have a sigil in play. We can even get cheeky and shoot ourselves so we can make an embodiment of lightning. Just call opponent a fool. I mean, he knows that opponent doesn't have a fiddlers in their hand, right? Like he knows. Opponent got a little too hasty with playing his cards. But let's say opponent did have fiddlers, but we took the other line where we played our arsenal. He'd be at 3 instead. It would not matter if he had a fiddlers. We have 7 damage. We would kill him through a fiddlers.
2 Cosmog, 2 copies of that. So we have 2 pings for 1. potentially playing out some instants to pump up that Volzar. This could be lethal right here.
Okay, so he's going for it. This is going to amp the Volzar up.
Yeah, I feel like we were supposed to just play the Fry.
Okay, he's going to.
Maybe I'm being results oriented of what the hand was, but I feel like there's enough cards in the deck that you just go for that line.
And here we go.
And then
Keegan needs for it to be throw caution to the wind, I believe. Yeah. You know, Alex is saying, you know what, I'm not waiting till my turn to do this. I'm just going to present lethal right here, right now, on your turn.
Yep, and this is also a win and in. This is a huge deal. Like, this is to lock your position for top 8. And Keegan just trying to do the math saying, what can I find here? So
You know what?
That might as well gravy face. I like that face.
Discards a chump.
Yeah,
and that's game.
Alexander Vore secures his spot in the top.
That was an interesting game for sure. Okay, the next game is Victor Ira. Don't care about that. I was told this game was interesting, so I want to watch this. And you know, we're still kind of a Prism channel, even though we're low key Prism haters still. But
Wallace. Moving on to day 2,
defeating Brody Spurl. The other 2 pieces.
Is a deck that cares about yellow pitch cards. Now looking ahead at having to play
one.
Okay, so let's just jump right into the action.
Oh, Herald of Erudition. This is what you want to see on the first turn of the game. 5 dominate.
Now, I don't know the outcome of the game. All I know is the outcome of the Ocilio Kano game and the outcome of the finals. That's like all I actually know about the top 8. But having watched the game that Hayden played versus the Gravy during Swiss earlier, I think I would put my money on Hayden here because he is playing extra poppers in his list. So I talked about this yesterday. Kind of my take on the matchup is if the Slippy doesn't bring in tech for Prism, it's pretty Prism favored. If the Slippy does play tech, then it's pretty Slippy favored. So it's just how does the Slippy decide to deck build? Yeah.
Really pressuring Hayden.
It's just so hard to actually get any action going if they play a hater list.
For Hayden in the equipment suite and that redback shroud, really trying to get himself kind of more defense value. So very nice for Hayden there to be able to defend those Herald attacks.
Also nice to function as just a sort of another attack reaction on board for things like the Bonds of Agony. So we'll see if Hayden immediately is put in a bit of position. Do you want to give up the equipment blocks? I mean, drawing the
typically what ends up happening is they like block with 2 to 3 cards a turn, depending on the hand texture, and then send something back at you, taking no damage. And this just kind of repeats over and over again. Anytime they draw Popper, they go up a card on you. Anytime they don't draw Popper, they just throw their whole hand on the table. And they just basically play for the turns that they pull ahead of you, and then they throw Disruption on the turns that they pull ahead of you, letting them pull even further ahead, making you play a smaller hand so they don't have to block as much. And it just becomes like really hard for you to actually get any action going, and you end up trading a lot of life to actually get that going.
Giving up that
if you can cheese them, though, then you probably win the game.
Does want to keep his hand, so he is prioritizing the equipment blocks on the other 2 pieces of... on the other 2 equips.
Yeah, so I don't think Hayden was going to be thrilled having to give up that piece of equipment, but not wanting to let Michael establish those cards in Soul right off the bat.
Yeah.
And looking over at, okay, so we're going to kick things off with an effect. Michael Collins playing the Phantasmal Footsteps to get around some of those Phantasm downsides, and also has the Imperium Rapture there.
Yeah, the Imperium Rapture.
Do I think Second plus Hat would change this matchup? I'm not sure. It's kind of tough because the matchup is actually pretty fast if the Slippy's getting to play the game. And for you to get your hat online, you kind of have to fuck around a little bit, and because you got to find a way to get the Arclight into your soul. And that's like not trivial, right? You can put the Arclight into your soul with the Second. But then that requires you nursing an Arsenal against the Arsenal Disruption deck. And you need to have another soul when you do that. So that way you can flip and swing and Angel that turn. But you're not getting to search off of putting the ALS into your soul. It's really hard getting soul in this matchup. And if you're fucking around, you're also not getting soul. It could work, though. It's definitely worth experimenting with. I should make a video about the new helmet.
Really putting a lot of kind of value on getting those on hits with the heralds. As soon as he hits with
I just
herald,
haven't wanted
he's
to make
able
an actual video in a while.
Flip one of those
I've been enjoying
flips and get
streaming.
himself a
It's been
ward
fun.
for Angel.
Okay, so no blocks on the Infect here. That does have a Blood Rot Pox on hit. Can be very relevant as well, because if you hit with a Herald, and here we go, attack reaction.
Spike with Blood Rot.
And streaming has
there's gonna be two
made me actually
Blood
play
Rot
the game more.
Pox tokens on the line on this on hit.
Yeah, so one interaction, just want to point out, the Blood Rot Poxes, they deal 2 damage at the end of the turn. So Prism's all about hitting with your Herald attacks, and then being able to flip your Angels. Now these Angels have Ward 4, which means they will die to Blood Rot Pox damage.
And Prism already starting on 32, so dropping down to 26 with 2 Blood Rod Poxes. Oof, already managed. Hayden's already managed to push so much damage.
Yep.
And here is another piece of disruption, but also 4 points of damage here.
4 points of damage threatening the Arsenal here as well. We look over, we do see that Light of Soul over in Michael Collins' hand. He does have like a lot of Heralds to be able to offer, but this is asking for 2 cards.
Okay.
Oh!
Nice. Michael Collins does have the defense
Got him.
reactions in the defense reaction in the form of that all you got here.
And so Leave No Witness is going to go ahead and banish.
Oh, I'm glad you gained value.
Top, so no silver created.
I've also been gaining value from the stream. I've learned. I feel like I have become a better player
That was a great
over the
output
past
from
couple weeks of
Hayden.
streaming.
14 points of damage.
That's worth it to me.
With the Infect and Leave No Witnesses and Disruption.
Okay, so Light of Soul here, a bit of a big miss. Really want to find a Herald to be able to put that into your soul and trigger the Prism Hero ability. Instead, finding a.
I feel like you got to put that into your soul because you're so soul starved in this matchup.
Information to Hayden as well, being like, if I stop
Like this matchup isn't about fatigue.
Michael will
You just gotta get online.
So notably here as well, Michael could choose to put this into his soul if he wants. If it's yellow, you may put it into your soul. It looks like he is considering this here. It's actually a big deal. You do want cards in soul. It's really important to get your engine going. It's very important for being able to get your angels online, get the angel abilities online. The downside is here, these figments are a critical part of your game plan. You don't necessarily want, once they're in soul, they're gone.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, so he's choosing to put that card in his soul. Can be
It sucks, but I think you have to.
Down the road with something like that, Angel of Soraya.
It's a bit of an early win there from Hayden, seeing one of those figments sort of hit the soul already. He's going to go ahead and put 2 cards in front of this Herald of Triumph. And we see as well Hayden with a Sink Below and a Command and Conquer.
Oh, he does have that popper for the follow-up. Oh, this is painful. This is really not what
This
Michael
is
wanted to
what I was
see.
talking about.
That's 4 damage from the
You got
Blood Rot
nickeled and
Pox
dimed
taking it in
by
turn.
a card
And then,
here.
Hayden just playing the slow and steady. Like, look, I've got the early life lead. I'm now 17 life ahead. I don't want to let you start snowballing me. So I'm going to like block out your first Herald, pop the second one.
You
set
get to
up
play
that
it
second
real
one
nice
with
and
a
slow from
clean
the Slippy
defensive
side.
arsenal for the following turn.
Yeah, so Hayden was able to completely stop Michael's turn with 3 cards and keep a card for Arsenal as well.
I feel like the only reason this should go to fatigue is because the Prism is trying to play really defensive and like block a lot. But it's I feel like that's not the game went to fatigue. I don't think that's the whole story. I think it's they lost a long time ago and they lack the ability to ever win the game again. So they ended up fatiguing because they couldn't actually play the game ever again. But they just kept blocking.
In with the Wartune Herald.
So this Luminarch Angel glows the weapon on the Prism side. Gives go again to your first Herald and Angel attack as long as you have a yellow pitch card. So pitching away that Soul Shield here, coming in for... See, that's the thing about these Heralds. They're so overrated in terms of damage. They do just have that downside of Phantasm.
Yeah. Okay.
Defending for
Hayden
3.
with that Sink Below clean.
I'm actually a pretty big fan. It depends on Hayden's hand texture. But in these kind of spots, I'm a really big fan of saving the D-React for as long as possible. And like, for example, block 6 plus a piece of armor on the Herald for 7. Because I don't want to get blown out by a Wrath. Like, I think that's how you end up losing this matchup. they have Wrath and you don't have a D-React to cover it. But if he has double D-React, it's probably fine.
Cleanly defending that out. Very efficient.
Oh, the Angelic Wrath with the +3. That's a nice pickup for Michael.
Did I manifest that?
Over the top, threatening to fetch up the first Figment of the game.
I think I might have manifested that there. Should have blocked 6 in armor.
Yeah, and it's now those Blood Rot Pox is gone, it's going to be a lot easier to kind of have value out of those angels on the board.
So a bit of a decision here for Michael which Figment he wants to pick up. So Figment of Erudition, one of the stronger ones, creates a Ponder and also flips into one of the strongest heralds. It's able to draw you multiple cards.
What am I searching?
That is kind of the big Prism spike turn. Does Michael want to go for that right away?
It's a Figment of Judgment. It's an interesting call. So he's just really wanting to set up that angel. And
I swear to God, I did not watch these games already.
Reducing the cost on his hero ability.
All I saw was the very end of the Kano Asilio game.
A little bit here. So the card decks on this not particularly.
I don't even think that I saw anything of the finals. I think I just saw
again,
the outcome.
The ability here just to maybe set up a waterfall on board. It's going to go ahead, use the Prism hero ability, banish a card from Soul, flip this angel. Still has one
Yeah,
card in
almost
hand,
like I've
so
played
resource
Prism.
available.
That's crazy.
Getting
It's almost like I've
very
played the
slowly, if I
matchup.
can put it that way. Popping the calming gesture.
Yeah, calming gesture.
Oh my God! Bonus lore for you guys. So at what was it for Nats? I think it was. It was either Nats or helping them for PT. Peter and Noah were going to be playing Slippy for the event, and they asked me one night to come in and help them. They needed a Prism to throw some shit at the wall for. And I think that was the saltiest I've ever been playing games. I don't think I hit a single time in 3 games. I think every single Herald I threw for 3 games got blocked out or popped. And in one of the games, it was like everything that could go wrong went wrong. There was one spot during that game where everything went wrong. That I IP 1 or 2'd and didn't take a game action for 3 turns in a row. Just like my hand is like Figment Wrath. I literally can't take a game action here. I tried no bloxing, but then what was it? Like Mantle into shenanigans that strip cards from my hand. Oh, you only have 1 attack. I guess I'll take that attack. Call you a fool. It's just like such nonsense. No, I just raged at Prism because I hate playing the deck. I wasn't mad at them or anything. I was just like, man, I fucking hate playing this deck. Because it's just like, you have no agency over the game. You're just like, I hope I get to do the thing, and if I don't, I guess I'll eat shit and die. It's just so frustrating playing Prism.
Of that Spectral Shield, which stops a potential flick knives on the
I think
next
Prism is like single-handedly
So
the most
really
frustrating
important
deck I've ever
sort of
played.
Instant there, the +3, being able to set up this board. So the Spectral Shield really important here because it means that Dagger won't require a card initially. So without that Spectral Shield, might be a little bit worried that Hayden just goes, dag you for 1, give me a full card. Otherwise, you're going to lose this Angel, the Waterfall Angel.
Wait, he cracked his gloves? That seems suspicious. He might be running out of time, so it's fine, and like you just got to do what you got to do. But typically, my plan for the gloves is I'm trying to save them for one of my important angels to not get flicked or whatever, like they're talking about. Like a protection or an erudition. Or how can Slippy be frustrating to play? You just play head jabs. Like, it's not that deep. You don't have cards that, like, literally don't do anything on offense or defense. Yes. A 4-card 0 that banishes a card from my opponent or something. Just, like, nonsense do-nothing play. Just the shittiest cards ever printed in Prism. Did I misread? Oh, Gravy. Okay, I'm sorry. My bad, my bad. Yeah, I'm really trying to save the Spectral Shield for, like, a more important Figment to protect. I think if I wanted to do something like that, I want to get, like, a protection instead. Maybe that's wrong. I don't know. It's so tough because you get so few Figments in the matchup. And we actually did have 2 Soul. So, like, there's a shot that maybe we're supposed to just go off there because we get so few spots to actually do the thing in the matchup that I might have just said, fuck it, we go, and gone for a big Erudition turn. It's not the perfect Erudition turn, but you rarely get the perfect Erudition turn in the matchup. That being said, maybe the plan is just get through this turn alive. Just whatever, put as much HP on the board as possible. You can't deal, 26 damage to us. Live the turn, and then use our Halo to try going off, and hope that's enough.
But with a Spectral Shield, it makes it a little bit more tricky.
Yeah.
So these Angels can be attacked directly as well. But Michael, at this point, this is a bit of a throwaway. He's just saying, if you want to put 4 damage into this, I'm pretty happy with this. I want to keep my whole hand.
Save a Bloodshed.
So
Plus 4 in the next dagger attack.
That's a nice way to get around the Spectral Shield. Potentially facing down a Hunter's Clave for 5.
Yeah. Slightly... he's choosing to just clear the ally. A calm and collected play here.
Yep, I mean, we saw Hayden play very patient in his Gravy match on stream earlier today, knowing the importance of allies, not wanting to let them stick on the board.
Ironically, the D-React wasn't very patient.
Yeah. Doesn't really matter to him at this point.
Potato. And yeah, really considering his options. Does he want to keep this card in arsenal for later? Yeah.
Yeah, so I think Michael,
oh my god,
this is big.
It's go
So
time.
he gets to stick the Spectral Shield on board, gets to keep a 5-card hand. He's going to be wanting to throw multiple Heralds on this turn, and hoping not to run into any pops.
Oh, he redrew the Light of Soul?
Oh my
Are we him?
goodness, Light of Soul.
Okay, so the deck was shuffled on that hero ability, so now we see the Light of Soul.
Oh, it's go time.
Not necessarily a miss. He gets a Soul Shield. That's a card into. I mean, any yellow
Soul. I mean, he's going to be happy about that.
Any yellow is a hit. It's just that if you hit the Herald, it's really, really good. But that card, that Light of Soul's been massive. I mean, he's only hit with 1 Herald this game, but he's got 2 cards into Soul off the back of that Light of Soul.
And
what a balanced card Light of Soul is.
Plays around a little bit around Poppers potentially because he's able to use that spare resource to Phantasmal Footsteps and keep his turn
So
going.
Phantasmal Footsteps down here, you're actually able to, the first time a Phantasm card would be destroyed, you can actually pay 1 and regain your action point.
Hayden defending for 5. And another blue Herald of Protection, and that is going to get popped by that Command and Conquer.
So Hayden doing well to find some of these early poppers to just throw Michael off his flow. I mean, Michael was probably hoping to push a little bit more, just being able to throw out 2 blue Heralds on that turn. Got out 3 cards from the hand, but here we see Leave No Witnesses come down. Again, that Spectral Shield doing a lot of work here, enabling him, Michael Collins, to defend with 1 card for 3. That Spectral Shield soaks up the last point of damage, protecting that arsenal for another turn.
Yeah, and that break point of 4
I mean, not
is actually
really.
quite
He
annoying
just
for
flicks.
Prism players because a lot of the cards defend for 3, and these decks just do not like to run defense reactions.
Yeah, you might
Hayden's facial expression. He's just like so not amused.
Reactions like
run defense reaction.
Why are we here? Just to suffer?
Yeah, you might see
red.
Yeah, you might see some yellow defense reactions like Soul Shield, things like that already got. That's because it's important for the yellow pitch game plan. As Carol mentioned, it gets a little bit awkward when you start putting things like Sink Below or Fate Foreseen, Shelter from the Storm into your deck.
Yeah.
So
what
also,
an efficient 1-card play from Hayden here.
One interaction I want to point out here, Carol, is if Michael defends for 3. Okay, Soul Shield from Arsenal, really nice pick up there. But also, I mean, Hayden gets to get 2 cards there. I was just going to point out...
Okay, maybe that's why he didn't combo off yet, because he has a Soul Shield in Arsenal, and that's kind of bricking him up.
And still coming for a point of damage.
Yeah.
That's like not what you want to have in Arsenal when you're trying to go off.
So this was the one that...
The Spectral Shield still being in play is kind of wild.
That means that Command & Conquer would not be able to trigger Phantasm on that. I mean, something like Blanche would be a huge pickup for Hayden here.
He does have the shelter from the storm, though, so can cleanly defend out that breakpoint.
This gives us a little bit of insight into what Hayden's game plan is during this game. We've seen Sink Below, we've seen Shelter from the Storm. Wouldn't be surprised if he brought in the full 3 copies of each of these if he's playing 6. Just saying, I feel I'm pretty comfortable just trying to disrupt, chip away turn by turn. What I need is to be able to cover up some of these 7 breakpoints.
Yeah. And playing out those cards like Leave No Witnesses and kind of nickel and diming with 1 or 2 cards is kind of seems to be Hayden's game plan. Just play defensive, wait it out, use these defense reactions, these poppers to stop Michael in his tracks, and then create an opening later on.
Potentially slightly concerned about something like another Angelic Wrath here, just taking his time on this block. Also, there is a potential to 2 3 blocks and the Redback Shroud.
Oh, yeah.
He learned his lesson.
That shelter. He doesn't want to get blown out by Angelic Wrath. As you
Yeah,
said.
and actually also defending with that spike with Blood Rot, which would have paired very nicely with that Redback Shroud. So it looks like Hayden just wants to, again, play a little bit safe here. Start off with that Mark of the Black Widow, maybe try get that shelter into Arsenal for the following turn.
Yeah, and this pesky Spectral Shield, Mr. Classic.
It's so good.
Yeah,
so
just having that protection against flick knives.
So when I first got into Fab, I listened to Arsenal Pass. I kind of stopped listening to it when God, what the fuck is his name? Oh my god, I can't get past the name Hayden. The guy that used to be on the podcast with Hayden. What's his name? Chat, help me out. But I kind of stopped listening to them when every episode... Brendan, thank you. I stopped listening to it when like every episode just devolved into him talking about Marvel Snap. It was just like getting really irritating. I was like, I'm not listening to this cast to listen to about Lorcana and Marvel Snap. I don't give a shit. I just like didn't like the info that they were given anymore. It just felt like, I don't know. I wasn't getting value out of it anymore, so I stopped listening to that. I watch Sloop sometimes. Depends. I used to watch Saints videos. I really don't watch that much Fab content anymore, to be honest. It's really just Runaways. The problem is, like, a lot of the content in the Fab space is, like, either not informative enough for me to want to watch it and get value out of it, or not entertaining enough for me to want to watch it to just, like, I don't care about the value of the content. I'm just enjoying watching this for entertainment's sake. Just like either it's too dry or it's not informative enough for me. It's like nothing going to the extreme too much in either direction other than the Runaways. I don't even say that as like me trying to glaze the Runaways. Like I genuinely get value. Like even when I'm not on the cast, I get value out of like listening to them. Sometimes I don't get value out of the Runaways one, where it's just like shit that I've already heard, just like me hanging out in Discord with them, and I just will skip those episodes. Who else is there? I just really don't watch that much Fab content. I watch the occasional deck tech from like, oh, I'm like curious to listen to them talk about this. Oh, I watched some of the videos from God, what's the name of his? Is it Smurf or whatever? The other Prism guy. He's in the chat sometimes. It's basically on his real name. So I like the content from Yuki's on the Bobble, but I think so. I think it's Murph. I just find the Kevin. Thank you. I just find the delivery to be like a little too dry, and I just have a hard time paying attention. Like, you know when you're like absentmindedly listening to something and then you get like 30 minutes to an hour into it and you stop and you go, I literally have no idea what they said for the past hour. I just like didn't retain anything. That's me when I'm listening to them sometimes. So I just like, I just can't listen to it. It's just a little too dry for me. The content itself is good and informative. It's just like a little too dry. Which is why I also enjoy the Runaways cast, because it's never dry. Everyone's just like shitting on each other and arguing with each other. Lucas says something for like Lucas like has a one head take that he has to take 10 minutes to explain, and then we spend the next 30 minutes telling him why he's a clown. Like, that's just such good content. It's just so entertaining. I like DM Armada's content, but it's just like I'm not the target audience, so I don't watch his stuff too often. It's like, yeah, Lucas takes are golden. Yeah, like a lot of DM Armada's content is like for the type of people that don't know how to look this stuff up themselves, or they're newer to the game. So I'm just like not the target audience for it, even though I think he's got very good production quality and the content is good if that's what you're looking for. Like if I was just getting into Fab, I would be watching all of his content all the time because it's just so perfect for that demographic. Sometimes I'll watch was it 3 Floating? I don't the production quality is good, but I just don't really enjoy watching like casual games of Fab that much. It's just like I just don't get that much out of it. It's not Command Zone. Like I'm not watching a fun EDH game. Mom and dad fight. That's good. I like that it's the rantaways. I enjoy that. It's fun. Yeah, I'm just like either not the target demo for so much of the Fab content, or it just like doesn't scratch the right itch for me. It's not that they're bad. It's just like I don't enjoy a lot of the Fab content. So I typically the only things I really watch are like things that have to do with Final Fantasy 14 or Genshin Impact or Honkai Star Rail, like theory crafters for those games, or like podcasty things for things that I don't know about and I just want to learn about it. Like I really love when you guys ever watched Channel 5 News with Andrew Callahan? I really like seeing his deep dives into different topics that are of niche subcultures that I would have never known anything about. I enjoy that type of stuff. It's also hard when it's like you do so much Fab stuff all the time. When I'm unwinding, I don't want to do more Fab, you know? Like I want to go decompress with something else. Yeah, Josh, you're all over the place.
But yeah, Hayden does have that raises
55.
up to 6.
So just
no on hit though.
Just to explain the interaction.
We don't fuck
here,
with custers.
So Hayden was really unable to flick knives and mark his opponent there because of that spectral shield. Would have soaked up the 1 damage. You lose a dagger for nothing. But again, Hayden still just creating that life cushion that he needs to try and get ahead and win this game. Gets the Shelter of the Storm into Arsenal, saying, I'm pretty happy to maybe defend with 2 or 3 cards and just keep throwing
I'm surprised he didn't flick there.
cards for value.
Oh,
Whoa. What is this? Lost in thought. Bro's tacked out of his mind. What is going on? I said target you. Hayden taking psychic damage here.
Card you see too often in these Prism decks, but a lovely piece of tech from Michael. So he gets to look at Hayden's hand, choose an attack action card, and put that card on the bottom. Hayden does get a ponder back, but it does reduce his ability to defend on this particular turn.
And maybe a slight tell from Hayden there. Maybe think of his attack action going for the Arsenal, perhaps thinking of something like Dissolve Reality. So let's look at the hand here. We have a Shelter from the Storm, the Spike with Blood Rot, and 2 Infiltrate. So actually not the worst card to get lost in thought. Not the worst turn to get lost and thoughted on.
Yeah. That's and honestly, having information against decks like Assassin, where their range is really basic.
Guys, is this good? Is this even good? Like, I feel like we're still not even going to connect with the Herald here. all we did was say that Hayden has to get a random arsenal. I guess we forced the D-React out, and he has to get a random arsenal? Maybe that's good? This seems dubious. Like, I feel like if this was just an Angelic Wrath, we would have accomplished about the same thing, right?
And around the reaction speed is massive, because you know what to expect on the following turn.
Yep. So Hayden here may be looking to.
Does it matter looking at his hand if I'm just going to make him block with every card in his hand anyways? Like, the value of looking at their hand for some decks is really important, because the assassin's just gonna play their hand, and now you don't have to play the guessing game of what reacts and everything. But if he's just going to literally throw his entire hand on defense, it just doesn't matter. Like, the value would be like, oh, I got rid of like a D-React or a Popper or something like that. Sorry, you can't get a D-React. You get a Popper out of their hand. But if the plan is punch him in the mouth with 2 Heralds, he's just going to block with these cards. The knowledge didn't matter.
To take just a defensive posture for a turn here.
So I think hand knowledge is grossly overrated in Fab, because you can usually suss out what your opponent has based on what they're doing.
Even with a defense reaction, like, it's so awkward to block with a card from hand just to cover it up. He might be looking to use up those Black Tech Whisperers, but honestly, the discard ability.
Also, we're attacking with a card
looking quite appealing as well.
that doesn't get popped by a 6 anyways. So, like, getting rid of a Popper from his hand doesn't even accomplish anything here.
Like, is Michael just going to Arsenal pass? How do I get value out of this Ponder?
And using the shelter from his hand rather than Arsenal to deny Michael that information.
It also plays around
Here we go, shelter from
Herald of
Arsenal.
Erudition better.
Playing defensive, doesn't want to take any point of damage here.
This was terrible.
Play from Hayden. Just the small things like you mentioned, not giving up any additional information. Now he's going to play out the infiltrate.
All this did was fish out the D-React.
The thing is, the banishes on here are actually quite relevant.
Yeah.
I mean, if you pick up a red Herald, illusionist attacks don't trigger Phantasm. So you could actually pick up a Herald and play it back at Michael on your turn.
Yeah.
If you banish something like a Figment, that's a huge win for you. Also going to get full value. He is going to get the Ponder. He's going to get that card back into Arsenal now. On Michael's side, though, he's going to be very aware. I've gone through, what, like 3 defense reactions now? 2 Command and Conquers.
Still have not seen a Blanche yet.
Chip away at Hayden's defensive cards available in his deck. But the one thing he isn't chipping away is that...
I don't think he's aware that Blanches are even in the deck at this point.
And this kind of patient approach from Hayden, this defensive approach, not letting Michael get that value from Herald on hits and those angel wards, means that he is maintaining this huge life lead, 35 to 16, and he's attacking right now.
Yep, so we saw over in Michael Collins' hand, it looks like 3 Heralds and a Figment. Setting up does have a clean option just to defend with.
I should probably try watching Arsenal Pass again now that Punkage is on there. I really like Punkage.
Looks like he reached for his pin. He is taking 3. What is it going to be? Oh, it's a lost in thought. Now, this could be a nice little pickup for Hayden if it works with his cost curve.
Because we talk about the power of information. I mean, knowing your opponent doesn't have something like that Angelic Wrath, doesn't have the defense reaction, also very important. Gets the Ponder here. And so Michael deciding here, I don't want to go for a clean block. I want to push the damage. Like, I want to go for Herald into Herald on this turn.
Oh, another blue Herald for Michael. Herald of Triumph coming in for 5.
So now, no Popper available on Hayden's turn.
Yeah, Punkage is great.
Point out the sequencing here. Always quite nice.
I always love when he's casting.
This point is hiding a blue and a red Herald of Triumph in his hand. Sort of saying to Hayden, hey, if you did draw the Blanche, like, use it on this.
Yeah.
Use it on my 5-power attack, please.
Oh, he's one of your locals? That's cool.
But yeah, it will require 2 cards from Hayden's side if he wants to stop this on hit.
And actually, Michael's really threatening to push through on this turn. I mean, if you have to defend with 2 cards on this one, the next one comes through for a break point of 7. The only equipment left on Hayden's turn is that Flick Knives.
Yeah. But the important thing about connecting with the second Herald and not the first is it won't let you make those plays where you can actually attack with the Angel, something like that, Soraya.
Okay, so it was a red Herald of Protection, not the Triumph, but the Protection...
I think that's even better in this particular situation.
It's so much better because the on-hit gets the bane of Hayden's existence, that Spectral Shield token, which we saw just sit around turn after turn in the early game. No Arsenal here as well, so Hayden's hand, that Leave No Witnesses in hand...
Okay, so we do see a red Infect in the Arsenal, Kiss of Death, and a Leave
Now I want to see contentious Punkage.
Okay. Finally, Hayden takes a full hit from a Herald.
And so we might
I want to
him
see
go
his
for the Figment of Erudition
knick-knack.
here. That creates a Ponder token. Gonna let Michael set up the 5-card hand, and he does indeed go and pick that up. He's setting himself up for a very nice spike turn next turn.
Yeah,
You flip that Herald of Erudition, you attack with it with Go again, draw 2 cards. Starts to get really scary really quickly. I mean, it might look like Hayden's just way
I
ahead
would
in this game
probably
51
watch
ahead,
the
but any Prism player
Sunflowers
will tell you out there,
cast
I'm never out of the
if I
game.
spoke.
Definitely.
I'm
not
assuming
feeling
Spanish.
safe
I don't
even
actually
with
know.
if the opposing Prism is on 1 life.
Let's see if we can
Spanish,
take a
Portuguese,
look at
whatever
what
it is. I
Michael
don't
picks
actually
up on
know.
this
I'm not
Ponder here, 'cause
cultured
this is a
enough to
big
know these
draw step.
things.
Is he going to be able to show us?
They're too quick.
Too quick.
Wait. Is Punkage playing in Kansas City? Oh, that's cool. About time. I've been saying this for a while that, like, he needs to play more. Like, back during Worlds, was it Barcelona? Whatever the one was that Phi won, I really thought that he should have played instead of casting. Because that was such a good Icelander meta. And he was so locked in on that hero. He's such a good Icelander pilot.
Yeah. But you know, despite not connecting with as many heralds on Michael's side, he did manage to get quite a few cards in his soul thanks to these soul shields.
Okay, this effect's going to come in for 3 go and threatening that Bloodrot Pox, which is very annoying as we mentioned earlier because of the ward interaction. Just want to point out as well, Michael Collins choosing not to flip this Figment of Erudition. He wants to protect this as much as possible. Like, he doesn't want that to die without him getting the full value out of it. As opposed to that Figment of Judgment earlier where he's just like, hey, this is just ward 4. I don't really care about this one. I do care a lot about this angel.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so we do see a Herald of Erudition on Michael's side. We do see another hand of Heralds, and I believe there was another one of.
Let's just say I'm more cultured than I used to be, but that doesn't make me
manages to
cultured.
Shuffle back into it yet again.
Yep, so Hayden perhaps just looking here to try and pick up a couple of cards. Like say, I'm going to throw in the Infect, maybe follow it up with the Leave No Witnesses. Yes, you have the Spectral Shield, but if you don't give me a block on this, the Infect will eat the Spectral Shield. Now I'm offering you that breakpoint of 4 to follow up on the Leave No Witnesses.
I'm really
If you do
curious
block this, I'm still
what
saying give me one more card.
specifically
wants to, like, try and
Michael
strip
is
away
waiting
cards to
for.
not make
Like, he's
this
clearly
Figment of
waiting for
Erudition
something to
turn
start going.
absolutely
Is it
insane.
For sure.
So ideally,
an
the right answer is he
ALS?
wants to hit with
I'm
the
honestly
Herald, so he
surprised
gets to
that
flip that angel for
he's
free
had
off
so
that
much space to
back
play the
Imperial
game.
Rapture.
Yeah, and getting a Bloodrot Pox on Michael's side when he's trying to do a
I mean, it's
survive
only
play
turn
is
5.
not
If this
so
feels like it's a
annoying.
much
Yes,
longer
I
game
know.
than it actually has been.
Let's see that makeup of his hand. So, Herald of Judgment, Herald of Erudition, and a few more Heralds just to pitch.
Yep, so a pivotal moment in this game. Hayden knows he needs to pressure Michael here. Michael knows he needs to make something happen and make it happen soon.
Okay, so he's defending for 3, respecting the on-hit.
Oh, so he's going to flick those away to get rid of the shield. I like this because now the Leave No Witnesses is actually threatening.
That's so true. Very heads-up play from Hayden.
Yeah, because this, like...
What's the point of flicking on that chain link? Why wouldn't you just flick on the Leave No Witness chain link? Because you want him to block with more cards? Like, wouldn't it be better to just leave the shield there, make him actually block 4 on this? Like, if he blocks 6 on this with the shield in play, you probably just don't flick, right? Maybe it's because he's arsenaling the non-attack that re-equips Graphene. That's got to be the only thing that makes sense, right? He wants to make sure that no matter what his hand is, he can cast that card as, like, Chainlink 1. Not Chainlink 1, but you know what I mean? Like, he can always cast that. Yeah, Orb Weaver. Because the thing is, if he didn't play it here. He could have just played it on this Chainlink. He's choosing to arsenal a card. That's kind of odd. Maybe he's thinking, if I put this to 7, I'm just incentivizing my opponent to block out. But I don't care if Michael plays a small hand. Like, him playing a 1-card hand is nothing. So save it for next turn. I guess that makes sense.
He knows Michael most likely wants to pop off next turn. The thing is as well, if he
And it
goes for,
represents
like, the
a
initial
attack
line of
reaction.
pitch, play Herald,
But,
you're able
like,
to defend that
I
out.
think we
That
should
shuts
know
up
it's
the
not an
immediate
attack
momentum, really
reaction
makes
because
turn
he just
one
would have
less
flicked on
scary.
the second chain
We
link
know
instead.
Michael has the Herald of Erudition. Huge draw step
the only thing
comes
that
out
makes
for Hayden.
sense.
He's just saying, please give me this Blanche off the top.
And yeah, Michael just cannot afford to take too many more hits. Oh, and he's going for that Halo of Illumination.
So Halo of Illumination can do this.
Why are we haloing?
Draw a card, perhaps looking to pick up
Triumph?
Figment of Triumph would be nice because it does give -1 to Hayden's attack, so gets rid of that pesky breakpoint.
Also, the way that he's pitching here as well, he could actually defend this with 1 card and just choose to flip the Herald of Triumph with those 2 remaining resources. If he wants to just start pressuring Hayden, but not commit the Erudition just yet.
This is an interesting spot because he's floating 2 resources. If Michael, he has the ability to flip that Figment of Soraya on Hayden's turn, so he's passing priority.
Yep. No, the Erudition, absolutely. Why would you flip the Figment of Triumph
But
here?
now Hayden has a priority window to attack potentially.
No go again on that Leave No Witnesses.
Is it just me, or is like the entire game Hayden just looked like,
nicely,
even
like,
in the
see
the other game that we
experience
watched,
of this Prism player coming
he
through.
just looks like he doesn't want to be here.
Giallo attack is going to
Just so odd.
Yep, okay.
Just like his
so
body
draw 2
language.
cards, banishing those cards from Soul to trigger the Soraya ability.
Oh, is that an Arclight Sentinel in Michael's hand?
Looked like it was an Arclight Sentinel. Maybe wants to set that up in Arsenal.
So yeah, Soraya, Archangel of Erudition, coming in for 4. Go again.
Now this is like target number 1 for Hayden at this point.
This does create this mini game of, am I able to get rid of this Soraya before the next turn? Because if Hayden has no way to clear this efficiently, and this can really create a snowball for Michael.
Yeah, it can be a little bit awkward. A lot of Slippy's attacks are actually 3 base power. So, you know, you'd probably like to pick up something like a blue to be able to go dagger into it plus and a south attack with go again.
Oh,
Hayden just considering the
you know, going back to the watching content thing, you know what I used to watch? The only other thing that I religiously watched was the M&R cast. That was like my weekly podcast other than Runaways that I always watched. It was just the right amount of entertaining where I'm engaged, but the content itself was pretty good. Roger always said something that was disagreeable. We had a laugh. It was a good time. I really, really enjoyed that podcast. Yes, I'm aware. I'm not trying to get into that here. I just going back to what we were saying earlier, though, of what do I watch for Fab? I religiously watched every single episode of their podcast. Oh, I loved it. I was going to go watch also all of because he started up his own YouTube channel, and I know he even like made a joke about me in one of the episodes, and I was planning on like binge watching all of his content at some point. I gotta ask if he still has it, because I know he took the channel down, but I hope it's just unlisted, because I actually do want to go watch his videos. I thought his content was pretty good. I just like when he was doing that was, I think, at a moment that I was kind of taking a break from Fab, like after Japan or something. So I just like completely disengaged from Fab, so I didn't watch it. I was like, oh, it's on YouTube. I'll come back and just binge it for like a couple hours later. It's kind of how I engage with content. I work from home, so I I can just like throw this all on my watch later and just sit down and do that while I'm working. Yeah, it's too bad. That was, I think, one of my favorite podcasts. It was definitely up there my favorite podcasts in Fab.
Here, like, do I really want to commit a card here and then be facing down another Herald?
So he has a sink below.
So if you're ever in the spot, which you're always in against a Prism, typically the thing that you don't want to do when your opponent plays an Erudition and swings is take a shitload of damage, especially when your opponent's been playing like this. Michael has clearly been incredibly patient with this Erudition. He waited for this turn to do it. Kind of obvious that there's an Arclight Sentinel here. Otherwise, why would he go off and wait this long? Because if he was willing to just YOLO it, he could have done this ages ago. So what you don't want to do is take a bunch of chip damage for free. You want to keep your life total healthy. So the first Erudition turn, I typically would really encourage you blocking the Erudition with one card and just leak 1 damage. Because it's pretty hard on... It really depends on like their chest and their hand size. Like, he's not on Vestige right now. So the ability for him to actually swing the Erudition, swing an attack, and play the ALS is pretty hard. But even then, it's not going to be Double Herald. So you can block 1 card on the Erudition. You can block 2 cards if you want on the Herald, and then play a 1-card hand to kill the Erudition afterwards. You just don't want to get ganked by, oh shit, I blocked with 3 cards and there wasn't an ALS. My hand physically can't kill Shariah. Now, that being said, Michael got rid of his gloves, and this is kind of where we want to have our gloves. So that way, let's say that happens, and our hand is just a stealth attack. What we would like to do is throw the stealth attack at face, and then flick a dagger, and the dagger will kill the Shariah. But then there's the gloves to prevent that from happening. But there aren't any gloves, because he burned them earlier, so we kind of have that out from Hayden's side. But that is kind of what you should be thinking about when your opponent plays like this on the Prism side. Don't take a shitload of free damage. Go into the turn thinking, I'm probably going to block with at least 2 cards. I don't want to no blocks this and try to race them back. Don't do that. Be patient. Preserve your life. You just got to get through this couple turns. Don't take a shitload of damage, because that's how you're going to lose the game.
Always
too quick for us.
dodging our hand cams.
Because these turns can start to get out of control quite quickly. When you go Soraya, you can then actually, in certain turns, go Soraya into Herald, presenting a lot of damage. Also, notably, there's been no card flip this turn. So if Michael is able to follow this up with a Herald that hits, he can then flip the Figment of Triumph to set up even more defensive power.
Okay, so now we have a bit of an idea. There is a Blanche, I believe, in his hand, and 2 Sing-Belows. So a hand that's very much geared towards defending Heralds.
Yeah, but is it geared towards clearing that Soraya? I mean, I
right.
wonder if we're going to have to sink away a card here. Yep, and absolutely. It's going to maybe sink away that other sink below.
Yeah. And there's another Blanche.
We found our
yeah.
poppers.
Hayden does have that blue to work with, potentially, to come in with a Blanche with that break point, but could not be enough to potentially clear the Soraya.
I mean, it's not ideal. Those Blanches are really good, but using them here, I mean, if you're able to pop on Herald here, it's fine. Using the other Blanche to clear the Soraya is not super efficient. You're then down left to 2 poppers in deck.
And then Michael gets all the tempo.
Yep.
I know what that block means, but every single fiber of my being.
The player's just having a little bit of fun here. I think what Michael is saying, when you're sync blowing my hero, my angel, which doesn't have an on hit, that's telling me you have a popper. But do I just have to play into it anyway?
I think that's exactly what he's gonna do. Yeah, and here we go.
And
the Blanche nicely popping that Herald of Erudition.
So Pace of Footsteps can regain an action point. Does he have something else to establish on board here? No.
He had an ALS, right? Did you not have the resources to play it? Huh. It's kind of odd.
Applied Sentinels within his hand, so
A big deal. I'd likely have a popper here. Michael just pointing out what we were thinking.
He arsenaled a Kiss of Death. I'm really confused why he flicked his dagger on the Infect now. What was the point of that? Surely you let your opponent make a mistake there and flick on the second chain link. Whatever.
Hit as well. It means you have additional reacts, or you quite likely have a popper here. Now, does Hayden have
If
to
you
go
guys can
Hayden
think of a
on
reason
6
to do that, I'd love to
no,
hear
the
it.
Kiss of Death gonna come in threatening
Because the only
three.
thing I could think of was
So
he has
thanks to creating
the
that shield,
Orb
now
Weaver.
that Soraya is wide open to potentially getting destroyed by a Flick Nice activation.
Yeah, so a big deal here is that the Blanche could now come in targeting face.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's threatening on so many angles that it's going to be extremely hard for Michael to keep this Soraya alive. But we did see some Arclight Sentinels within his hand, so maybe Michael does have something here.
Okay, so actually just going to go ahead and say no blocks and give up that.
And having the dagger here would have been
He
nice.
did actually Arsenal that Arclight Sentinel there, because pitching the PS Reality, I think, instead to jam that Hero of Erudition. So his hand is now Persuasive Prognosis and Blanche. And, I mean, there is, yeah, I think just Blanche face. There is a world where you hold the Blanche, so you go Persuasive face and hold the Blanche to pop. Michael's going to know exactly what that means and play around it, though.
So, yeah, I mean, it does remove the ability from Michael to be able to give his Heralds go again if he does take this damage here.
Okay, just going to go for the no blocks, take 7.
And the damage coming out is massive. Kiss of Death, 1 from the flick, 1 from its ability, and 7. So Michael dropping all the way down to.
Oh, is that just like a bunch of
Yep,
figments?
so we see why he did this, because his hand was a bunch of no blocks.
That
he had
sucks.
a Figment, he had a, looks like a Figment
Another
and Arclight
Arclight Sentinel, yeah.
So
just
what?
not a great defensive hand.
What Michael is saying here is, I need to buy a turn. So Arclight Sentinel, you know, just look at it. It's saying you have to attack me. So opponents have to choose this as the target of the first attack.
Ooh, a nice tech piece for Hayden and the blue pick to pieces. Take up the mantle and mark of the Black Widow with a Justinic there as well. So
I feel like pick to pieces
having
is pretty weird to
face
play.
This Arclight Sentinel actually gives Hayden a few options. He can overpitch a red with a dagger. He can
Prism
play out
isn't
a
that big
card
of a part of the
and
meta
really
for that to
sculpt his
be worth putting in your
hand
deck.
for the following turn.
Yep. So this is all just about Hayden knows what his turn is. He knows it's dagger, most likely, into the Arclight Sentinel. It's just, as Carol pointed out, what do I want to do on the next turn?
And he's keeping that Justinic and that blue pick to pieces. That is a great combo for the following turn if Michael's Heralds connect, because a pick to pieces can just destroy all of those ward angels.
I think Michael was just asking there, was that the third Blanche? So keeping the pick to pieces, keeping that, that's really strong here, because on 4 life, Michael might be looking to push with Heralds and set up this board of ward in order to get around it. Now, pick to pieces has the ability, if you play attack reaction, its damage can't be prevented. If you're relying on the ward to save you, you might be having a bit of a bad time.
For sure.
Okay, so now we see why he was asking about the Blanches. The Herald of Triumph coming in for 7. So Blanche is the only popper that takes care of this. Command and Conquer does not get the job done. Now we see if this is where Hayden's patience pays off. Is this where he's able to say, I've built up this life lead. This is where I'm able to just hit the gas and go for it.
So 3 blues, double trouble, persuasive prognosis.
Yeah, I'd say so. We opened 3 Marvel. So we did 40 boxes. Remember, these are half boxes. So if this was a normal set, that would be the equivalent of 20 boxes. We got 3 Marvel Seismics. Those are about 150 each. We got 3 cold foil legendary boots. The what the fuck are they called? Base of the mountain. A rainbow foil base. 2 of the legendary aura that makes seismics. 1 of the shield. Trying to remember what else. We got a ton of the new gravy card. And honestly, just like, if you look at the prices, everything's pretty expensive because no one wants to open the set. So, kind of made bank. Just all the Majestics are going for a lot of money. I basically already broke even selling singles to my locals. So, everything else from here is profit. And that's after I got to keep, like, $200 worth of cards for myself. The 4 cards that, you know, are generic that I want to keep.
Yeah. Oh, so Hayden
So I'd
is
say
really
so.
turning the corner here. Michael is on 4 life. He's got that pick to pieces, that great tech card against.
I just saw
those,
the Umeshu
ward
on the ground and
angels,
thought it was a Gatorade and
that
almost took a
Justin
swig of
and
it.
Arsenal, and he can really pressure Michael's ability to defend out.
And some of you might think it sounds funny to say he's turning the corner when he's so far ahead on life, but Prism is just a deck that is so good at coming back. They're never dead in the water, and this is huge here. The Figment of Protection comes down, makes a Spectral Shield, and Hayden's saying, I'll take that all day.
Yeah. And yep, more Spectral Shields, and I really have to commend Hayden's decision to keep that blue pick to pieces here. Without it, Michael can actually defend out very well.
But the thing is here, Carol, I will say, I mean, if Hayden wants to put 2 cards in front of that pick to pieces, it's pretty good. It can stop maybe some of this damage coming through, but then Hayden has access to something like Double Trouble, Persuasive Prognosis. He can hold that just and it can play it on that as well.
Definitely.
And following up here with another Herald, this is where Prism really starts to take off. Just a second ago, Hayden was up 28 life to 4. This Herald's coming in for 7. If this hits, the life total's now 10 to 4. Michael Collins on his side, 3 Spectral Shields, still has the Herald of Protection, the Angel of Protection as well, but effectively Ward 7 on board.
And if Hayden takes this, goes down to tell, effectively they're on even life if you think about it.
Yep, so Hayden just double checking that it's not going to be facing down another one. Maybe a little bit of a thing, like, I don't have pick the pieces. Because you know what, Carol, I wouldn't be surprised if he let off with something like a Mark of the Black Widow or a double.
Yeah, I kind of don't
Trouble.
like that he
Tries to
attacked
get
with the
block
protection
on those.
Yeah.
and then untapped it for Chain Link too.
Really set up
That kind of makes the board state unclear.
Because Hayden's hands, I mean, as good as it is with that pick to pieces, it actually doesn't convert that well otherwise. So, I mean, Hayden may be considering, do I want to give up a couple of cards here and give away a bit
Soul
of
Shield would be
like, the more cards
pretty
I have in
bad
my
to see
hand,
here.
the more I'm representing as an assassin player, which is a huge deal. But at the same time, I mean, bluff equity isn't worth much once you go down to 0 life, you know?
For sure. I wonder if Hayden's just looking for those soul shields. What is the range of Michael's defenses in terms of defense reactions? How easy is it going to be for him to cleanly defend out a pick to pieces if Hayden presents it?
Yeah, because a soul shield is actually a total disaster. Like, you know, that's just it.
Yeah, with a few more cards, I believe it's 1 or 2, and Michael's soul, he's able to use that Angel of Protection.
Oh, and a +3 as well, all the way down to 7 life now. And one thing, we talk about ways for people to close the game. Is he going to fetch up the Figment of Ravages here to ping for 1 arcane damage?
And all of the sudden, Hayden is in a bit of a kind of range to get pinged out by the arcane.
I mean,
damage.
Hayden's maybe just thinking, did I just turn the corner straight into a wall right now? I hope not.
No, because
Pick the pieces,
if there's not a
just
soul
get it done
shield,
for me.
I love
he's
it.
just gonna like
You know,
go
you
straight to
play
hell.
Super conservative, super defensive the whole game, and one turn you say, you know what, I won't defend this. I'm just gonna take a few hits here. I think I've got
Okay, there's one soul shield left in the
hands
deck.
to threat and lethal, and all of the sudden dropping down from like 28 to 7 in one turn.
Yeah, Hayden also well aware that he's only seen 1 that all you got as well. He's seen 2 soul shields, so he knows there's almost certainly another soul shield lurking in that deck somewhere.
So
And
yeah,
probably
Michael,
some that all you got's lurking around as well.
extremely considerate. with
War's
this
pretty
decision,
interesting.
Going for that Figment of War, so valuing some courage.
Yep, so that's gonna
Do
pick
we
up the
still have
courage
both
token
Eruditions in the
and give
deck?
that next
Because we
attack
we
on
used.
turn,
Oh no, we played an Erudition on turn 0, right? So there's one Erudition left in the
Potentially,
deck.
You look over at Hayden's life total, the lack of equipment blocks, and you think, maybe all I need is to help my Herald connect rather than deal arcane damage here.
And how's Hayden going to approach this turn? I'm actually really interested to see this one. Choosing to keep the full hand with basically all attack actions, it doesn't look on paper that it converts that well.
Cold foil Spectral
the-
Shield, but
the issue with
unsleeved
Lethal
normal
was something,
Courage token? What are we
that
doing?
Infiltrate,
Come
I
on.
believe he had
Have
in
some
his
respect.
hand. Or like a double trouble and then try and strip cards. Oh, he's just going for it. Straight pick to pieces. Now this does create a very awkward break point for Michael. He has to commit 3 cards to stop it because the ability itself gives pick to pieces a +1. The Justin Egg gives it +5, making it 7. And I feel like it's been the name of the game, this one, where it's just those break points against Prism helping to push through.
Importantly here for Michael, he did actually manage to pick up the That All You Got. So, I mean, he would still have to block with 2 cards, but it means that then Hayden effectively forced to then commit the Justin Egg, which the That All You Got can stop. On Hayden's side, he has to be a little bit concerned. If he leaves Michael with even just 1 card in hand, what happens if you then pitch I pitch my Angel, and I make 2 more Spectral Shields. Suddenly, I have 5 Spectral Shields on the board, on top of a Ward 4. How are you going to break through this?
Yeah, and Hayden keeping his whole grip.
You
just
got some
increasing the range
context for
Michael, like,
this Colorado
the
thing?
ability for him to have 3, 4 attack reactions even is insane.
I'll block 6.
Oh yeah.
Okay, Hayden.
That Justinic is looking really nice right now. But yeah.
I mean, I feel does Hayden have the discipline to not commit it? I mean, maybe he's thinking, wait, there's no way you'd block 6 here without a reaction. Like, no way. But maybe you just have to commit this anyway to pull it out.
I don't think it lets you post links, but you can DM it to me on Discord.
Draw for Michael to get that defense reaction.
You can try, but I'm pretty sure Nightbot doesn't let people post links.
Here, that's going to almost certainly pull that all you got. But what Hayden's done here by sculpting the hand in this way, keeping a blue, keeping a red stealth card, you can then go dagger into the Angel, followed by the stealth card to clear it. Okay, that all you got comes down to cover this cleanly.
But even clearing this Angel and leaving the 3 Spectral Shields, I have to say, I think Michaels must be feeling pretty okay with that.
Well, I mean, it's not great. It's not great. But you leave your opponent with 1 card in hand. At this point, they also can flip.
That's probably not something that we're going to watch today, though, because I want to watch the gravy games
zero.
from the Calling.
Yeah, that's a huge ward cushion, though. With 2 Ward 4 Angels and 3 Spectral Shields, it does ask a lot from Hayden's following turn. Okay, so he's going face. Michael reaches over to those Spectral Shields straight away, letting 1 drop.
They're popping off, but I feel like this game slipped away from Michael.
Okay, still nice here because by clearing one of the Spectral Shields off the dagger, you're coming in for 3. You're kind of saying, you can give me your Angel or you can give me that card in hand. Because the Spectral Shields are only going to be able to stop 2 points of this damage here. And then if Hayden's able to strip the final card from the hand, yes, I'm still facing down Ward 4 and 2 Spectral Shields, but then I'm coming back at you with 5 cards in hand. I still have my Black Tech Whisperers up, I still have my chest equipment up, I still have Flick Knives. I can find a way to maybe punch through this board.
Alright, so commits to the block. And honestly, I think Michael must feel pretty happy about this one.
I mean, he'll feel happy. I don't think he'll feel comfortable with how this game is going, because we all know Slippy with a 5-card hand. Huge draw step coming up here.
And there's
the bonds of agony.
There's
someone's deceased.
Tarantula Toxin and a Razor's Edge and a Command and Conquer, so the world is Hayden's oyster right now.
Yeah, perhaps the Command and Conquer is going to be slightly awkward on this, but I mean, the bond's pretty sweet here.
Yeah.
I mean, does have access to a few different lines. I mean, if he wants to instead run out the Arsenal card, use the daggers, and actually try jam that CNC, that's an option as well. Over on Hayden's side, how's the defensive looking on his side? So, a Figment of Ravages, that's a no-block card, a Pierce Reality, and 2 Heralds.
Yeah, so Pierce Reality is a 2-block, so can block for 8 from his hand.
So do want to point out as well that Figment can be pitched away to the Prism hero ability to flip one of these Angels, get another Ward 4 on board.
If that
Man,
happens,
this is a bit
game's
of
just
a
over,
puzzle
right?
for Hayden to try figure out.
And he's just going for it. Bonds of Agony coming in for 1 go again. It's just an attack for 1, Kieran. Nothing to worry about.
Just an attack for 1.
But yeah, the range on this card.
I mean, it's pretty good here. Like, but say you commit all your reacts, you bump it up to 4, you drop the Razor's Edge and go to 7. I mean, your opponent then pitches, flips one of these Angels, you're protected from Slick Knives by the Spectral Shields. You could clear, you could clear 2 Angels. That's a pretty big win. Your opponent still has 3 cards in hand at this point, though.
I love Michael's concentration, the way he's figuring out all the options, the whole range that Hayden has available to him.
And I do want to say it's easy on my side to say that, but you're thinking, what if it's like Justinic plus a react? What if you clear everything and get the disruption from my hand on top of that?
Yeah. But you're absolutely right. Having that Ward 4 Angel and the 2 Spectral Shields make it a little bit easier in terms of...
Yeah, you don't have to play the guessing game as much.
Slowing down that,
the problem is, how do you win from the
big
spot?
range that Hayden has available to him, so... I think I would go for a 1-card block here, Kieran.
Yeah, this is not a normal Bonds of Agony. Like, the normal Bonds, when they're holding 5 cards, you're like, oh my goodness, like, how am I going to deal with this? Having Ward 6 on board, it actually makes those decisions a little bit easier.
And being able to go up to Ward 10. Love it. Love this play.
Okay, so efficient defense here, choosing to pitch the blue.
So what is he able to block for? 6, 7. And then he can go up to 11. but then he can choose to not lose his shields, so he gets to cover 7, 9, or 11. That kind of just covers everything perfectly. And then ideally... See, this is where I wish we went for the Ravages instead. Because we kind of missed out on a... Like, if the plan from here is to flip swing, we don't get to use the Courage token, so we miss out on a point of damage, so opponent would be at 6. And if he's at 6, then us swinging with Ravages is just present lethal. He has to do something about it. It might just be give the armor, but, like... It could be that we think that the Ravages is the only way that we actually win the game. That's, like, we need that to close. So it's like, we need to attack 2 more times to win this game. 1 attack to get a few points of chip damage, and then the Ravages to kill. But I don't know if we ever get the space to do that again.
Point of value. Now lose 2 resources available to flip the Angel. So one thing to keep in mind here is that Hayden has the Command and Conquer in hand. He's going to be able to blow up this Phantasmal Footsteps if he wants to. He can get the spawns. He can quite likely get the Spawns of Agony up above 6 power, blow up the Footsteps, maybe hold on to the Popper, and just say, I'm going to go for 1 more big turn. But the thing is, I mean, Hayden just has so many things he needs to deal with. Like, he's got to get that Herald off the that Angel off the board as well.
Definitely. And yeah, the Courage looming. And Michael Collins going for the play where he keeps that Figment in his hand. So he's playing towards the ability to, the following turn, be able to pitch it and come in with a Herald.
So the reason I like this block as well is, like, let's say you play the 3 actions and a Razor's Edge go up to 7. At this point, you flip your Herald, that's Ward 4. You have 2 Spectral Shields as well. So 1, 4, 5, 6, 7. You can make your opponent commit their Flick Knives, but now they're down to no daggers. And that's a pretty big deal as well. So a lot of levels going on.
For sure.
Also bluffing a Soul Shield here with those 2 resources available.
Yeah, a lot of them have, Michael has seen a lot of them earlier, but I believe it was 2, but...
Yep, so on Michael's side, and as well, like, you know, choosing to hold on to that Figment in hand. Okay, so we see Razor's Edge come down, that's going to go up to 4. Redback Shroud's going to be committed, and the Black Tech Whisperers.
Okay, so going up to 7 here. Now I think Hayden patiently just wants to get rid of those wards. I think he's more than happy to say, you know what, maybe the on-head doesn't matter as much on this Bonds as it usually does, but I'm just happy to clear some Spectral Shields and Angel.
So now the decision goes back to...
Well, the Justin Nick would put this to 12, right? He has a Justin Nick, right?
So Flick has not been activated. Very important here. So if he chooses to flip the Angel to try and protect...
Okay, so losing all wards for Michael makes it a little bit tricky because he loses that protection with the Spectral Shields against the Flick Knives.
Okay, they're just making sure they have the priority right because it's very important in this board state that everyone knows exactly what's going on.
Yeah, sequencing this reaction step could be the side of the game.
Could be the difference between making top 4 and going home.
For sure.
Hayden really in the tank here. Oh, Hayden, my friend, if you're bad at math, playing into ward. Okay, Flick Knives used here. Are we going to see the Imperial Rapture? So Michael could pay 1 to activate the Imperial Rapture and give it Ward 1 here, if he wanted to.
Yeah, so really trying to get that Bonds on head through by destroying one of the shields and kind of threatening lethal with the Bonds of Agony here.
And surely you would lose a shield before doing
down
that.
to no daggers as well, which is a really big deal if this game.
There's no reason to make that choice immediately.
Can extend the game for another 1 or 2 turns. Quite a big deal. I mean, and from Michael's side as well, it's like, man, Hayden still has 2 cards in hand and a card in Arsenal. Like, we know it's a CMC and a React, but... So really working through the options here. There's a lot of available lines. There's the Imperial Rapture. There's being able to flip an Angel up.
I really like how this plays the kind of depth of the reaction step for both players. Passing priority on Hayden's side after the flick, keeping up some information from him, and yeah, really putting Michael in the blender.
Okay, so we are going to see the Imperial Rapture committed here.
Yeah, so it prevents...
Why would you Rapture? Isn't it better to just lose a shield first?
Stop the on-hit from the Phantasmal Footsteps.
Currently,
Like, you don't have to make that decision yet to Rapture.
Yeah, clearing that on-hit from Bonds. Priority
Whatever.
is back on Hayden. Does he have a follow-up?
Okay, so for those keeping up at home, we now have Ward 4, a Ward 2 instances for Ward 2. We have Ward 1.
Command and Conquer.
So we might see the Tarantula Toxin committed just with a -1 on the footsteps.
You're right, just to get that 1 point over.
Oh, it
and
was
he is
Toxin, not
committing to this
just a Nick.
play.
And the issue with this line for Michael is that now if he wants to flip one of the Angels, that's another card from hand gone. Okay, so now we have, to recap, we have Bonds Agony coming for 7, effect active. Phantasmal Footsteps defending for 0. We have now 2 Ward 4 Angels on the board. Those are both going to get eaten by the Bonds. So now he's just left with 2 cards in hand, 2 Spectral Shields, and a Courage. Now
Wow,
can Hayden
this
use
is a
this?
great spot for Michael, isn't it?
It might be Carol, it might be, but even if Hayden, even if he can't use that Arsenal card, here's the Command and Conquer. That Phantasmal Footsteps is down. He can actually pop this next Herald coming in.
You're so late that you missed out on us talking literally about you. We literally talked about you in this stream. No one tell him what we said.
On
Make him
Michael's
watch
turn,
the whole
the
damn
Herald
VOD.
down is 2 Spectral Shields.
Okay, this is
Okay, pass.
respecting keeping a popper in his hand, and I really like this play because it just completely counters Michael Collins' attack.
Okay, but a big
You'll
deal
never
here,
know.
Able to pitch the blue into this War Train Herald coming in for 8. It means he does have 2 resources up to get that War Train rolling once again. He's going to be able to flip this Herald of Triumph, start the turn with 2 Spectral Shields and a Ward 4.
Okay, let's have a look what Hayden is working with. Another Bonds, a blue out of Desire Mine, and take up the mantle.
Okay, so that Bonds is like, I mean, the Bonds and the Take Up the Mantle, both not the best here because there's no daggers left to flick, there's no equipment left on board.
So yeah, that is the awkwardness, that awkward spot that you mentioned before, where Hayden can get in the spot where he can't go too wide or be able to mark his opponent because he doesn't have any.
That's right.
daggers.
Silence, chat. Don't say anything.
Over on Michael's side,
Don't let him
Michael
know.
has defensive hand, but I do see their Herald of Erudition and Angelic Wrath.
That's what he gets for being a fake fan.
Play out that Arclight Sentinel.
So Bonds of Agony coming in for 1 here. Now, is Michael going to be able to sniff this out, that this was a bluff? Because if you overcommit onto this, that could be throwing the game away. If you are able to just say no blocks, rely on your Ward 4, your Ward 2, and just say, look, if you got it, you got it. That's fine. Then I think that might be enough for Michael to actually grab the tempo in this game. Yes, you do, Michael.
He's like, surely Hayden doesn't have any more attack reactions.
And that's the thing, with nothing on board, this would have to be double attack react in hand and react in arsenal to pull this off. But you do have to be a little bit concerned about. So that we see a Lost in Thought in hand. I mean, that's probably the one card you're happy committing to defend if you really wanted to. I mean, I think
Really not impressed by these Lost in
landing with
Thoughts.
Herald of Erudition, landing with the Angelic Wrath.
Yeah, you called it, Kieran. And yes, such a big range now.
Not like it really matters here, but
6 as a backup.
it looked really terrible earlier.
And Hayden honestly probably
Like the one that we
pretty
actually
happy managed
cast.
to get one card out of the hand there.
Okay.
I feel like at this point we're just kind of going through the motions. Like, how do we ever win this game?
Keep bluffing this.
I guess
Justin.
Hayden
The thing is,
bricks,
the
and that's how we
Justin
win.
isn't as scary here. Like, yes, it clears my Angel and it clears my Spectral Shields. That's not great. Michael having looked through the graveyard to find some of the attack reactions here.
Yeah.
But I think from Michael's side, he's like, look, I mean, even if I lose everything here, which I might not, then I still have the ability. And like, if you had the Justin and Arsenal, would you have committed the previous turn? Was this just naturally drawn? On my turn, if I get to connect with this Hero Edition with an Angelic Wrath, that's
So
massive.
2 Justin Nicks are gone. 1. So one of the things anyone can do against assassin players this late in the game is try to map out what cards remaining they have by what's already in the graveyard. So hopefully Michael can get a better idea on Hayden's range through this process.
Yep, also open decklist at this stage in the top 8, so he'll be sort of exactly aware of. So apologies, not open decklist for this. I'm mixing it up some other tournaments.
Okay.
So
Did he say no blocks?
Take up the mantle. Pretty nice here. So it's going to go ahead and pick up that Herald, leaving Hayden just to deal with these 2 Spectral Shields.
But now Michael's in the driver's seat. He's got 3 cards to work with.
Wow. How did we
Pitching that
manage to
Arclight
get through the
Sentinel. Here
turn
comes that
keeping
Herald
3
of
cards?
Erudition. Does Hayden have an answer?
Oh, it doesn't look like he has the defense
poppers.
value to deal with this.
Unless he commits
Wasn't that a
the
shelter?
the flick knife, sorry, with the shelter.
That's actually huge. I mean, he has no daggers left, so at this point, why not give it the Flick Knives?
Yeah,
Flick Knives
what
push
is
up
the-
from the storm. So in his mind, this is great. But that Angelic Wrath lurking in hand is absolutely huge here to push over the +3, drawing
Man,
multiple
how did
cards
we
and
win this
activating
game?
Prism as
I gotta
well.
go back and see what happened.
Yeah, tough spot for Hayden. Extremely tough spot. And that's the thing, these hands without the daggers are starting to get a bit more clunky.
Yes, we see an Art of Desire. Okay, so it looks
he
like
does
he's
have
going
an
to push
Orb
him.
Weaver Spinneret here to potentially get a dagger back. But yeah, here comes he had it. The Angelic Wrath is going to pump it up. Hayden's going to take 3, and Michael gets to draw 2 cards.
Yep, trigger
Find a
Prism.
Figment. There it is. 1 arcane damage. That Figment of Ravages.
No Arcane Barrier. If he flips this and attacks as well, you're then threatening 2 arcane damage on each attack. So this is the
Here we
close that
go.
he was looking for.
He's coming in for 4. He's pinging for 2, which is forcing Hayden to defend with 2 cards. Michael Collins finding the window to pressure Hayden back.
And that Angelic Wrath looks like
Yeah, that flick knives was questionable. I definitely missed something in the previous 2 turn cycles of organizing cards. Like I thought we just like had lost this game and there's no way we get to keep a hand ever again. And somehow I'm looking and we got to keep a 3-card hand. Like how the fuck did we keep a 3-card hand at this stage of the game when we're facing down a Slippy that's keeping multi-card hands?
That might be
So
the
I'm
card
gonna rewind
that
a little
takes
bit
them
and
in.
kind of
Archangel's Wings. It's
go
getting
through
off
some of the
the main event
turns.
here. This is demanding 2 cards.
40
Gonna
boxes.
do no daggers, no equipment. Whatever he attacks with, Michael's just going to block. But no cards in soul at this point, so isn't able to try to trigger the arcane damage for next turn.
Yeah.
But aside from that, I mean, 4-card hand, Ward 2, and a Ward 4 on board. Looking very, very tricky.
Also, hey Hamal.
Or Weaver Spinneret comes down.
Okay, so
I really enjoyed that piece of content that you did with LSS of the Bling Wars thing that you were doing. We got a couple Marvel Seismics. We got 3 Marvel Seismics and 3 Cold Foil Boots. That was pretty good. I already made my money back selling stuff at my locals. Oh god, what's his name? The guy that you did that had the Prism deck in the first the round of it. Spacing on his name right now. I'm so bad with my names. Don't tell me. Lee Kimball. I made sure to make fun of him afterwards. Wow, what a fake Prism fan. You don't even have an artist-proof Marvel 1 of 10 Keck W. Yeah, I like your stuff. I was passively listening to a lot of your content, Smurf, because Jimmy was learning how to play Prism last season. Just like he just wanted to learn how to play a new deck. So while I was working, I was listening to him listen to all of your content in the background, explaining all the different interactions with Prism. Those are really good videos, man. You did a really good job.
does have the clear.
Persuasive clears the Angel.
Okay,
Okay.
now Hayden's kind of hoping for a miracle here, playing it against the 4-card Prism.
Though, to my point earlier, also not the target audience for any of that. It was all like, yeah, I already know all this, so like this video is not for me, but it was very good content. You did a great job.
You know you're going to be facing down multiple Heralds.
Yeah, let's see.
Okay, and then Fortune Herald comes in for 6 here with
It was kind of silly. I'd have him pause every now and then so I could like interject and add something that maybe you didn't cover, or like explain a niche interaction or something, and about 50% of the time you would then explain the thing that I just explained.
Does he have the popper?
No.
He's got a Kiss of Death, Tarantula Toxin, Infect, and Art of Desire. Mind.
So he can defend this out for 6.
Okay, before I finish
Doesn't
sort
really have
anymore,
the break point to push this over the edge.
we're gonna finish watching this game and then we're gonna rewind a bit
Able to follow up with another 6 damage. So Hayden can
and try to
actually just
identify
at least one more turn.
where
Attacks
things
for
fell
6,
apart
demanding
other
that
than
Hayden
the
has
flick
it.
knives, because I don't feel like that
So
flick
luckily as
knives
well,
was
I mean,
game
Hayden
losing
thinks
or
that it
anything.
Look like it's running a little bit low there.
Yeah, so I feel like we'll see a
'Cause I
little
feel
bit of
like
a reset here. Okay.
We couldn't
Top
lose
to
this
6.
game.
Defend it out, and now Michael has another window to close the game out.
You know, if Hayden has access to any more poppers in deck, that's it.
Is
That's
Hayden
it.
gonna
Blanche,
fatigue?
the last
Was he
blood.
playing 3 Blanches? Does he have one more?
Did he draw it? Oof.
No, he didn't. And that might be another Angelic Wrath in Michael's hand. Is that going to be enough to close here? Oh no, so pitching the Arclight Sentinel, defending for 6.
Oh,
Herald Triumph for
Herald
7,
Triumph
and that's
for
game.
7. Mike.
Okay, we gotta go back and try to figure out where things fell apart. So there was the Erudition turn, and then there's this turn. I need to see what the hand was here and see if there's a better way to play this, because I thought we were breaking the entire board.
Hayden saying, I'll take that.
To defend
Pick the double trouble. Prism really into Angel.
and F.
I don't have pick box on
Blocks.
both. I mean, as good as
Okay, so we've got pick, infiltrate, frog. What's the card in the back? And then I believe he has a Nick in the arsenal.
it is with that pick the pieces, it actually doesn't convert.
Is it
that well
Toxin?
otherwise. So I mean, I mean, as good as maybe considering the player.
Michael's defend
Um,
pick to pieces if actions. How easy is it going to be for him to cleanly defend out a pick to pieces if Michael's
2-7 arcane.
range of super hits here 28.
This is another.
He played a Toxin on the turn, so I'm going to assume that card was a
The
Toxin.
issue with leading with something like that infiltrate, I believe he had in his hand.
Oh, that was a better view.
The issue with leading with something like that infiltrate, I believe he had in his hand.
Oh, it's a double trouble. So it's not this.
The Nick is
Hacking in. But then I'm clearing one.
Drop. Ask a
Where's the arsenal? Okay, it was a just a Nick.
Keeping a red cell.
So it's not a Toxin, it's a double. Okay, let's put on our thinking caps. Let's put on our thinking caps. I guess we, like, pitch one of the blue attacks to Dagger and Arsenal the other? That feels kind of dubious. Maybe we're supposed to block with one of the blues? Because we have, what, 4 stealth cards? There's no way for us to play all of them with boots because we're just never going to hit. Yeah, you probably always just to nick this and say have the D-reactor lose. And now we have an infiltrate, a prognosis, and a double trouble. Feels reasonable to just block with a double trouble. That card kind of sucks ass here, right? Maybe it's fine because we buy the whole hand and this sets us up for a 5-card hand next turn. Is that really what we want in our arsenal, though? Kind of makes our codexes awkward. I don't think we played a codex yet. Could we have led with Dagger? Yes, you could lead with Dagger. So the reason that you wouldn't is because the intent is for this Jestinic to eat all of the ward. If you attack with Dagger, Michael's just going to say, okay, whatever, no blocks, lose a shield, call you a clown. It doesn't actually accomplish anything. Now that we lost the Jestinic battle with the pick the pieces, okay, now we kind of have to attack with the Dagger. But if we put the Dagger first or second, it's the same result. It eats a shield. This has the highest upside of just winning the game instantly. And if this hit, like, if the hope is this hits, then attacking with Dagger first is just worse. I don't believe we've played a Codex yet. So, like, putting a stealth card in our arsenal could be detrimental. Because we're not going to really get a chance to block here, right? So we're kind of priced into playing a 5-card hand. I think I might have just blocked with the double trouble and pitched the prognosis instead. But, okay, this turn makes sense. We go next. We have... CNC... Bonds... Razor... Toxin... And then we have... Arsenal... Prague. So now we have a similar problem where we've got more attacks than we have action points. You know, it could have been reasonable. Attack with a prognosis instead of the bonds. Is that better? Because then we can pitch the bonds to play the CNC. Because he just ends up IPing the CNC, right? Or, like, arsenaling it. What does the turn end up being? Okay, did I look at the hand wrong?
Let's have a look what...
Okay, I got one of the cards wrong. No, this is just a different hand. I'm very confused.
We now have Ward 4, a Ward 2, instances for Ward 2. We have Ward 1.
Command and Conquer.
So we might see the Tarantula Toxin committed just for the -1 on the footsteps.
You're right, just to get that 1 point over. And he is committed.
Coming for... If Herald coming...
And then he IPs the CNC?
Into this...
For both.
The Arsenal's a prognosis, right?
So the reason why...
In terms of kind of...
Right hand. Right, but you leave your opponent with...
Okay. Let's put on our thinking caps again. We played a prognosis. We know our opponent really isn't incentivized to actually defend this because they have a bunch of ward in play that they want to get value out of, and they want to just play their hand. So getting value out of the Toxin might not happen. I think ideally we would like to play it, but I think it might be destined for the Arsenal. We presented 8 value by playing it, right? Because we burned everything, put the prog to 7, and then we toxined the boots for 1. So we had a 3-card 8 IP1. So realistically, our hand was a 4-card 8. If we take the other line, we play our Arsenal. We Razor it. Presenting 4 damage. See if he defends. Then throw the CNC for 6. Arsenal the Toxin. We're presenting a total of 10 damage. So we're presenting 2 more damage by playing the CNC versus IPing it. With the upside of we could play the Toxin and get an extra 3 value. So we could go from, we can either get 10 or 13 value on the turn. And value isn't everything here, but we're trying to, like, kill the board here. Also, there's still D-Reacts left in the deck. By playing the prog for 4, he's not really incentivized to soul shield that. So probably just loses Angel. And then when we throw the CNC behind it, he might get stuck with a soul shield. Oh! Thanks for being a Giga Chad supporter to the channel. I think you're the first person to do that in a long-ass time. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So there is extra value, though, in IPing the CNC because it is a popper for the following turn. I think with this play, we almost guarantee we aren't getting his board, right? And now we're down to no daggers. This turn might be the entire game. It's really tough though, because like this has a lot of upside where you can kind of blow him out with the toxin if he does want to block. I think it depends on how much soul there is. It looks like there's at least 3 soul. So it is pretty profitable to just like not block and convert a extra card in your hand into ward 4. Plus potentially chest. Just like getting 5 value on defense. It's 4 in soul? Okay. It's enough cards in soul that it's pretty irrelevant to the game at this point. Like, he can do whatever he wants with his soul. I don't think I would expect the Toxin to actually be a live card this turn. The other thing that you could do is still make the Prognosis Chainlink 1. And then you can just decide not to do anything on the Prognosis based on what he does. And then play the bonds afterwards with the Toxin and then Arsenal the Command and Conquer. That's a little dubious. I think that's only good if you think he's going to block with cards on the Prognosis, which, as we established, he's probably not incentivized to actually do. Yeah, I think everything really comes down to this turn and the turn that he played the Leave No Witness and flicked his dagger. I think the flick of that dagger actually cost him so much because now we're priced into probably flicking here. I don't know if flicking here actually accomplishes too much. We're blocking for 6-7 on this. So all your... This flick is saying, give me your shirt and don't flip an angel. And from Michael's side, he's like, okay, say less. And you don't have a follow-up after this. And I still am very confused by that first flick. Because you Arsenal the Kiss of Death. That only made sense if he was Arsenaling an Orb Weaver, in my opinion. Yeah, we talked about it earlier. I agree with you. For those that are just joining, we are talking about this right here. So he attacks with an Infect. There's a Soul Shield in play. His hand is Leave No Witnesses, Kiss of Death. He flicks on the Infect Chainlink, so that way when he plays the Leave No Witnesses, there's no shield in play. But he could just do the same goddamn thing on the Leave No Witnesses Chainlink. Like, he can just play the Leave No Witnesses and give Michael the opportunity to block him properly. That makes sense if you're arsenaling an Orb Weaver and you want to make sure that it is live next turn, and you didn't want to play the Orb Weaver on the Leave No Witnesses, putting it to 7. Because maybe if you put it to 7, you take too many cards from Michael's hand and it kind of loses value. That's like an opinion that he could have. I don't know whether or not that's correct, but it's completely irrelevant because it's not an Orb Weaver. So, like, that's not even the consideration here with the flick. I don't think there's, like, really much value in, like, bluffing that it's an Orb Weaver. By you doing that, you're just saying, I don't have a reaction if it is an Orb Weaver, and it isn't a reaction. So, if anything, you're making that block easier. It only buffs stealth? Okay, whatever. He just puts it on the infect. It's the same goddamn thing. Either way, the flick of this only makes sense if it's an Orb Weaver, because you should just flick on the Leave No Witnesses, right? Like, I'm going to attack with Leave No Witnesses. Do you want to just block for 3? If you just block for 3, I'll flick kill your shield and kill your arsenal. If you want to block for 6, okay, whatever, go next. I won't flick. And he still has, like, Take Up the Mantles and shit in the deck. So, like, this is relevant keeping these in play. And these become relevant when he has to crack the board. And we know we're coming up to the I need to crack your board turn, because there's an Erudition in play, and bro has been mad patient. We know the big turn is coming, so having both daggers up for that is pretty important. Because, like, what you don't want to happen is you finally get your turn to attack back, and he's got shields in play. So now you need to, like, get through the shields first to get the Erudition, or you just have to attack the Erudition directly, which is, like, not ideal. That was actually a pretty interesting game. I also think it was a big deal him using his first D-React of the game. At the time we kind of Millennium-eyed it. I was talking about it, like, you want to block this without using the D-React unless you're replacing it with another D-React in your hand, because you get blown out so hard by a Wrath. You want to line up your D-Reacts with Wraths, ideally. Okay. On to the next game. Oh, there's no more Gravy games? Oh, it's tragic. And I'm not really interested in watching this. Just a bunch of Dash and Kano games. I assume it's just get shit on a bunch and then die. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Unless you guys insist and you're like, we really want to watch some of these games and get some feedback, I'm going to go watch AGE games instead that have Gravy games that we can watch. Does anyone have, like, a strong opinion saying, yeah, we should cover some of these games? I'm going to give you guys a minute. Any strong opinions in chat? I'm hearing more Gravies. I also want to say hi. Hello. Thanks for watching. Okay, we're getting a lot of more Gravies. So, fuck the rest of the calling. Congratulations to everyone that top 8'd. Congratulations to CK Lionel. Or, yeah, CK... Is it pronounced CK? Do you pronounce the Y? CYK Lionel? Congratulations to Lionel for winning the calling. Well deserved. This guy has been doing pretty well in the game for quite a long time. So, well deserved. About time that he gets a big major finish like this. I don't know. Is this his first? Is this his first big finish? Very good at the game. Well deserved. Congratulations. Also, everyone point and laugh at Vor for losing a wizard mirror. What an idiot. Imagine losing the wizard mirror when your name is Vor. Ha ha! What an idiot. Alrighty. Have you got... Are you guys knowers? Do you know my favorite story of Vor? Of the battle hardened at Worlds? Where he was playing Kano against Austin? This is a living legend. Would you guys like to hear the story? not a knower. We got some not knowers. Okay. So, this is Living Legend. Austin is playing Prism V2. Austin goes first, and he attacks with a yellow Triumph, pitching Light of Soul, and goes to resolve it. And Austin goes, I have responses. And then proceeds to have a 30-minute turn 0 on his opponent's turn. And all of it starts with pitching a red to Stormstriders to play a Tome of Aetherwind, I believe. Like, not the hottest of starts you would expect to see. Let me see if I can find a picture. I have a picture somewhere on my phone of Austin during this game. 1 second. My files, I guess? Images. So, Vor proceeds to then FTK Austin on Austin's turn 0 after just an egregiously long turn 0. It was just such a goddamn fake game. It was so silly to watch. Oh no, did I delete it? No. I think I deleted the picture. Wait, maybe I saved it to my computer. Pictures? I have a folder somewhere for all my pictures from the World Championships that year. Yeah, where the heck did I put it? Okay, I'm gonna keep looking for it and then start the video. But there's just I have a picture of Austin just bored out of his mind during this because he's not getting to engage with the game at all, and he's doing a dice tower, and he has a dice tower that's like literally the height of his head sitting at the table. Okay, let's go ahead and find a gravy game and get this started. Not a gravy game. I am pretty interested to see that Kasai game at the finals. Not a gravy game. Looks like it could be a gravy game. He looks like a gravy enjoyer. Did they just intentionally not do gravy games? Okay, there we go. We got a gravy game. I believe Zach also plays a lot of Illusionist. I'm pretty sure he played Dromai back in the day. He looks familiar. So, Gravy versus Slippy. And he's doing the same setup as the guy from The Calling that we watched that game earlier, where he's got the Mage Masters plus the Royal Hat. I am not sure that's the way in the matchup. That feels like you think the game is going to go to fatigue, and you're like really susceptible to disruption now.
My co-caster mentioned earlier in the day, your seeding matters so much more at the Players' Championship, because if you come in at 16th, you are not choosing turn order the entirety of that day, unless, of course, you make top 8.
Okay. That's really good to know, whatever they just said. I guess your ranking and things does matter for the Players' Championships that's going to happen at the end of the year. That was a question that I had because I was like, I don't know, rank 2 or 3 or something like that, and I wanted to know if that fucking mattered, if I needed to keep playing the season. Good to know.
So there is still something on the line here, despite the fact that top 8 contention is now lost for Peter Budensic.
We're starting things off with just a couple of dagger swings.
Clave into Clave, block into block, says Zachary Wallach, who not only loves to play these board state heroes, but loves even more all of the bling that comes with them. Peter, with an early flick, left-handed dagger, goes the way of Zach's chest and marks him on the way. Pick up the point. Now buying that dagger right back.
Sorry, catching back up with chat because I had something covering my window. Probably the fastest recorded finals ever. Are you talking about the finals for the calling? Or are you talking about the story that I just said? Because that was like literally a 35-minute game that was 1 turn long. Mastery Pack pulls went good. No Jarls. We got a bunch of Marvel Seismics, though, and I still have 2 left if you're looking for one. Got 3 Marvel Seismics, 3 Cold Foil Boots. It was pretty good.
To the equipment zone.
I was questioning that flick, but now I get it.
All things.
Wow, I am not a fan of this block here. If we need to Gravy Bones to find a card that can defend, surely we take one of the daggers. Because I really don't want to Gravy Bones on my opponent's turn, because it means that when we go to our turn, it's unlikely we can activate Dead Threads. And having that on the board to help fix our hand is kind of a big deal. I am not a fan of this Gravy Bones activation. Or this block. Like, we priced ourselves into that by blocking this way.
This makes sense in time, Michael, and this too shall pass. Zach, activating Gravy Bones, getting rid of the gold token afforded to Mr. King Bones, discarding a Whaler Humperdinck nice and early.
Like, if you're going to be willing to block a head jab for 2, just take a dagger. Like, this could have had an on-hit and it would have been terrible for us, right? This could have been a Blood Rot Pox.
Committed to blocks here.
Yeah.
That's an important card, so getting rid of that one early means he won't be able to tutor for any old ally that he wants. Of course, maybe happy to see that Whaler early. I'm not sure how important that one is in this matchup, but he's got it in his deck.
Zach takes 2 there. Life parity achieved for Peter, as he has to start 2 life points down because he's playing Arachne Slip through cracks. Zach starting off with a Restless Bones in the blue, discarding Cuddy Shark Quick Clip. This will be 4 go again.
Nice start here, getting some meaningful damage out up front. I do like these higher power blues in Gravy as a way to kind of push the threat density in the deck.
I believe Zach also has a Blood in the Water in the hand, so he's got threat density and also defense density. That boy is dense.
He dense. Is that the new way of saying someone's thick?
Exemplified by how well he does at all of these AGE opens. Cuddy Shark Quick Clip plus Dead Threads equals 3 damage here. And Zach will be pocketing that Blood in the Water.
Pretty interesting that he's playing
Zach also had a
the Bones,
Gravy Bones came on the
2 costs go again.
Slippy. And so he knows a lot of the tricks that could be coming his way at the hands of his Las Vegas counterpart.
Peter keeping that 5-card hand, likes what he sees, and can convert all of it.
3 go again here. Mark of the Black Widow. Threatening a flick of one of those Hunter's Claves and a banish of a card from hand. Peter has found himself 2 codexes of
I just realized it's Peter on the other side.
Am I wrong about that?
No.
Am I seeing double?
I said he could convert all of it, but maybe he's going to plan to put one of them
to a dagger, perhaps.
Yeah.
In which case, why wouldn't he start the sequence?
Okay, thank you. I don't like short hair Peter. I loved long hair Peter. He had such long, luscious locks. That was a gorgeous man. Short hair Peter, he's handsome and all. He's still handsome, but he's not luscious locks Peter. Oh, it's such a tragedy that he lost the hair. It looks so good. Damn, boy, he dense.
I wonder.
Flicking the dagger, marking the opponent.
Is there an attack reaction to follow? Yes, it is Take Up the Mantle plus Razor's Edge. I don't think Peter has any options in the graveyard as far as stealth cards go, so it's just going to buff up this Mark of the Black Widow to 9.
It also looks like maybe it was just 1 codex, and what we were seeing was the Take Up the Mantle, seeing as 4 cards, 3 cards are on the table here, and 1 card is left in hand.
So Zach could very cleanly block this out with the Blood in the Water, either in his hand or his arsenal, but based on the fact that his Compass is tapped, I don't think he found an ally on the top of the deck, which does mean he would have to commit both of those really valuable defense reactions to cover this up.
Yeah, and he takes it instead.
Down to 6 goes Zachary Wallach. He's going to have to banish a card from hand. No longer marked. So
I
that's
mean,
nice for him.
if we get to keep the Cuddy around,
Goodbye to another portside exchange. Orb Weaver Spinneret is the follow-up here. Peter
that does not look like we get
finding
to keep the
really good
Cuddy.
opportunities, unlike Luke in the last game, to flick these daggers very consistently and also keep up the pressure with them in the equipment.
Okay,
side.
maybe
It
we get to
does
keep the
look like
Cuddy.
Peter's list is more of the dagger list, at least based on the way that it's falling so far. We've seen him flick a lot more this game and then immediately replace the dagger.
6 here. Mark of the Black Widow, so no on-hit threatened here. Peter has already activated those flick knives in the arm slot, so no trickery here. Zach says block 4, take 2. Down to 29 he goes. 31 plays 29 life. Still pretty close here for Zach Wallach. Ponder token pops for Peter, and a card sneaks its way into the arsenal, thanks to that Codex of Frailty.
Yeah, very strong turn from Peter, but Zachary able to prevent most of the damage from connecting. Of course, the tempo is now squarely in the favor of Peter, as Zach only has 2 cards to work with. 1 in arsenal, 1 in hand.
We know the one in the arsenal is another Blood in the Water. Nevertheless, Zach playing out Call to the Grave. Probably finding himself a limpet hop along, I would imagine.
Could be. He would
Must
be able
be
to play it and then
fiddlers.
swing
Or-
with it with dead threads, but really anything that can swing for 1, it could actually be the rigor mortis. That would be the most damage he could present
Another
at the moment. But
Cuddy.
no, he goes for the. You're gonna have to say it. It's
Another
a tongue
Cuddy
twister.
Shark quick clip.
There we go. I like the way you said it before.
Shark,
I think
quick
I'll
clip.
just leave that one to you.
All right, fair.
I
like
just call it
saying it,
Cuddy
so.
Shark. The quick clip, I start to.
Some people even reduce it to
Tongue
cuddies.
Oh, okay.
You know what I say about those people? They're
Lazy.
They're cuddy quitters.
Yeah.
They don't
Wow.
quit on cuddy.
Literally calling me
Cuddy Shark
lazy
quick
on
clip.
on
Well
stream.
said. Dr. Seuss.
Anymore? Can you
Unlucky.
take another rendition of Cuddy Shark quick clip?
Redfish, bluefish.
And Zach just resolving that Cuddy Shark quick clip with dead threads. No offensive potential there. Mark of the Black Widow once again coming in for 3 go again.
So Zach taking a defensive slant here, building up the board instead of pushing any kind of damage. I do like this, though, because once that board is built up, Gravy has the potential to get a ton of value off of just 1 or 2 card hands.
Zach has found himself.
I feel like if it was in the deck, that would have been a good turn to go for a Fiddlers. How is this set to sort? How is this question to answer? Can you rephrase that?
with
Oh,
an
how
outright hand, so
like
yeah.
how bad is it to sort? Like how difficult is it to sort? Is that what you're
Water
asking?
can be used for maximum value. No blocks, and he reacts. Asks Zachary Wallach. It's gonna be a flick of the Hunter's Clave. Zach is marked after taking 1 damage. Tunic counter. Consume.
Kind of sucks ass. It's the problem that I had with bright lights. I typically sort cards based on their card borders, and when everything's the same goddamn class, it's kind of cringe to sort. So, yeah, not gonna enjoy sorting the rest of the stuff.
And
For this spike with Blood Rot, and Zach could be in a perfect position for this Blood on the Water. Yes, indeed. His patience pays off as Chum, friendly first mate, goes into the grave to pay for that extra cost. but
Tarantula Toxin,
There's a
though.
Tarantula Toxin. Zach then takes 3, down to 25. Going to have to banish a card from hand because he was marked. Golden Tipple in the blue, goes into the banish zone. Also a treasure card in its own right. Zach blinged it to the 9s, and that's the way he likes it.
I think he's the most blingedest player I know of.
Definitely a
He's
word.
got Blingadus, Cuddy Shark, Quick Clips, and Golden Tipples.
Still shoring up good damage, only taking 3. And now Peter Budensic choosing to clear an ally. Zach getting a little bit more life coverage out of those as it passes back.
Pretty good, and especially when Zach has himself an Avasji with which to work on this
Oh,
turn.
Goblin Reserve. Haven't
Plus, he
seen you in a
doesn't
while.
really have any
Hey, man, how's it
low-cost
going?
Allies. Gonna be really hard to get that Chum out of his Watery Grave and onto the arena.
Yeah, it was still asked to
I think
sort.
with the, dead
Like
threads,
you
can
have to
get
learn
out
it if you're
and
sorting, but
swing with
you're
it.
not happy about it.
Choosing to pitch the Avasti as the... Oh, no. Activating Cuddy Shark instead.
Activate
Just
Cuddy
swinging
Shark,
it.
swing Cuddy Shark, quick clip. Coming in with that quick clip at 4 power. Peter takes it readily down to 27. I think this last card is just going to, pay for Blood Rot. So Zach always intended on pitching both of these cards, trying to keep his life total in a comfortable spot until after he has amassed a bunch of zombie boys in the graveyard. And then he can go crazy. Orb Weaver Spinneret. Zach, very rich in allies in this hand. It's 3 out of those 4 cards. Zach kind of seeing the writing on the wall. Not stoked about what he's finding thus far. Orb Weaver Spinneret buys a second Graphene Calycera. 4 go again here, thanks to that buff of the Orb Weaver Spinneret.
And stealth attacks go again, thanks to the Slippy hero power.
Is he like
No
playing a
blocks,
shitload of
says
allies in the matchup or
Recognized as
something?
well. Total of 5 damage conferred there. 27 plays 20. Still firmly in the favor of the man from Las Vegas, but he's not done yet. Pick up the point. He's going to find Hunter's Clave. At the cost
I
of
feel you,
one
man. You
resource.
do what you got to do.
No reactions, no blocks.
Do what you got to do to thrive.
Goes Zachary Wallach. The follow-up here is coming from Peter's Arsenal, and it's going to
Oh my god, yeah. The sorting normally is pretty easy.
Zach left without any boys on the board.
Being priced into taking that damage, we can see here why Zach valued his life total so highly, knowing that it is possible.
It's just like that other game that we watched. I don't know why people think that like this is a matchup that I got to be like ready for fatigue. You're just gonna die. Like you're gonna fatigue because you had to block too much because you just ate shit every turn. Like bring some defensive stuff so that way you can deal with their disruption. Like typically the way that I find that you win this matchup is you push the Arachne's life total down where they can't just ignorantly race you. And then once they start hitting your allies, you just get to solitaire your deck for the rest of the game. And you'll find a way to win from there. Because I don't think the default strategy for Slippy is to try to fatigue you. It's fall back into fatigue, or as I like to call it, a backdoor fatigue strategy, when things go sideways or they see that you've burned too many resources to play the game. And when you present a deck like this, you kind of force yourself to burn a lot of resources to stay in the game by by you presenting like that. Kind of worded that poorly, but I think you understand what I'm trying to say.
Have hands that don't block, and we see right here just pitching 2 of the allies to establish that chum and swing for 4.
Avaschi played out to unlock that graveyard. Chum comes out.
So I basically present roughly 13 to 15 allies. It depends on like how my deck is configured at the moment. I present a lower ally count into the aggressive decks because I kind of have it set up where I'm basically just playing most of the allies in all the matchups, and then I have some allies that are reserved for fatigue matchups. Technically, Limpet also can overlap with a couple other matchups that aren't fatigue, like the Mirror, but I don't actually have Limpet in my list right now. So it's really, I have a baseline level of allies, and against the grindier, slow matchups, I bring in extra. And based on the draw, based on him playing extra ways to get allies into the grave, like the Bones guy, that makes me think he's playing a higher ally count. Probably, like, I would guess he's closer to like 17, 18 right now, which is pretty high. I am pretty partial to playing like between 13 to 15. Because basically I want to draw like 1 ally a turn. Drawing more than that can be pretty detrimental. At least to failure states where your deck starts falling apart, or you can't block, or you just like can't have efficient turns. I don't want to feel like I have to Gravy Bones every turn because I have 2 allies in my hand every turn. I'm fine creating a stack of gold. I don't want to feel like I have to be priced into burning my gold every turn. Because then you run into shit like this where it's like, we don't have any gold, we can't play the game. Like, yeah, we started with the Royal Hat, but where's the rest of the gold? Where is the gold coming from? Because you're priced into burning it when you play this high of an ally count. I think, ideally, I really just want to be discarding my allies to Tipples. And like 50% of the time to Gravy Bones. Meaning I'm netting gold over the course of the game. And then that extra gold that I'm netting bails me out when I draw a bad hand. So that way I can never draw a bad hand because the gold insulates me from that.
Out to play. Swings in for 4, go again, threatening a gold token on hit. Zach only left with an Anka drag under in the hand. Probably going to be destined for the Arsenal because he just doesn't have the resources to play it out.
Still has the Mage Master boots, so that's not as devastating as it would otherwise be.
Yeah, he really wishes that he had himself a cheap ally, 0 cost like an Oyston or a Limpet with which to finish off this turn. Unfortunately, that action point is going to go back into the salty, briny depths, unless, of course, He's able to connect here against Peter, get a gold token, activate Gravy Bones to then discard that Enka, thus unlocking the resources from whatever he draws and also dead threads.
But
But Peter respects it, sniffing it out.
Yeah, keeping the gravy off of gold is a very important thing that is sometimes...
Good on Peter. He played around Halo for Triumph by blocking with a popper, but also blocking with another card to fully cover it. Peter's very experienced against Illusionist.
Easy to forget. And we saw here Zach had a hand that would have loved to activate Gravy with those 3 allies, but couldn't do it with no gold on the table.
Art of Desire Body, targeting Chum. Razor's Edge is in the hand, ready to clean up that feisty ally. And Zach might have been able to finally buy himself a little bit of breathing room thanks to his friendly first mate.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Zach checking real quick to make sure that there wasn't an ally in the hand that he could freely discard to the Chum the Chum ability before it dies. Peter resolving a Codex of Frailty here, finding a Leave No Witnesses, and sending it via wire to Zachary Wallach, threatening that Enka drag under in the arsenal. Honestly, does Zach even care?
Maybe not. Does this banish or does it...
It banished.
What is the hand? Tipple, Conk,
Arsenal. Honestly,
Swell.
via wire to Zachary Wallach,
I can't tell what that middle
Enka
card
drag
is.
under in the arsenal. Honestly, does Zach even care?
Maybe not.
Is that a Rabble? I think it's a Rabble. I don't think we're supposed to compass here. So, like, here's the thing with the compass. I think we want to compass at the beginning of our turn with this hand texture to know what we're doing with this swell. But against Assassin, you can't guarantee the top of your deck stays the top of your deck. So, like, if we look here and we're like, oh, nice, it's a blue, I can, like, do what I want to do. And then they attack with Leave No Witnesses. Ah, damn it. Dang it. It's like, maybe a little bit different here because we have an arsenal that we probably want to fight over, potentially. Oh, no, wait, did he arsenal an ally? Yeah, so, like, if he just, like, no blocks, lets the ally die because it's fucking poop soup ally in his arsenal. Well, now the top of our deck is going to change, so this compass was useless.
Not. Does this banish or does it?
It banishes.
Discard? Yeah.
So it's not like Enka will be available for use.
I
but
can
the rest
see a
of his
world where
hand-
you just go ahead and commit the 1 block on the.
Oh, he's got a
hook.
blood.
Now,
moon.
I say
Oh,
that,
well,
but
never
that
mind, you
is
just send that.
a mistake I frequently make against Assassin because I forget that is something that's going to happen, and I need to get better about that. But still, worth mentioning.
But also, you got to be wondering, like, there's gonna be more lead.
Well, I don't think with this hand you can use Rabble as a compass. We have a conch. We probably want to play or pitch the Rabble, right? Like, either play the Rabble to play guys, but we don't even have a guy that we want to play here. I think we want to play this conch, ideally.
Is this really the one I want to protect?
Zach's thumbing 2/3 blocks, one in the form of that Conqueror of the High Seas.
That being said, he doesn't have an arsenal to even conch anymore.
Block 6 says Zachary Wallach, leaving a defense reaction and a murderous Rabble in hand. Perhaps just going to hard cast the Enka and then
Yeah.
arsenal the Blood in the Water.
Sure. That works.
Which does mean his deck will be bereft of defense reactions for the rest of this game. I don't think he runs any others besides Blood in the Water. That's a 3rd copy in the arsenal.
This time,
For
pairing it
Prism,
with
you don't
an
need brain
ally,
power.
so
You need the
it has
fortitude
its full potential
to
unlocked.
deal with.
Both players kind of taking
Bad
the
draws.
Gilmore posture and daring each other to use.
If you're able to
full
play
4-card hands.
poker and move past bad draws,
I
you
guess
can play the
being some
deck.
disruption along the way.
That being
Yeah,
said,
I also
Yuanji's a
think that-
perfect candidate to
And
play
maybe I'm
Prism.
wrong here, but I feel like the dagger-centric version of Slippy has a little bit of an easier time just playing a 5-card hand.
I don't
than
think there's a
the other versions.
dagger-centric
Sometimes if you
version of
clunk up with the
Slippy.
back reactions,
I think it's just a Slippy
that
deck that's
can-
happened to draw some of
well, it can
the
clunk you out,
dagger
but when
pumps.
you've got a bunch of dagger pumps, those are just very easy to play on their own.
Like,
that being
What
said,
what has he done that's dagger-centric? Orb Weaver and the 0 for 3 Retrieve, which is just like a card you would play into Gravy so you can efficiently clear. Like, this isn't a dagger-centric, it's just, I'm going to put the head jabs in my deck so I can make sure I can clear allies.
still on reactions. It is still possible to brick. See what he does here. He's got the Command and Conquer in hand.
Codex of
Not
Frailty, Infiltrate.
Many
Orb
resources
Yeah, Slippy's a
are
great deck to
afforded.
play.
It's got
I think
Codex,
Slippy is a good
but
deck to
Peter has
exist for a
already
lot of
pushed
people, where
Codex this game. So this is the
the
last
accessibility
copy
to it is
that
at
you
a
can
good
expect
level.
to see, at least for a good long while.
Yeah, first cycle
It's got
will contain no more.
it's got a good skill floor and a good skill ceiling, where like you can pick up the deck and be successful with it from the jump, which I think is really important for you to have in the game. Like if you play a deck and you just like get your ass beat every single time you play it, you're just gonna not want to keep playing the game. You know what I mean? Uh, but it's got a lot of room to grow with it, so you can continue to grow and get better, and it has a lot of skill expression. So you can pick it up, have that dopamine of winning games, and get better and improve over time with the deck, where it has so much room to improve. I think Slippy's great design when it comes to that.
And then it's I think his pitch stack is Codex of Frailty, take up the mantle, Codex, and then it would be Codex of Frailty again.
That's
if
a
he
little
decides to pitch
funky.
it here. It's a little
Don't know if we
funky.
get there in this matchup or not.
Infiltrate. Targeting Anka, drag under.
Nice. Happy
Zach
for you.
has just bought himself a little bit more time, a little bit more life at the cost of his friends. Let that say what it will about his character. I'm just kidding. Zach loves his friends. He doesn't treat them the same way he treats zombie cardboard.
Peter swinging in with the Hunter's Clave, pitching that Codex of Frailty as expected.
Which then prompts Zach to check the top of his deck, looking probably for another ally to pair with that Blood in the Water that lies in wait in the arsenal. But no blocks here. Zach descends on down to 16 and is marked. Command and Conquer, the follow-up.
That's tough when you've got a D-react in Arsenal, but Zach, happy to just put 2 cards in front of it.
Less than ideal. Maybe happy is not the right word. Especially because he's got himself a golden tipple and an ally.
Yeah, I really am not a fan of Shelly. That was not the word I was planning on ending that sentence with, but I am currently surprised that there's a Shelly on the combat chain. I'm not a big fan of Humperdinck in this matchup because it's so hard finding the space to actually keep a giant hand to play it. And when you see it early and it ends up being the thing that you put in the graveyard for one of your effects, it kind of just sits there all game because like you just can't keep a hand to play it. It's just kind of awkward, and it feels like you wasted a discard putting it in the bin. It's almost like you put like a yellow tipple in the bin. It just like isn't doing anything for you. On top of that, if this is your anti-fatigue tool, it is pretty common for the assassin players now to play Graveyard Hate, like Bonds of Attraction. So it's now just a sitting duck in your graveyard of something for them to hit to get rid of. And if that was like your anti-fatigue plan and it's just susceptible to your opponent playing a goddamn common, like that's so dubious. But also, this Shelly's interesting, to say the least. We are certainly playing a high ally count in this version of the deck. If we're playing Shelly, Humperdinck, plus all the normal stuff. Again, I think we're 18 plus allies at this point.
Passing a Shelly, one of those allies that was really contentious early and by all means has fallen off the map for a lot of other Gravy Bones players. But Zach and teammate Austin Summers of the AG Pro Team really like playing to the zombie board.
Yeah, the 5 life can be really hard to deal with, requiring 2 cards on the side of the assassin, as well as that instant just kind of helping you get around breakpoints. And then the pitch of blue for 4 damage is nothing to scoff at either.
Zach is blocking.
Smurf was actually in the chat earlier.
Risky proposition because Peter still has access to 2 Tarantula Toxins. Kiss of Death is one of those cards that is scary on its face, but even scarier to block.
He's somehow come out 3 times in the stream today.
Turn your blocking
What the
card
heck?
essentially into a 0-cost 6.
I do often find myself not blocking this card, but with Zachary Wallach sitting at 16, I think he's got to just say, please don't have it.
He turns
Hey,
the
why are we
Codex of Frailty
blocking
face
this?
down and finally gets himself a little bit of coin with which to use this game. He's only controlled 2 gold tokens thus far, and this is the second of those 2. Been very starved of gold for a long time. Graphene Calistera is...
I feel like we're not supposed to block this to get the mark off the table. Also, Goblin Gravy's like incredibly difficult to play. So if you don't have the time to like really sink into the game to learn the deck, it might not be a great pickup when it comes to that. Like Gravy's ridiculously hard. I think Gravy's literally the hardest deck I've ever seen in a card game. Like, that's part of the reason that I'm skipping out on Kansas City, because I feel like I'm not even ready to play the deck yet. It's just too difficult.
Is the follow-up here. Comes in for 1 go again because Zachary Wallach is marked.
And now doing his best ninja impression, just chipping in with those 1-power daggers.
Blanche, the follow-up from the Arsenal, found off of a Ponder token from Codex of Frailty. This is one of those Gravy Bones breakers, according to a lot of players nowadays. Gravy's cards.
Man, I
care
wish
so
we
much
didn't
about what
block
color
this
they
Kiss
are.
of Death.
Yeah, this feels like a good opportunity for.
Man, I
the
wish we had armor to
gold-plated
also
hook
block with.
plus
It's
the
literally
block
the
in
same thing that
water.
happened in that
Assuming,
game
of course, he
earlier.
cares about the color of the cards
Opponent
in his
plays
hand,
Blanche, and we just
which
put our
the
hands in our
Conqueror
head and
really
go,
doesn't have
oh
much to share
no!
with it, so
Like,
he may sort of not care about this on hit for this turn, but then it just begs the question of, what are you doing if not blocking this out?
Yeah, these draws have been pretty rough for Zach thus far.
He's seen the top of his deck. I don't know if this is.
that being
time
said,
for a
Grave
quick
is incredibly
activation on, just
rewarding,
to
so if
kind
you
of
have the
get a
time to
few
put
more
in,
block values.
it's a
Having 2
wonderful
allies makes
deck to
this
play if you want
painful at the very least
to
when
sink
you
your
get
teeth
minimal
into
before
something
damage,
difficult,
unless you decide
which
to
is
use
why
the defense
I'm
reaction
in love with the deck. I've
or
been
use the Gravy
craving
ability
a deck
to
like this for a long time.
put one of those allies into the grave, and we see here activating that Shelly, blocking with the Conqueror.
Which will block for 4. Peter flicking that Kiss of Death. Zach takes 2, down to 13, and just accepts the rest of that damage. Blanche is active. No colors on cards for Zach's turn.
Just another
Just
hard
gonna resolve
cast.
an Anka. Zach playing to the board, trying to buy himself a life buffer with these.
Just
buddies,
none of
but
this shit matters.
Peter
Like,
is at the point
that's cool. You have guys on the
where he's
board. You're
probably
at
just gonna
10.
Start ignoring them because his
You're
opponent's
at 10, and I
life.
have full
47
armor
plays
up.
10. Zach has quite the mountain to climb in order to get back into this game. Kiss of Death. 3 go again here. Has Peter found the Tarantula Toxin to pair with it this time? Bonds of Agony, Art of Desire Body, Tarantula Toxin. And Persuasive
Like, you got to
Prognosis.
get them to stop
Yikes.
punching you in the mouth.
Will Zach block here? Finally finding a copy of Sawbones, probably Zach's favorite ally. And it is a Conqueror of the High Seas blocked with here. Peter hucking that Tarantula Toxin down onto the board.
And Zach finding a great time to utilize the blood in the water.
Can you tell that
Finally.
Zach
So the 3 health allies are fine. It's really weird. It's so contextual to the game. I think the 3 health allies can be good to incentivize the assassin to hit the 3 health allies, because every time they throw a stealth attack for 3 into an ally, that's a stealth attack that didn't go at your face. And when you play the 4 health allies, yeah, they're harder to clear, but now that means they just might go, fuck it, and go face. And is that really what you want them to do? I find the matchup is significantly easier when the assassin player is trying to play whack-a-mole with your allies. So I kind of want to, like, bait them into clearing my guys a little bit. It's really contextual to the game state. Like, here, they're pretty nice because it's you really need him to stop hitting you in the face. So if he hits the Anka instead, you're pretty happy. Earlier in the game, maybe you want the 4 health guy because it is inefficient for him to clear, and if he leaves you with a 4 health guy for the entirety of the game, that could be good for you. It's not like a cookie cutter, like there's one correct answer when it comes to that. But surely playing a Shelly when we're at 10 is, like, not good enough. I feel like not good enough really describes almost every single turn this game from Zach. We've cast, like, what, 2 or 3 allies from hand? That ain't it. We've gotten juiced by, like, inf on hits? That ain't it. Like, I kind of want to do the thing that I do against Syndra, where, like, I'm just going to block when it really makes sense, and then I'm just going to punch you in the mouth, and I'm going to push your life total down, and you're going to have to start respecting your life total and blocking my allies. And when you're, like, trying to go wide with allies, it can be pretty difficult to actually do that.
Zach has played Slippy before?
Yes, every single conch has hit the combat chain in defense position.
He was so patient with that D-React.
He was ready for it, too.
Baited out the Tarantula Toxin and then just followed it up with a perfect block.
No block. No reactions. Stick one.
There is a snag in hand
Saying
for
you
Zach
baited out
Wallach.
Tarantula Toxin by blocking with the best card in your deck feels
And a Bonds of Agony. Still
like
in
a
hand of
statement
Peter
that exists in the English
Or this
language.
Annoying
Oh, and
chip
Art of Desire
damage,
Body.
getting to the point where these daggers are worth 10, 12, 15% of Zach's total life.
27 plays 8. Zach is in a rough spot right here. Art of Desire Body goes at Enka Drag Under, though.
Just
In the
doing
third
his due
flick of a
diligence, yeah.
Kiss of Death brings Zach down to 6. So much damage.
Yeah, I
chipped
wish
through
we just didn't block
thanks to
that
that
kiss
dagger
also.
attack. Zach in a very uncomfortable position, both in this game and also physically. If you know Zach,
Again,
that he
it's the
plays-
same sideboarding as that other guy. He's got the prismatics in also. It's like, we have so much anti-fatigue shit. Does it look like that's what this game is about? We are, if the game goes to fatigue, it's because we brought in all the anti-fatigue shit and we lost the game earlier, and now the game's going to go super late, but we're going to lose anyways, and none of this is going to matter. We're never going to get to keep a 5-card hand to play prismatic when we're playing the game this way.
Is with his legs folded underneath him. So he's not actually that tall, folks. He's just essentially in a booster seat of his own making.
Wait, did he
Shifting his
not
bones and
attack?
joints, much
If not blocking this out.
Yeah, these draws have been for 4.
Grave, and we see here activating that Shelly, blocking. React.
He was sick.
And
Spot of Desire Body goes in third position both in this game and also.
How much does Shelly cost to attack with? Is it 2 or 3? I've never cast this card before. I don't know. Cost 3? I think his hand was like snag prismatic. So he chose to IP the prismatic because he wants to keep the snag. Again, this just isn't good enough.
Zach in a very uncomfortable position, both in this game and also physically. If you know Zach, you know that he plays with his legs folded underneath him. So he's not actually that tall, folks. He's just essentially in a booster seat of his own making.
What the fuck?
Shifting his bones and joints, much like that of Rigor Mortis.
surely he does it.
Wait a minute, hold on. How many Kiss of Deaths have I seen this game?
Judge?
Maybe that's the third one. Zach, unafraid to block these Kisses of Death. No Tarantula Toxin. Finally, a little bit of reprieve for Gravy Bones. 3 go again, pain in the backside. Zach blocks here as well with Chart the High Seas.
Shred.
This one is shredded. No blocks currently on this pain in the backside. Zach is left without any defense reactions, not only in his hand, but in the rest of his deck.
Threatening 4 plus a flick. Uh-oh.
And it's a flick of Kiss of Death, which means that Zach descends all the way down to 1. Peter has flick knives at the ready. And that is it. Not only on the blocks, but also, even if Zach had another 3-block, it would have been that flick knives that got the job done. And Peter Bedensik, even though he can't make this top
Yeah, we just like died with that armor on the board and looked silly for having it. Did he ever block with his gloves? He just like literally didn't even block with gloves that game. Huh. Yeah. I don't think like the plays that he made were suspicious at all. It just kind of, it is what it is with a lot of these hands. Like, ah, shit, this hand doesn't play if you disrupt me. Oh, no, you disrupted me. But I think the strategy choice in the matchup was suspicious. Between the armor and other card choices within the deck, Humperdinck, Prismatic. I'm not convinced that's what the matchup is about. This I'm pretty interested to see another Acilio game. This is a matchup that I'm not very experienced with yet. We were talking about it earlier. Currently, my thinking of the matchup is just try to get a conk or any form of disruption and park it in Arsenal, and then wait for your opponent to play a Sigil of Brilliance, and then that is the turn that you're trying to play your disruption.
GELA. Evan Bridges already just making me want to slap him. Look at that head. It's just bouncing back and forth. I'm playing Gravy Bones. He's not top 16, Evan Bridges. Good for you, Evan.
Ryan Brown choosing to go first, getting a very nice start in the form of...
I do not understand this not top 16
Love
joke.
to see that early.
Oh, is this for like
Blast? Yeah.
their
Likely following it up with
qualifier
an
thing?
Arcane Instant. Otherwise, maybe would like to see that go to the Arsenal.
Evan blocks with a Saltwater Swell from hand. 36 plays 40. You're not seeing anything weird here, folks. Acilio Constella Intelligence has massive power in his card pool and his ability, so he does start with a little bit less life.
So goes for the bounce there to dig a little bit deeper. Out of action points for the turn.
Electromagnetic somersault, bounces blast to oblivion, back to the hand, and also sigil of
I hope you have a
Solace,
good night
uses
too.
Sigil of
See you,
Brilliance.
Goblin. Say
At
hi to
heart of
the kids
attack
for me.
on blast to oblivion. Ryan Brown does draw a card from that.
Likely digging for
The
a
talking
shot
man
to
on
push a
TV
little
says
bit of
hi.
damage early on. Doesn't look like he found it. Maybe thinking about cycling using the Acilio Hero power. Unless that is, okay, we've got another sigil playing out.
Sigil
Oh,
of
he does
lightning
have a shock.
here.
He does.
Oh yeah,
Has
forgot
a shock
to
in hand.
mention this. What's the armor setup? So this time we're going with no quick dodge, but null rune boots instead. The previous guy that we watched, he went with AB0 and quick dodge. The rest of the armor was the same. I'm uncertain how I feel about quick dodge versus AB. The balance seemed pretty good. Dead threats plus gloves seems pretty good just to be aggressive. Yeah, it might just be the case that you're supposed to play AB0. I don't know. I gotta think about it some more.
And which means that this Volzar amp might actually do some real damage here on this turn 0. Yeah, playing out the shock, and then
I do think that
amping
I'm gonna
in
end up
response
shaving
is
one
Ryan
AB
Brown.
from my
So
list
it's
and going
6
down to
arcane damage. Evan
AB2.
only has 1 AB to speak of, so he's going to be taking
Kano's
5
not
damage
real and it
no
can't
matter
hurt me.
what. The 6 is up to him. Evan pitches a rigor mortis. In order to block 1, takes 5, down to 35. And just like that, Ryan Brown has eclipsed his opponent in life, despite the fact that he starts sub 40.
Though weirdly, I could see this be a matchup where that we're supposed to be royal. If the way that we win this matchup is by going fast and outpacing them, we might lose the game. Like, basically, the turn that balance is active, if we always lose on that turn anyways, then it's not worth playing balance, right? So that's something worth considering. And it's going to need games to test out, but that's like something interesting to think about at least.
This is a really good start. Being able to arsenal that Sigil of Brilliance, having the Sigil of Lightning on the field to confer go again to whatever he does. He's very set up for an explosive start to this game.
Evan Bridges blocking his hand with his shoulder as he is wont to do, but it's a golden tipple to start things off. It was a little bit risky to pitch that rigor mortis. It was the only ally I believe that he had in hand. Anka, drag under, discarded for that golden tipple in the blue, mind you, so this is going to turn on the Gravy Bones hero ability and allow him to play dudes from their watery grave, but Evan says that is not enough. Here comes more tipple. It's just the tipple coming in for the second time this turn. This one in the red, discarding a Swabby. Drawing up what he hopes to be a blue, but no, it's a Sawbones in the hand of Evan Bridges. He's going to activate Gravy Bones, get rid of one of those golds, see if he can find a resource card. Sawbones goes into the bin. It was another gold.
So many allies.
Bridges. Already a way
we
more
can
explosive
play
Gravy Bones
Sawbones if
start
we
than
need
saw
to.
from Zachary Wallach in the end of Swiss.
Yeah, very, very potent so far. Of course, no disruption.
Oh, not
If Ryan
Sawbones.
Brown has a hand he likes. I don't see him blocking.
Oh, no, he pitched the rigor mortis.
And it doesn't look like he has, because Ryan has already taken 4 total damage this turn. 35 plays 32. Just like that, life total swing back in the favor of Evan Bridges. Dead threads, plus the 1 floating he still had. Buys himself an Anka, drag under, and then a red golden tipple. The third one he's seen this turn. Pays for the attack on Anka 5.
Are we supposed to play the
Also, an
Sawbones
activation of the
instead?
baited hook will give this attack an on-hit of create a gold.
Probably not,
Yeah, a lot of
because
damage
there's only a
coming through on this
sigil
turn,
of
and
lightning in
Anka is
play.
Actually, very debilitating for Acilio. If he
Probably
doesn't
want to
do
save
that
the
now and
Anka
tries to
for
activate hero
a more
power,
important
it's,
turn.
he just has to discard a card, which is not what you want to be doing when you're trying to cycle.
Less than stellar for sure. So Ryan might have to do a little bit of cleanup duty. Not exactly the Acilio game plan. It's not like, you know, Guardians or perhaps some Warriors that are trying to fatigue the Gravy Bones out, just kill every single ally they see on sight.
And
In
can
this
you
case-
remind me, Anka's health?
Anka's health is 3.
3, okay.
So it's
the-
really easy for Acilio to remove.
It can be. I'm seeing a current funnel in hand, which would be nice to be able to use to clear it, but that's not quite enough. Mind Warp and some other cards I can't quite see. Sigil of Brilliance isn't a good time to use it because that would just result in nothing with the Anka activation.
Evan has seen a lot of allies early. Already 4 thus far if we include the Rigor Mortis that is at the bottom of the deck. Ryan just takes that damage, though, down to 28. Evan gets himself a gold token for his troubles. The activation of that hook was not risky at all for Evan, thanks to the fact that he played 2 tipples on that turn. Sigil of Aether is a game action that Ryan Brown is taking at the end of Evan Bridges' turn. Going to see if he can get a little bit of amp for his troubles on this, what could be an explosive turn based on the way he's setting this up.
Yep.
So Sigil of Lightning pops first, creates Embodiment of Lightning token, and then Sigil of Aether is popping now. Evan, the
Anka has-
ping goes towards Anka, which then
There you go.
Oh, that's a
clearing
cute
it
way
up.
to
Yeah.
clear.
I really like this because I
Kind
think
of
Ryan
not
is
that
likely
efficient, but
going
it's
to wanna
cute.
cycle a little bit this turn. So clearing that Anka. Actually, can he tap it in response, or does it need to be in response to the draw?
No, he can tap it in response if he
Okay.
wanted to, but
Next time an opponent. So just clearing it out, probably not going to want to draw a card this turn, but getting that out of the way is really, really important for a hero that draws as much as Acilio.
and Evan does have allies in hand, so he could have reacted to Ryan Brown's murder of Anka.
Wow, I really like the sequencing here from Ryan Brown. Clearing the ally, not dealing any damage to keep that Channel Lightning Valley alive.
Okay, Channel Lightning Valley plus Sigil of Brilliance plus the current funnel played earlier this turn means that Volzar is going to amp this Mind Warp by 3, and because Evan only has AB1, he's forced to take all of that damage immediately. Surge effect is going to be active on that Mind Warp, so Evan has to shuffle all of the cards in his hand into his deck and then draw up one less.
Now, if the Sigil of Aether amps when it hits an ally, it would be amping 4. I'm not sure if it needs to hit a hero to get the amp effect.
Yeah, I was wondering that too. Ryan is indicating that there is
Playing
an amp
with
effect on the
Jarl
Sigil of Aether,
sleeves on a
so it
gravy
might just
deck
be an
seems kind of
Tarso.
disrespectful.
Coming in for 6 with that
I don't know why. That
appreciate
just feels wrong.
taking Evan down to 29 and forcing the shuffle.
Love to see that. Gravy Bones doesn't like random draws usually, but Evan has found himself at least one blue. It's a tip the barkeep and yet another tipple. However, no allies in the hand anymore, so that tipple is not as easily used as the 2 we've seen resolved thus far. 29 plays 27. The life totals are staying pretty darn close here, Michael.
And that favors the Acilio.
Evan does have plenty of zombies in the graveyard to play with, and he has easy blues to resolve here. Tip the Barkeep is going to generate a Gold Kiss Rum token, which Evan can cash in later to give his next action go again. Evan just swinging with Sawbones here after resolving it, saving the Rum for another day and pocketing that red golden tipple for later.
Ryan not having the go again, but
I feel like if that was the plan, we're supposed to just arsenal the Avasti instead. Did we use all the... What color is the tipple?
Play with, and he has easy blues to resolve here. Tip the Barkeep is going to generate a Gold Kiss Rum token, which Evan can cash in later to give his next action go again.
Okay. If this is a blue tipple, I'm actually pretty into pitching that instead and arsenaling. They said it's a red? Okay. I guess that's reasonable then. Because I really want to put this Avasti in Arsenal to go with that Gold Kiss for next turn. And we can go sicko mode. But not an option.
Evan just swinging with Sawbones here after resolving it, saving the Rum for another day and pocketing that red golden tipple for later.
Ryan not having the go again, but having the boots available if needed. I didn't see it gone in the flash. That's probably not the turn to resolve it.
Ryan takes that 6 immediately. Evan did not provide it in on hit because he has not activated his gold baited hook.
Yeah.
Arsenal pass says Evan Bridges. Sorry, not top 16, Evan Bridges. Back over to Ryan Brown, who is at an 8 life deficit. Start of turn, Sigil of Brilliance is going to pop here and draw him a card.
6 cards to work with.
Ain't bad.
So what Acilio does best. Drawing 1 this turn means that potentially balance could come online if he draws another one. A Fry is really clean for clearing out that Sawbones.
Goodbye, Sawbones. Thanks to that Fry.
Seems like not the
Amping one on
pop-off
that
turn if
Volzar
he's going
as
to clear
well.
an ally.
Evan's got himself 2 tipples and I think an ally in addition to a call to the grave. Evan is happy to block with the gold baited hook and the balance of justice already. Oh, it is an ally in the back there. So it's going to be a tipple turn, which is what Gravy loves to do.
Assuming this isn't too much pressure or another Mind Warp.
Channel Lightning Valley comes out, despite the fact that Ryan is not leaking any damage in there. Evan Bridges really sniffing that one out, I think accidentally.
Yeah, well played on the blocks, preventing the card draw for that attack.
And here
There's
comes the Mind Warp. Which unfortunately, because it is assuredly going to deal damage,
Well, he already has a
thereby
card
allow
in hand.
Ryan to draw a card, Evan Bridges is also going to be able to pop his Balance of Justice if he deems it necessary after shuffling his hand back into his deck, which means that try
I don't
as
think
Ryan
that you
might, he's not
balance
going
here.
to be able to strip any cards away from
Unless
Evan
it, like,
Bridges' advantage
the
being
balance
safe.
unlocks the hand.
Yep.
Probably,
and,
like,
I
look at the
didn't
top of the
see
deck and
what
figure
Ryan
out if the
has left
balance
in
is,
his hand,
like,
but if one of those is
sicko
Sigil,
mode
we
here.
could at least
Because I think I
clear
want to
that by
save the
just
balance
looking and
for
thinking,
Acilio's big turn. If I think I can actually live
Sometimes
the
it
turn.
happens with Acilio. But after taking 6 damage from that Sawbones as though it were nothing, you would think that Ryan has a plan for the last cards in this hand.
I mean, he drew 2 cards, so it's hard to plan
True.
when you don't know what they are. And it looks like we're clearing up, so neither of them is an instant that can be played for any effect.
Evan pitching the second back alley break line this game has not resolved a call to the grave, so I think he has more than one copy than is traditional. Golden Tipple, once again, in the blue, making waves, discarding a Rigor Mortis, generating a gold token, and drawing Evan a card. Another resource for the red Golden Tipple that was in the arsenal. Evan draws yet another card, generates yet another gold token. He's got plenty of guys in the graveyard. He's just got to find ways to use them at this point. Compassing now because he has a Saltwater Swell in the hand. Wondering if he can find himself a blue card on the top and play that Saltwater Swell with no risk to him. Judging by his reaction, I don't think it is a blue. It doesn't seem to be a snap resolution of the Saltwater Swell. Now, which dudes to play here? There's a Swabby and 2 Rigor Mortis. I've been wondering how to convert this hand. He's got to pitch that Sunken Treasure. Maybe he can save the Saltwater Swell in the arsenal for later. But he definitely wants to get rid of that block card from his hand, I think. It was a blue on top. So Evan pitching 1 for that Saltwater Swell, finding a blue on top, currently with 3 resources floating. Technically, it's
I think we're drawing off of gold.
Fact that an ally has definitely entered
Okay,
his
no shot we
graveyard.
play an ally
Dead Thread
first.
is
Surely
on.
it's draw off of gold. Okay.
Paying 3 is Evan Bridges for Swabby.
We will activate the Gold Kiss Rum.
Gold Kiss Rum is being drunk by Gravy Bones. He is a salty and now no longer sober Sea Dog. Swabby coming in for 7 go again.
We did Gold Kiss Rum. We did the Swabby. So this is 7.
Evan doing some very dirty sequencing here, but we all know what he's going for.
7 go again with 1 floating is scary to deal with, especially with the Dead Thread still online. It looks like a Rigor Mortis.
Yeah, that was not the way to sequence that, but whatever.
This Swabby is beefed up by the gold baited hook. Totally risk-free for Evan Bridges, thanks to the fact that he played a Golden Tipple earlier this turn. 7 go again for Ryan Brown, who currently sits at 16.
Ryan's
Not exactly a
also
comfortable
sitting
life
on
total.
a shard.
I am
don't know if he
Not
can
a fan
play
of
hard
this
to
Gold Kiss. I think I
realize
just
that
would
to
have
kill the Swabby, but if he could, he could just kill the turn on the spot.
drawn off of gold. We have so
That
much
seems
gold
good,
here.
but of course
That's
it
kind
would
of
be
free.
A minimum 3-card play.
We haven't activated Gravy Bones yet, so if we draw an ally, we can freely Gravy Bones to get rid of it.
Isn't able to
And what I
justify that
want to
shot.
do is instead save the Gold Kiss, so that way I can see if this ally wheels. So, like, I'm going to play the Swabby, I'm going to swing. I theoretically, it could be something other than Swabby. Like, I'm going to draw off of gold first and just determine what I'm playing. But let's just say it still ends up being Swabby. Let's just say. We play the Swabby. We swing. The Swabby doesn't die for whatever reason. Now I'll establish another ally next to it, Gold Kiss, and swing both of them. Here we're just going to establish another ally because it's cool, I guess. Like having multiple allies in play doesn't actually do anything if you can't attack with them. They just look cool. Like you do not win the game because you have more guys in play. Where like we could have drawn into like a Conqueror of the High Seas or something here and gone sicko mode. Or like get a good arsenal. Set us up for next round. Like, this is incredibly aggressive, but it's the kind of aggressive that doesn't actually advance you towards winning the game necessarily.
In order to draw a card.
If you targeted the Swabby, it would not draw anyway due to it not being a hero.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm saying
It does break one of my core rules, but also, like, I don't think this actually brings us any closer to winning the game. Let's say he plays the turn exactly the same as he was going to if we didn't do that. Let's say Ryan's turn was kill the Swabby and send something at our face. Something like that. You know, that's kind of what he's been doing all game. And now, let's assume we played the Rigor Mortis. When we draw up our hand, very likely our turn wants us to play an ally from the grave and attack with that ally. But we already have an ally in play, so that extra ally is just going to sit there and do nothing because we don't have the action point to do it. The Gold Kiss was that action point to do it. So kind of what I'm doing in this spot is I'm fishing, saying, hey, if you don't clear my ally this turn, next turn I'll play another one, and I will present lethal with just the 2 allies. So I can keep a 2-card hand and present lethal. This does not present lethal this turn, and it does not present lethal next turn.
could choose that line of play if he wanted to. That one will be available to him after Evan uses that last resource to pay for a Rigor Mortis, but at that point...
I think if we knew that we were going to Arsenal an action point, or maybe we had a second Gold Kiss Rum, then there's maybe an argument for doing that, and maybe we stripped cards here. So that way next turn we were set up where we could go, okay, I'm going to Gold Kiss, put the Rigor Mortis in play, or the Sawbones into play, pass, untap, Gold Kiss, swing both of them. Because I have 2 Gold Kisses, but I can only do this once per turn. But this is not the reality we're living in right now. This is not what... We have to draw a way to do that next turn. And we don't guaranteed take his cards. Like, I think things are different. Also, if we know this Swabby strips cards, like maybe there's a Loot to Hold behind it or something like that, and we know we're fucking over Ryan's turn. Or he's low enough that he just has to block. And in that case, what you're doing is you're making sure that next turn you can win the game. Like, I know that I'm not winning the game this turn, but I want to put enough damage on board where it doesn't matter what I draw. I could literally draw 4 allies. I will win the game because I get to go Gold Kiss, swing, swing, and it kills you. My draw step is irrelevant. So it's like a way to not throw an impossible to win, an impossible to lose game. But that is not what's happening here because he doesn't have any setup to go with it.
Would you rather be sniping the Rigor Mortis?
It's an expensive play to use on defense. The Acilio player really
I
wants
love
to
how
be
complicated
full
Gravy
gas,
is.
No breaks as much as possible, but I think knowing that we're following this up with a Swabby or with a Rigor Mortis,
All these little micro
and
decisions
we are
just
doing
make me
that
so
play,
happy.
playing out with
It's
no
so
targets, the
interesting.
Electromagnetic somersault, putting 1 counter onto the Volzar.
Gravy
Goes
might
to
end
hit
up
my
becoming...
Swabby? Yes, Evan.
This is going to be blasphemy on this channel. Gravy might end up being my favorite deck ever. It might usurp Prism. Don't tell her. Don't tell Prism. But I might end up liking Gravy more.
Ryan is going to kill your Swabby. I don't think there's anything you can do about it, brother.
All Ryan needs to do here is pitch a card and play that shock, amping it with the Volzar, and he's done a 3-card end your turn on the spot.
He could use the pheanoblack.
I just love
Maybe is what
hyper
he's
complicated
thinking
decks
about,
like
but
this.
I think he's going to have a hard time converting all those cards.
Oh, big stretch. Oh, sitting for too long.
Magnetism in hand. I think he wants to save that counter to just play it out.
All right, chat. Hydrate and stretch.
1-card play. And I like this a lot from Ryan. It's hard to spend those cards on defense, but the amount of value he got from just shutting it down, preventing the Rigor Mortis swing as well. That was 13, staring down the barrel, and Ryan stopped it all with just 3 cards.
I never actually liked Erudition. Like the Herald of Erudition in OG Prism was typically just a card that you pitch stacked. Back then, during Flesh and Blood, when Prism was legal, every single deck had a fridge that was legal. I mean, that's still the case nowadays because every deck has had a fridge printed. But all the meta decks back then had so much armor that Erudition was completely irrelevant. You would throw it, and your opponent would just look at you like you're an idiot and block with a card and armor. And you didn't have Wraths back then. So the Erudition was just a terrible herald most of the time. So what you would have to do is you would pitch them, and if the game went that late, you had a way to kind of like just run them over if you could hit your second cycle. But the next problem, back then, games just didn't go to second cycle. Second cycle was a fucking meme. I think I had 1 game go to second cycle in the entirety of the Starvo meta. It's just not real. So the Erudition was just a glorified common yellow herald because it was a herald of tenacity. It didn't have any text beyond that because you never got to cast it for its effect. The only time that ever happened is you were playing an opponent that just like didn't have armor, which was like what decks, right? Like, I guess you super crush your buy of Kano. You already crushed Kano.
He wouldn't have been able to attack with the Rigor Mortis, so it would have just been the 7 damage, but still, forcing Gravy to play another blue card is always a good thing. And Evan has got himself one of those cards from Mastery Pack Guardian that a lot of people are saying, what the heck, this is a Guardian set, why is there a Gravy card in it? That is Fearless Confrontation, which has the potential to be discarded to prevent an opponent from, I don't know, say, removing a Chum, friendly first mate, for exact damage.
It's good, but instead it goes ahead and blocks with it, blocking 6 on 5.
Okay, I missed something. What happened to the Swabby?
Guardian.
And he's done a 3-card end your turn on the spot. This up with a
Rigor Mortis.
It's an expensive play to use on defense. The Acilio
Oh, did he
really
shoot
wants
it?
to be kind of all gas, no brakes as much as possible. But
I mean,
think
that's the other punish that we didn't talk about. He could just call you a clown and shoot your Swabby and waste your action point.
Putting 1 counter onto the Bullsar.
Evan goes, "Are you hitting my Swabby?" Yes, Evan. Ryan is going to kill your Swabby. I don't think there's anything you can do about it, brother.
All Ryan needs to do here is pitch a card and play that shock, amping it with the Volzar. And he's done a 3-card end your turn on the spot.
He could use the Fiendal Spring Tunic counter.
He could.
Maybe is what he's thinking about, but I think he's going to have a hard time converting all those cards.
Yeah, with the eclectic magnetism in hand, I think he wants to save that counter to just play it out. The 1-card play. And I like this a lot from Ryan.
What a
it's
sick
hard
gold
to
kiss.
Spend those cards on defense, but the amount of value he got from just shutting it down, preventing the Rigor Mortis swing as well, that was 13.
I wish we
staring
still
down the
had that
barrel,
gold kiss in play.
And Ryan stopped it all with just 3 cards.
He wouldn't have been able to attack with the Rigor Mortis, so it would have just been the 7 damage, but still, forcing Gravy to play another blue card is always a good thing. And Evan has got himself one of those cards from Mastery Pack Guardian that a lot of people are saying, what the heck, this is a Guardian set, why is there a Gravy card in it? That is Fearless Confrontation, which has the potential to be discarded to prevent an opponent from, I don't know, say, removing a Chum, friendly first mate, for exact damage.
It's good, but instead goes ahead and blocks with it, blocking 6 on 5. 2 cards, plays 4 as we go into this 16 to 24 life game. Finally, though, Ryan sees his first opponent in a flash.
Evan only with 2 allies in hand, so forced to crack a gold and try to find something a little bit more appealing. Activating Gravy now is Evan Bridges, probably discarding the Chum in hand. He's also got a Sea Legs, though. Does he want more rum?
Discard Chum.
Still has not put a blue card in his bin, however. And here we go. It's Saltwater Swell, which is in the blue. Evan has found himself a blue on the top.
Risked it all and gets paid off. Just enough resources to play that Chum out, which you know he wants to do.
Close combat chain. Pay 4.
1 damage accepted for Ryan Brown. Down to 15. Gold baited hook activated with Chum. No, Evan's thinking about it again. You haven't made a gold yet this turn. Just swinging Chum for 4 is Evan Bridges. 24 plays 15 here. Ryan could descend on down to 11. Believe it or not, folks, this is kill range for Acilio.
He can do a lot.
But he's got to find himself. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
He's gone in a flash. He's got to set that up. Ideally an Arsenal.
Yeah, doesn't really have the hand texture to support it this turn. You kind of don't want to do it off a 4-card hand when you need to reach as high as 24. So just blocking, preserving the life, and likely this will be a setup turn from Ryan. If he can clear that...
I think once we're done with this game, we're going to call it a night also.
That's a big deal.
Hit it with lightning press. Okay. Attacking me. Chum.
Okay. Chum is clear.
I'm going to double check, though, what we have left for Gravy Games, and we'll probably just finish that at the beginning of next stream.
Connect with Chum. Ryan is forced to...
And then I'll pass to you.
Wait a minute. I thought it was only the first instant you play on the chain link
So you got
in order to get the Gone in a Flashback, or is it whenever you play an instant?
they have rigor mortis.
Bring up Gone in a Flash.
We'll see.
I want to read that sucker. I thought it was only the first instant that you play during the chain
Oh,
link.
you know
Yeah,
what we
that
could
can
do?
Bounce the-
I just thought of a fun stream activity. So, names are a thing that I'm bad at remembering. Bryce? I think it's Bryce. Is that the name of the guy that runs the AGE stream? I think that's his name. He was nagging me the other day. I nagging not in a derogatory way, just like, you know, do it. Like, I need you to do the thing. Of making a player profile, and I still need to do that. So the last time I submitted one, I filled it in with all joke things, and they refused to use it. I just like filled it with comedy. I have no intention of changing that. I will continue to only answer the questions with troll answers. If they want my player thing, they're gonna get the comedy. So we could fill it out on stream, and we can field some answers, and it can be chat's player profile. That could be something that we could do on Tuesday, if I'm not on the podcast.
the card back.
Might have been...
We're going to draw.
Yeah, he seems like a nice guy. I haven't like interacted with him too much other than the AGE stuff of like setting up the thing and everything in like an official capacity. But he seems like a nice guy.
So we might have to see if we can clear that up real quick before the
Yeah.
players get too deep. But yeah, Gone Flash says, when this attacks the next time you play an
Yeah, I
instant.
think the most I interacted with him was the last AGE. I was judging it. Which just made me laugh of me judging it from all that Twitter drama that happened a little while ago. People talking about, oh, if you can't play in your Pro Quest, go judge. It's like, bitch, I do judge. I judge my locals most of the time. Like, shut up. Anyways, so yeah, I was judging the AGE, and I think that was the most I've ever talked with him, but it was all just like logistical stuff of like setting up the event and like logistics of photos and what the top cut is and making sure deck lists are just like the communication of setting up the event level stuff. I haven't like I don't think I've ever had like a real conversation with him.
Card this chain link, you may return this to its owner's hand. You don't get the bounce if you play subsequent instances.
Oh my god. I think that was legitimately I'm gonna toot my own horn there. I think that was the best run event of like any of the fab events I've gone to recently for like a local thing. It was so goddamn smooth. Oh my god. All the rounds started within 30 to 60 seconds of the last player finishing a game. All the judge calls nice and smooth, no issues. Everyone had I even went the step further and made sure every single time I did a judge call, I handed the players a paper slip with their time extension. Have you ever gone to a local tournament where they handed you paper time extension slips? I've never had that. I made sure I did that to every single player. Oh my god. We were out of that event multiple hours early than we usually are. Everyone got to go get food at places that were still open. Head explosion. Getting to get food while things are still open and not everything is closed because it's 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night. Oh my god, it was so nice. It made me want to judge more just on the basis of having the control to make sure things run smoothly and everything is like lightning fast rounds. Oh, pat my own back on that one. It was fantastic.
So we've relayed via our producer to the players now. They are going to discuss and confirm that that is exactly how the interaction works. And possibly rewind a little bit before we get too deep in the weeds here. We don't have time limits anymore on these top 8 matches. We still want to maintain a consistent and good.
We're going to crack a gold. Draw.
Okay.
Ironically, almost every single question I got not ironic. That's not the right word. I don't know. Interestingly enough, almost every single question that I had as a judge call during that event was functionally the same question but just different card interactions. It was, I have 2 different triggers. I played a card, and in the middle of the resolution of this card, it's going to cause another trigger to enter the stack. What happens? So, for example, I blocked with Trounce, and the first reveal was Golden Sun. What happens? So every single one was you just finished resolving the first effect that was on the stack. You can't half resolve a card and then start resolving a new effect, then go back to resolving the effect you're already on. That's just not how the game works. It's play a card, do you have a response, resolve the effect of the card. I had one question that I was unaware of. Like it was a RTFC. I was incorrect on it. I did not know this. I learned something new. So you guys will learn something new with me. If you hit someone with bonds, I think it was bonds. It was either bonds or prognosis. It might have been prognosis. No, it was bonds. It was bonds. It doesn't matter. I might be wrong. I don't remember. This was weeks ago. Either way, if you hit your opponent and they don't have any cards in hand, so there's no matching color to do the thing with and search their deck, you still shuffle the deck. You still get to look through the deck and shuffle, even though you're looking for nothing. I did not know that. I assumed you can't search for nothing, therefore you don't resolve the effect.
It's above my pay grade. I'm going to let Sleepy Connor handle this one if he deigns to rear his sleepy head. Right now, it's back over to Evan Bridges. 27 plays 14. And Evan has already pitched to to crack his last gold, it looks like. We've seen how difficult it can be for Gravy Bones if he gets off of gold. That being said, Conqueror of the High Seas comes 8 go again, threatens to get Evan back on the gold board.
Yep, you can search for nothing. Didn't know that.
Big deal coming in here
Nothing
for
happens.
that
You
Gone and
you
Flash.
search their deck,
And thanks
you
to
fail to
Slippy,
find,
Professor
and then
Nicholas
shuffle their
with
deck.
line of play. As always, Flesh and Blood is a tough
Ah.
game, so it sounds
I
like
assumed that was not how that
That's
worked.
exactly what he's doing with the Cecilia.
So the lightning press happens before the attack even
Yep.
resolves.
Yep.
I see.
So
Okay.
really well played by Ryan, knowing his deck through and through, but he is facing down the barrel of a Conqueror of the High Seas,
Which
8
is a
damage.
commanding card.
It sure
I
is.
saw where you were going with
And
that.
when you've got the Gone in a Flash and an Arsenal, you have to respect it. So Ryan Brown laying down 3 of his 4 cards. Not a bad hand to lay down. This was not the combo hand that he was looking for. So happy to
I mean, he
fold
was
it
looking
just
for that
to,
Gone in a Flash,
dig a
right?
little bit deeper and try to pair that Gone in a Flash up with some instants.
But there's more sparks to fly yet.
Oh
Rep.
boy, an Avast Yi. You know what would have gone great with that Avast Yi? A Gold Kiss Rum. Can you look at the top of your deck in Dio after playing an item off the top before deciding to crank it or not? I don't believe so. I don't know the logic behind that, but I believe I've heard that ruling before, and I believe the answer was no, but I don't know the reasoning behind it. Now, here's the weird question that I have that I need to ask a judge at some point. It's if you guys have gone to events and you know Amanda, I always have like weird dumbass questions that I try asking her just to see the look on her face of like, God damn it, why do you always have to have these stupid questions for me that I definitely don't have the answer for? Do you need priority to look at the top of your deck as Dio? If you look at it, like, what if you look at the top of your deck without priority? Is that an illegal game action? My favorite that I was asking her before, oh god, what was the phrasing of it? It was it had to do with like lying and the legality of lying. Like, it started off with, if I pitch a card and it's now back in my deck, and my opponent asks me a question about that card, can I lie about it? Can I say that I did not pitch that card when I did, or anything like that? And it led to a very interesting conversation. I don't remember the exact specifics of it, because it was just a fun thought exercise. It didn't like actually matter for playing the game. Like, I'm not gonna fucking do that. The correct answer is always either answer truthfully or say I don't know. But it is not public information, the cards that you put back in your deck. It is historic information. And I didn't even know historic information was a thing before that conversation.
Evan Bridges. Avast G, Rigor Mortis resolved with a yellow from the
And then that
hand.
proceeded
6.
with a couple times
No
I asked her
gold hook
weird
here, so it's
lying
just
questions
6.
that were just like
I'm sorry. No.
obscure
Avast G was
horseshit
resolved earlier, so Evan is
questions.
finally back on the gold board. Taking a look at the top of his deck, even though he can't really do anything about it. It's just information at this point. Dead Threads? No, he hasn't put an ally in the bin.
So that's it for the turn. Ryan Brown now sitting at 8 to 27. This game is starting to slip away from him a little bit.
He does have to make something happen soon. Flittering Charge is going to clear up a Rigor Mortis. Not the best use case for that card. But Ryan is just biding time. Sigil of Brilliance here.
Instance in hand. Not exactly the texture that Eclectic Magnetism is not really what he wants to see.
Bro's getting the
paired up with Gone in a
shakies.
Flash, but
Murderous Rebel?
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but Eclectic Magnetism is really a card that you want to see when you're building towards the combo turn, just making efficient use of these hands until you can pop off, right?
exactly. It's really nice to pair with the staff when you don't have the sigil yet. You can pitch a blue or a yellow and get some nice usage out of that. But yeah, sitting at 8 life.
You are not allowed to take notes, period. There is no note taking allowed in Flesh and Blood. That is just against the rules. The only thing that you can do as far as note taking goes is you can write something that is to be recorded. So for instance, let's say we played a censor and there's a card name. You can record that. You played something like Warmongers, where you there are specific things declared. You're doing that, and it's not note taking, it's record keeping. There's very few instances that you're actually allowed to do that. And that weirdly has some instances where you can even shark your opponent. Like, for example, some Kano wizard shenanigans where they like start using dice to like do math and to like properly represent board state. You can sometimes shark them on that and be like, no, you can't do that because that's a form of note taking, not record keeping. Not that I'm saying you should do that, not saying that I do that. I'm just saying like that enters a weird gray area where it can be against the rules to do that. Um the reason for that is because if note taking was allowed in Flesh and Blood, it would be objectively correct and you would be a fool not to do it, to always write down every card that ever enters the pitch zone. You just have to do that. It is an obligation to do that now. Think of the amount of time added to games if you had to do that, and the amount of just like busy work that you're adding to games. The game just wouldn't play well if you were required to do that. And tournaments wouldn't be run efficiently. Yeah, it makes sense. It feels weird that that's the case coming from other card games where that's like typically not a part of the rules. Well, I don't know if I would say that's a part of the fun. That's a subjective thing because that is just how it works in other card games. You play Thoughtseize, you look at your opponent's hand, you write down all their cards. It's just like it's just a part of the game. It's just that is the rules. Whether or not you find one fun or the other fun is a subjective thing that I don't think there's really any value commenting on. But it is the rules, and what's more important is the intent behind the rules and why it's logistically the way it is. You cannot record the order they go under unless it's your own pitch, just so you know. So when you're pitching cards, the order they go on the bottom of the deck, when there are multiple cards that are going on the bottom, is hidden from the opponent. So when it's your own POV, you pick up the cards in your pitch, you face them to yourself, and you order them the way that you want and put them on the bottom of your deck. If you decide to show your opponent that you're doing that, that's a different thing altogether. But like, that's not what you're supposed to do.
Here, still hasn't quite found what he needs to pop off. Blocking, going down to 4 cards. Silver lining, he still has all of his equipment to work with, so does have a little more than 8.
They are wrong.
Not a lot.
Here is a great rule of thumb in card games, period. Never trust your opponent, especially when it comes to the rules. If you ever have a question about the rules, always get a judge involved, even if you think your opponent is right. And I even do that frequently for my opponents. I had an interaction at Nationals, not this year, but last year, where honestly, this happens to me like once a event, where I know the rules better than my opponent. They have an interaction wrong. They say, okay, I believe you because like I'm a known person in the community and they don't think that I would lie. And I go, no, I insist, call the judge. And if they don't, I call the judge them myself because I don't want them to be in a situation where I lied to them or maybe I misunderstood the rules. It could be an honest mistake. Maybe I was wrong about something and I thought I was very correct in it, but it could even be the rules changed and I was unaware. But like the interaction that I had before where my opponent, I adopted the philosophy over a year ago that is no longer my responsibility to play the game for my opponent. So if they make a mistake, it is not my responsibility to point it out for them. It's not on me to play the game for them. And that was not how I was playing before. I viewed it as a within the realm of sportsmanship to do some level of that. But I think it was giving up too many edges in the game that it wasn't worth doing that. So in the scenario in question, I was playing against a Zen as Prism, and my opponent played 2 Chi, one of them being a Sacred Art. They resolved it in the incorrect order. If you are unaware, the Sacred Art specifies differently that you choose modes as you cast it. It is worded slightly differently than the other Chi. He played the Sacred Art first. I believe, if I remember, this is like fucking 2 years ago. I believe it was he played the Sacred Art first, then played the Chi. And it's not my job to play my opponent for him. But I did say, are you sure that is the way that you would like to resolve your cards? He was stun locked for a second, and he was like, what do you mean? And I literally said to him, it's not my responsibility to, like, I'm not going to play the game for you. I'm just going to ask, is that how you would like to resolve your cards? He hummed and hawed over it for a few minutes. He was just like, well, why would you say that? Does it matter if I sequence it the other way? Does that change anything? Well, I also shouldn't necessarily listen to my opponent. Yeah, I'm just going to resolve it the way that I played it. And I said, okay, choose your modes for Sacred Art. You haven't played another blue yet. And then he just kind of was like, oh, fuck. And then I explained how it worked. And he kind of gave me the, okay, I believe you. And then I insisted he called Judge over. And it was basically a, Judge, please come over and tell my opponent how fucked they are. And he then conceded after that because he was just like, yeah, I was not winning this game anyways, but also now it's like super over. Always get the judge involved when it comes to anything with the rules, even if you're confident in the answer from your opponent, because you just should not trust your opponent, even if it's not malicious. Always get the judge. And always write down the time that you called the judge. The second you put your hand in the air and you call judge, the first thing you should do is not look for where the judge is. It should be look for where the round timer is and write down the time you call judge on your life pad. And make sure you get the proper time extension, because I have been cheated out of proper time extensions before. Always make sure you do that. That became a habit for me after Pro Tour in New Jersey. I did not get a proper time extension for my game on stream, and we went to time in a game that I was guaranteed to win. My game was deterministic that I was going to win, and my opponent even wanted to concede. It was Jacob Ba, great guy, great sportsmanship. He asked if he could concede, and the policy at the time was you could not concede, period, full stop. They have changed policy since then, but at the time, that cost me a potential game that would have led me to topping that Pro Tour. That was, I was still live for top 8 at that point, I believe. Anyways.
Murderous Rabble, 3 go again. Revealed that blue and then follows up with a Saltwater Swell. A nice sequence here for Evan.
Somehow managed to stretch out the end of this last 2 turns of this game for like 30 minutes or something.
Using that compass. He's activated Gravy now. Extra card in hand and Chum in the bin. Ryan posturing as though, yeah, this is not the turn either, so we're blocking out here. Evan closes the combat chain, probably to resolve that Chum from the bin. Here he comes. Here comes Chum, the friendly first mate that nobody likes to see except for Gravy Bones players.
Yeah, and this is really rough because Ryan doesn't have the ability to kill this with his current hand.
Evan holding on to a fearless confidence.
I think Gravy's power level is perfectly fine. I think that the skill level that you need to be at to make the deck look as powerful as people think it is so high that it balances the deck. You have countered picks. There are things that you can do in your deck to beat Gravy. You can just choose to play Gravekeeping and stuff. Like, you can just add these cards to your deck to gain percentage into Gravy. I don't think it's a problem. I do think Gravy is a very powerful deck. I think Gravy is probably the most powerful deck in the game right now, but there's always going to be a top dog. Just because a deck is top doesn't mean that it necessitates bans. I think if anything were to go, though, I would probably hit Swell. It doesn't prevent the deck from doing what it's trying to do and maintains its core gameplay loop, but you taper in the power ceiling of the deck significantly.
Confrontation, definitely a card that you don't want in your arsenal.
On the other hand, if we're fine with Swell, then we should just unban Belittle, right?
Gravy Bones. I think we might see Evan forego an arsenal in order to keep this in hand. This is an interaction he has wanted to deal with since he saw this card spoiled for Mastery Pack Guardian. That being said, I think if Ryan is going to send...
But it's what if Belittle could also generate you an action point sometimes? Yeah, Bonds is pretty annoying. I think they pushed Assassin way too hard. If anything were to get banned, I actually think it's Assassin cards. They just keep printing Majestics for the class when it's already top dog, and they just keep making it more and more cringe to play against. I think there's a really big issue with the identity of Assassin as well. Right now, Assassin does everything that Guardian, Warrior, and Ninja are supposed to do, but better. Like, Warrior is supposed to be the class of attack reactions and trickiness where you don't necessarily have a correct answer to block. But in reality, the only thing that really lets you do that is Twinning Blade. That's like literally the entire identity of Assassin. They just do that better than Warrior does. Guardian's entire thing is I have these on-hit effects that can disrupt my opponent. But it's like let me play this below rate red that if it deals 4 or more, mildly disrupts my opponent. Meanwhile, Assassin's playing fucking 0 for 1s that are actually 0 for 4s that are actually 11 damage, that if it deals 1, you discard their whole hand, make them take out their wallet and hand you $20, NTR their girlfriend, and they have to drop from the event afterwards. It's like, what are we doing with this level of on-hits compared to Guardian? Like, Crush is such a goddamn fucking meme when you look at Assassin cards. And then you have Ninja, where their whole shtick is like aggressive go-again attacks that are pretty cheap to play. Look at Assassin. That's all they're doing now. Head jabs the deck. You just took the best part of all 3 of those classes and combined them. I don't understand what the identity of Assassin's supposed to be anymore, because it's just doing what they do better.
Damage at a Chum, it's usually going to come in at 7, just based on the cards that are in the Asilio deck.
Yeah, the 4 power attacks are very common. There are some 3s, and there are some 2s, but even, I mean, with what we see here, Ryan would have to pop his boots just to get the go again on
right?
Like, to kill the Chum, which is not how you want to use those boots.
Certainly not.
Oh no, he has the blink, so he could send it. Yeah, I mean, okay, so he has the ability to clear the Chum
I think Bonds might have been fine if they didn't give you just like literally all 3 cards to do it in your armor.
In front. And if he does it, I mean, he's effectively losing the life anyway. That armor is life.
But taking 4 is Ryan Brown. He thinks he's got to risk it.
Yeah. So he has the play to kill the Chum and keep the gun in a flash, but at 4 life, he needs Evan to brick.
No arsenal for Evan. Evan really wants to use this. Have I been calling it Restless Confrontation? It's Fearless Confrontation.
I don't know.
Okay, great. Fearless Confrontation. Blink, bounces, Gone in a Flash, generates an action point as well. Chum is going to go bye-bye. Sigil of Brilliance, bounces that Gone in a Flash, resets it back into the arsenal. And Ryan doing his best to set himself up for that combo turn, but Evan is going to put on the pressure.
Yep. He's got 7 effective life, not counting any cards he can block with in hand, just looking at the armor and the number 4 in the upper left-hand corner.
He's also got Disruption in the hand, Loot the Hold.
Man, we had a lot of rants this stream, huh?
Really ruin Ryan's day. Saltwater Swell is going to find yet another blue. This is probably the 3rd or 4th time Evan has done this game. Up to 5 resources is Evan Bridges, but I think he's only got the 1 ally left in the bin. Ryan, ready to start doing some fancy dancing here. Sigil of Brilliance comes back to the hand. After taking 2 and blocking with that Flash of Brilliance. Card discarded a Lightning Press. Sigil of Brilliance back to the hand, another Sigil. Oh, the question is, can he contend with the Loot the Hold? I think there's a 0% chance that Evan doesn't go with that line this turn.
I have to agree with you. It just makes too much sense. You know what the arsenal is. You need to disrupt. If you can pull cards out of Ryan Brown's hand, get him off of that really explosive combo turn.
I mean, that being said, he can block with 1 card and armor here.
Yeah, he did it.
Oh, he did.
Loot the Hold came out first. That's what unlocked the graveyard. Loot the Hold, threatening to force Ryan to discard a card on hit. Unfortunately, it's also threatening Ryan's life.
It kind of sucks because he wants the tunic counter for his boots.
Loot the Hold here is honestly a little bit better than Loot the Arsenal. Like, I know a lot of gravies are off that card, but the card he cares the most about is that Gone in a Flash. So Loot the Hold still really, really annoying. Ryan wants to keep all the cards in his hand, but 6 damage basically does that anyway.
Oh, he does have a redundant source of arcane damage.
Okay.
So I could see a world where Ryan... Oh, no, it sucks. It just sucks.
Yeah.
Because he would love to be able to go down to 1 here.
Yeah.
And just throw 1 card in front of this, but
he needs to commit
of course,
the
if it
tunic.
connects, he has to discard another card.
Yeah. I think he has to commit the tunic here, but that makes him, then he has to pitch the boots. And
oh, so miserable.
I don't think that's enough.
Ryan,
This is my first time finding out that that's a cosplay only thing. That's unfortunate.
Oh, this is such a
Honestly,
tough spot for Asilio.
I think he needed to save the headpiece.
For this moment.
Yep.
Yeah. How could he have known that, though?
Yeah. Well,
I mean, surely you know
it
you're
is
getting attacked again, right?
the flesh and blood.
Like from the Acilio perspective, are you expecting there to be no other attacks this turn? If that happens and there are no other attacks this turn, I think you're pretty fucking happy. Like, okay, my sigil doesn't get even more value, but whatever. My opponent had to just attack for 3 and did nothing else.
Way of playing, save that armor for the last moment, the last possible moment. That's when it matters the most, and you see here Ryan Brown obviously wanting to see what the sigil drew so that
He just tunnel visioned on, I need to make sure I get my hat in.
You know, getting that information earlier in the turn, but here he could have been at 1 with 3 equipment to block with and a 3-block, a redundant spell. Instead, he has to either commit the tunic or 2 cards from hand.
Ryan really in the tank here, understandably so. Today's tournament hangs in the balance. Player
And there we see
so menacing,
it's locked in.
without a doubt.
And there we see the equipment committed. You got to get that value now.
Blocking 6. We're blocking 6.
6 on 6 blocks are good. No hand disruption, but the damage has been done. Gandalf's Spring Tunic goes bye-bye. And that piece is just so important for the Acilio game plan when it's on 3 energy counters.
Yeah, the difference here between a 5-card hand with Tunic and what's effectively now a 4-card hand with Pitch is huge.
So the question here, does Ryan try to go for what he can in terms of a combo? Or does he try to take yet another turn of setup?
Hey, you just have to go for it.
Piece
You're out
something
of
together
time.
With his 4 cards that
Just hope.
strips enough from Evan that he thinks he can survive another turn and try again. But the thing is, once you get down to 2 life, you're just going to be stripped of cards. You can't realistically hope to have 5 cards to work with ever again. This is probably the last moment that he has 5. And so he has to do with it what he can.
If I know Evan, he's going to be saying no block city until Ryan gives him a chance to, or a reason to care about it.
I think you might be right.
Evan, honestly, not the greatest of hands here. So Ryan might be very happy to just, or Evan might be happy to see a Mind Warp, honestly.
So with Ryan Brown choosing to play that Sigil of Lightning before Evan's turn ends, that signals to me that he might not be going for the combo. And we see here he's clearing the allies. There are no more in the graveyard of Evan at the moment. So
I'm surprised that he's trying to clear the ally. Maybe he doesn't think that he can actually kill here.
That he can get something a little bit better in terms of combo. Which
Potentially
is such a scary proposition, but
potentially very risky here. But knowing the context of Evan's hand, it might just work out for Ryan. Evan is without gold and therefore without a way to get his chum into Arsenal. Nevertheless, here comes that Mind Warp. Amped up, of course, by Volzar, so Evan will get his reshuffle.
This might oddly help Evan more than Ryan realizes.
Yeah, I'll take 4.
Yeah, down to 23. Ryan could not possibly know that Evan had drawn up kind of a bricked hand.
Yeah, just doing the best he can with what he has. 2 cards in hand on IP1. Okay, Sigil of Solace is actually a really big deal here, giving him a little bit of breathing room. So I understand that line a little better now.
Bro, that new Kasai card is busted.
Maybe
that card is insane.
And not sending anything too disruptive. Also, having that Sigil of Brilliance on the field affords you a little bit of room to block with.
It's possibly even worse for Evan.
Oh my gosh.
It's possibly even worse. He doesn't have Mage Master boots, so he doesn't have a way to get himself out of this situation. It's an activation of the hook. There is a saltwater swell.
Not a blue on top, but an ally, which means no gold. So this is, wow, Ryan
all he's going to be able to do after this, all he can do after this is resolve one of these allies. Oh, the hook is active, though.
Yeah, so he could get the gold here. So Ryan, if he can sniff this out and block it, it could be a big deal.
But no.
Yeah.
Activate Gravy.
Gold generated here off of that saltwater swell. Evan really playing to his outs here. Activating Gravy.
Sawbones.
Discarding a Sawbones, so he is going to be able to resolve Sawbones and swing Sawbones.
That gold was huge.
That gold was absolutely massive, Michael.
And then
Evan really doing a great job daring his opponent to block an attack for 1.
Yeah, I love that use of the gold-dated hook. That was very heads up. Now 6 damage. This is lethal, saying you gotta block this with at least 1 card.
Is that all he wants to commit here, though? There's a Comet Storm Shock in the hand. That
Good
is
pitch to ping it.
we're gonna shock here.
Yep.
Okay.
And just pumping it up to avoid the possibility of prevention.
2-card clear there. Evan, once again, without any gold.
He
Potentially
went to
forced do
take up
exactly
his
what he just
boots.
did.
That's not a tunic.
Run it back. There's no way Evan bricks this hard again. Ryan is playing with fire.
I
When
wouldn't
he should
think
be playing
so.
with electricity. That was horrible.
It's-
Don't quote me on that.
It's still a pretty bad hand for Evan. He has no
Wow,
gold.
4 block cards, no gold.
That is a rough. He's got an ally in the arsenal.
Mhm.
All he can really do with this
Block
hand is
cards in this
hardcast an
matchup
ally.
seem like they could be dubious.
Wow.
All of the tipples showed up at the beginning of the game and are now starving Evan for anything useful to do on his turn. And Ryan now without any mind warps, unable to even help Evan replace a dirty rotten hand. Oh, Evan can, however, block now with this sunken
Right.
treasure and get gold back online.
Yeah,
so
so-
it might not be all that bad for Evan Bridges. Look at him lining
Sending
up
the
that sunken
gun.
treasure, evil intent in his eye.
It is possible for Ryan to bounce this before the trigger resolves, opting not to do it.
Make a gold.
Is that true? I think so.
I think that's true. Yeah. No, actually, because the sunken treasure will still have
Yeah, I think you're right. You're right. You're right. Yeah. You are right.
because it
Oh,
would be
so-
the lightning press thing that we learned earlier.
Exactly.
So the reason that that wouldn't work here is that works with D-reacts because you're casting a D-react. So I say, I'm going to play Sink Below. Does the Sink Below resolve? And you say, no, Sink Below doesn't resolve. I'm going to play an instant, return this card to my hand. The Sink Below no longer has a legal target to defend, so it fizzles. You just play a block card. That just goes onto the combat chain defending. There's no casting. It just happens. So there's no window to respond to the block happening. And now the trigger is on the stack. So you're responding to the sunken treasure trigger. And the trigger's on the stack. It's not tied to the card. So the card's no longer there. It doesn't matter.
Once again, Ryan getting the blink when he needs it, affording him a play with the gun in a flash without needing to commit the lightning greaves. But
Sigil lightning.
oh, he's scraping together what he can, sitting at 4 life.
Listen, Etchings of Arcana is a great card. It's coming in for 6 arcane damage. Definitely going to get its surge effect. Probably find a Sigil of Brilliance in the graveyard.
Well, one just got flipped. Did he have another one?
I thought he had one more.
Okay.
I could be mistaken about that because he did.
He bounced one once.
You're right. He did hold on to that one from turn 0.
So it may just be a different sigil. We know it'll connect. Evan's only caught 1 AB. Question is, do you
Evan-
block?
Evan took a look at the top of his deck already with his compass, probably wondering if he wants to activate Gravy Bones now. Tricky bit about that is if you activate Gravy on your opponent's turn, you're essentially foregoing getting your dead threads online on your turn.
Maybe 1. Take 5.
Wow.
Evan is a being here, though.
Just kind of getting rid of what he believes to be a dead card. Doesn't feel like he needs it, taking the 1 value on top, and then going and finding that sigil, which
Man,
he
if
still
Ryan
had.
wins this game, that's going to be
So
crazy.
he had 2 in the graveyard.
He has no business winning this game.
Oh, was I mistaken? I think I thought that Sea Legs was an ally.
Activate Gravy.
Wow, yeah, Evan is really having a hard time
Finding the
until he
chum.
finds that chum on top.
Play Loot the Hold.
Here we go, more disruption coming off. Loot the Hold, the scariest non-attack action in
Good
the
luck
Gravy Bones arsenal.
shocking for 6. This one you'll probably need to block naturally. Of course, Ryan does have that Sigil of Brilliance, which is
No
quite
shot you hook
helpful
this.
for allowing you a little bit of breathing room to block, but he's going to need to commit 2 cards to the block here, unless
I think gain on if I want
is that a somersault.
It's a somersault. Does he have 2
two
attacks? It's Blast to Oblivion.
No,
No.
no. So 2 cards must be blocked with here if he wants to prevent that on hit, which I have to imagine he does. And now we are in this grindy portion of the game. Both players just jostling for position.
It's a tense moment. This is definitely not how I expect Gravy Bones Acilio to go.
Yeah, Ryan's still looking for that window to pop off with lightning greaves, chipping away at Evan's life while he does it, though.
Did you win?
Both of these players honestly drawing pretty anemic hands.
Yeah.
I feel like we're watching like a pool noodle fight
I mean, it's
where the
it's
pool
really
noodles
like,
are extra, like they have memory foam
yeah,
on the end of them.
yeah.
You know?
They're slapping each other with pool noodles, barely scratching, barely making a dent. As just 4 damage coming across. No go again. We know that it's all heads up. We do know that if it connects, it'll rip a card. So you got to think Ryan is incentivized to block with 2 cards. I wonder if he would ever like Acilio and try to dig
For another attack. Yeah.
But the odds of
I was
hitting on
thinking
that it's pretty low. It's a low probability play. I don't love it. If it hits, it feels great. If it doesn't, it does not feel good because you're giving up essentially
Your other block
blocking
card,
Yeah, he's had the
do
shakies
so.
for a number of turns.
Oh, it's such a tense moment for Ryan here because he's had a lot of chances to eke his way back into this game, but you have to call back to that first loot the hold that Evan was
He's
able
at
to
the
resolve that
shakies.
stripped him of the Fiendos.
Since it looked like he just needed to close,
It's impossible to understand.
and then he
how
started
valuable
bricking
that
afterwards, and the
piece is
shakies
for
just
a
kept getting
Cillian.
worse.
Yeah, getting rid of that without Ryan Brown resolving it for a combo is huge. But again, that sort of silver lining here, the Sigil of Brilliance does allow Ryan Brown to draw up at the start of his next turn. So even committing 2 cards here is
Meanwhile, Ryan,
like committing 1. He
cool
still
as a
gets to play
cucumber.
4 cards, counting his arsenal. Blocking 2.
Just 2 here,
Discarding.
taking 2. Forced to discard the electromagnetic somersault.
Interesting, interesting. So valuing that shock over the 2 life.
Gold generated there from Loot the Hold, not from Gold Baited Hook, as Ryan is confirming. 2 sigils are about to leave the arena. Ryan decides to pop Aether Bindings of the 3rd Age at this point. Gonna amp
No
2
ally.
once both of those sigils are gone. Evan taking a look at the top of his deck first. Finds an Eye of Ophidia. Gosh, we've seen that eye a couple times, thanks to the fact that Evan's deck has been shuffled so many times.
Yeah, I think he sideboarded wrong for this game, and that's like what's making it so difficult.
He doesn't need to commit the boots in order to make it gone in a flash.
Like, I don't think the sea legs matters. I think the block cards looked pretty bad. The -1 card never seemed to matter. It was just like a big attack and kind of bricked him a little bit. So I'm curious to see like what the rest of his sideboard looks like. Because it seemed like a number of his card choices kind of fucked him over here. But he might still win, but this was closer than it should have been.
Play. Sigil of Brilliance in hand, as well as a few other instances. This might be the time to go.
Which card do you pitch?
He's doing
Or that
it
lightning
at
greaves, though.
Evan. Blocking 4.
Evan without an ally in hand, so cannot activate Chum on this turn. Is he going for it? Bouncing with Sigil of Brilliance, not forced to commit the Lightning Greaves yet. I don't know if we're going to see him blow up that feed equipment on this turn.
He doesn't need to because he has an
He might
instant
just like
form of
die of a
damage
heart
once
attack
again able to
before
fit
his opponent kills him. He's just like, he is
Also bounce
freaking
that
out.
Flash when he
Right.
resolves it.
And leaving that Chum, I think it makes a lot of sense, but God, it feels bad.
Volzar should be at 3.
I hear that because your opponent, even if you strip all the cards from their hand, they can simply swing for 4, even better than a Titan's Fist.
Go to 3, we'll amp, and I'll hit the chum.
Okay, no.
Oh, so both of these, wait. Oh, he's got the extra amp, so using that shock very efficiently to kill the
Okay, it
Chum.
doesn't matter that he missed the
Very
Volzar
well
if it's just going
played.
to go for the Chum.
Forgot about the Aether Bindings. Nicely done by
That's
Ryan
not where
Brown.
Chum goes.
Getting to exactly 6.
Okay, whatever,
Had
close
the
enough.
opportunity to then bounce the Gone Flash. Okay,
Yeah,
cool. He
there
is
it is.
taking that opportunity and plunking it back into Arsenal where it belongs.
Oh,
Leaving Evan
you remember,
without any allies in the bin.
that didn't seem malicious. That just seems
Ryan
like
sitting at 2 life.
guy's having a heart
His
attack
Ryan
over
Ophidia
here.
can utilize that to great effect. Call to the grave is one way to do it.
Poor
That's
guy.
the thing he's going to use to get that ally back in the graveyard and unlock this turn.
And it's got to be his 3rd copy of Chum, right? I mean, he has one more, I think.
So he no longer has Dead Threads, which would make it really hard to
Oh.
resolve.
I will
Chum
say,
clean.
if you guys ever get the opportunity to go on stream, I think this is a great example of this. It's even if you think you're going to be nervous, even if you think you're going to make mistakes because you're on stream, even if you think that you're not going to be playing the best game, it is a great opportunity to go on stream. Think of it this way. You would rather get all the shakies out in a top cut game for an AGE than you would at a calling or a pro tour or something, right? Like, use this as a moment for practice to desensitize yourself from these stressful moments. Because like I get it. This shit can be stressful if you're not used to this. And you got all these eyes on you and everything. It takes a while to kind of not care about that anymore. So like if you ever get the chance, jump at the opportunity to get on stream so you can desensitize yourself. Trust me, you'll thank me later when it comes to that.
Forgot about that. There it is, Harry Potter, Hermione Granger in place of that.
You always know when Evan Bridges is getting weaker because you see more and more Hermione's. Wow, is that how I pronounced it just now? Hermione's on his side of the field.
I think you might be a little fatigued.
Might be a little fatigued.
40,
Much like Ryan Brown after staving off this onslaught for oh so long.
a 42-minute Acilio game and counting.
Yeah, not usually the firecracker of a match that we can normally expect from Ryan Brown. And a lot is on the line here for him because he just doesn't want to be put in a position where he can drop out of the top 16 race.
Yeah, he really wants this win, and finding the Anka off the top, that's going to prevent drawing on this side of Acilio, which is very relevant when you have a sigil of...
I have no idea. I don't know if I've ever watched a game of his before. All I know is I see a very nervous guy, and I think that's a good learning moment for other people in chat, because I know that is something that I've heard other people talk about before. I actually have a good story for that. The battle hardened in New Jersey years ago. This was like back during Uprising. I actually played against Philip, the guy that owns Fabrary, and we were called up for stream, and he really did not want to go on stream because of all those kind of nerves. And I convinced him to go on, but like, hey, we're just gonna have a fun game. We're gonna joke around and have a good time, and it was a good opportunity to kind of desensitize to that type of thing. But irregardless if this is not his first time on stream, clearly he's got some sort of nerves going on here. Like, maybe this is his game to be in top 16 of the end of the year qualifier. So this game really matters for him. So he's getting stressed out about that. So even if it's not a stream thing, just like putting yourself in these stressful situations will make you less stressed later when the chips are really down.
He's been killing quite a few allies, but it does mean that Ryan is kind of circling the drain. The longer this goes on, the more difficult it's going to be for him to hold on to those 2 life points.
It's got 4 cards to work with. Once again, this feels like it has to
Wait, did he
be
just
a
pass?
turn. No allies to speak of on the side of Evan Bridges. And
Wait, what happened? What happened to the Anka?
Kind of circling the drain.
Event drawing on this side of Acilio, which is very relevant when you have a sigil of brilliance on the field. So he decides to not allow that to resolve, and once again shocks it.
Oh, okay.
In response.
Listen, this is.
I got distracted by yapping.
It looks cool. He's been killing quite a few allies, but it does mean that Ryan is kind of circling the drain. The longer this goes on,
Yeah, nothing I am saying is to be at all negative towards Evan, to belittle, diminish, or anything towards him. I just think this is a good learning moment to anyone that could get value out of this. And that's what we're here to do with this stream. We're here to learn. We're here to try to get value and get better at the game. That is the only thing that matters in this stream.
It's going to be for him to hold on to those 2 life points.
It's got 4 cards to work with. Once again, this feels like it has.
I've been there, brother. I've definitely botched some plays on stream. I know what that's like as good as anyone else. Did you ever see my Pro Tour Lil game where I missed my priority window to play an Arclight Sentinel? So then I just doubled down on it and said, fuck it, we're just not playing the Arclight at all. Give me all the damage. Send me the bill. And I took a Rain Razor 3 of a kind turn to the face because I was stubborn. Like, hey man, how's it going? You're coming in right as stream's about to end, actually. We're going to finish this game, and then we're going to end stream because it's getting late. And then we're going to finish up the rest of these games next stream.
Turn. No allies to speak of on the side of Evan Bridges.
Feel free to catch the VOD, though.
Eclectic Magnetism, a redundant card. No, it has the blink, so once again, likely to hold on to his
Lightning
boots.
Greaves, yeah. Just not enough instance to really make use of all of it.
Yeah, I think legitimately every single game I've ever played on stream, I punted the game, basically. Like, literally every single one. So, like, I'm saying this from a place of, I've been there. I understand. I am not in any way saying I play perfect. Like, obviously, there's the memes of my game against Hamilton. Like, I had a small punt with my Tunic, which that's the one that everyone knows. And then I tossed the game with my Unmovable when the table judge guy started playing smooth jazz and it distracted me. But that's a story for another day.
Eclectic Magnetism. What is that last card? It is a Sigil of Solace.
That's helpful. That's helpful. It's actually really freaking helpful in this spot. It's going to lead to an IP.
I still got to make that video. How Smooth Jazz cost me $10,000.
It's really not the card you want to have in your hand or arsenal at this moment.
What is Evan going to be able to do on his turn? He does have himself a Chart the High Seas.
Could be helpful. No allies in hand, none in graveyard.
Top of the deck already checked for Evan Bridges. Might not like what he sees. He's definitely not posturing like he does.
No blocks, though.
Down to 11. Sigil of Solace is going to bounce that Gone in a Flash back to the hand.
5 to 11 now, though. Ryan has been clawing his way back into this game, not even utilizing the most important tool in the Acilio kit. Those
I haven't actually played any
lines
games with it really yet,
turn
other than like
12?
a
I don't know
couple
how far
mirrors
you're in
with
this
someone I was
game.
doing coaching with.
Solved
the
here.
Swabby, though.
Half of it
Uh,
hits.
and it just like
Trying
never
to
came up in our
go into the
games.
bin, generate a gold token.
I literally don't
Flies
even have
away.
it sleeved
Not
up
what
yet.
Ryan
Like,
wants to see
here's
here.
my gravy stuff. It's just sitting here raw dog unsleeved. I haven't like restructured my deck yet.
Very menacingly.
Ryan does have 5 life to work with now.
Super Slam has been on the mind, and so have Heroes and Heals, and Evan Bridges is definitely reviled if I have anything to say about it.
And here we've got it. The hook activation, threatening a gold, and 7 damage coming in. I don't know if Ryan has another shock to deal with this. He lined them up so well before, but this time he's just looking at a hand of Eclectic Magnetism, gone in a flash, and I thought I saw Blast to Oblivion.
What do you think about the choice not to cycle the Eclectic Magnetism?
I don't love it, honestly.
And at least he can block the... Like, is he gonna win this game through fatigue? Is he just gonna, like, block 3 cards on this? Gone in a flash, play this sigil, get back the Gone in a flash, pass, and just like, I'm just gonna literally kill every ally in your deck? Because he's running low on allies. This stack is getting big, and that deck's getting thin.
With like a somersault, that would have been sweet, but just blocking with the whole hand, and he's chipping with that Gone in a
Turns
Flash.
out
He's
Endless
seen
Arrow's a
hard,
pretty
like,
good card, huh?
5 turns in a row now. And
He
just
has
killing
been chipping.
Swabby.
Now he is going to chunk Swabby. The
And
second one to go thus far.
I like it, you know, he sort of continues to ask the question, Evan, can you keep
Endless
putting
Arrow's a
allies
pretty
in
good
range?
card.
Evan so far has answered that question with a yes, but
It's truly
no
endless.
allies in hand once again.
And he's
But
not doing
I had a
that
game
really
at Pro
multiple
Tour
action point great
LA, I
most
think,
times. It's just not
where I had a
happening.
truly
He doesn't have
endless
the
arrow.
He
I
tried
had
to
like
find
a
go-in
really
attacks as well.
early
There
endless
are
arrow
a
against
good number
Jacob
of tribbles
Shaker,
still lurking in
and I
the deck.
managed to keep
Also
the
a
same
copy of
endless
Conquer
arrow
Horizons, but
to the
look
end
how-
of the
look how few
game.
cards are actually left
He was playing
in the deck for
Oldhim.
Gravy Bones
That
here.
was so unreasonable. I juiced him every single turn on that endless
big
arrow.
stack of dead allies is because
Man, it's
we are running into the point where Evan doesn't have enough boys and could run fatigue out at
Look at
Gravy
That was such a
Things
silly
thicker
game.
than a chum.
Yes, it's more than 6, that's for sure. I think is what my co-caster was going for there. Rigor Mortis, the
Couldn't read
final
that any
copy,
other way.
makes its way into the graveyard. That's something that Ryan could easily shock away if need be.
Should have said thicker than chum. That would have been bad. No. We don't say that on camera.
Are you trying to get sued?
Sorry. We're 48 minutes in. I'm at my last wit's end.
You still got to watch your tongue, my friend.
What do you mean? He's our friendly first mate. I don't know what you're talking about.
Without a doubt.
Man, I really
However,
wish we
can't
had
find
that
any
gold
more
kiss
chum.
still. We
Because
could
there
have
aren't any left on the
probably
deck.
won this
Two
game if
blues
we
found
kept
off
that
top
gold
from that Eye of
kiss.
Ophidia.
Kept it for
Evan
one of those
sent them on.
chums so that way it's too big to kill.
I think the top one is probably going to be that Tip the Barkeep. Evan really does need to find some extra action points here. Yeah, it's Tip the Barkeep that he kept on top from that Eye of Ophidia. Going to generate some rum here. Try to make a turn go a little wider. Avast first is going to unlock that grave. Here comes Rigor Mortis. Going to have go again.
We will play Tip the Barkeep.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage coming through.
We will consume the Gold Kiss Rum.
Why are we consuming the rum, Evan?
Go again. We will pay 2 for the Sawbones.
Okay, the Sawbones that has been lying in wait in the arsenal for several turns at this point. Gold Kiss Rum is going to give that go again for some reason, becoming
Okay.
inebriated. Makes you
Surely
more
this
efficient in
closes the
I
game
don't really
out.
understand it, but Brian Gottlieb says it's so it must be. Sawbones has go again here. 2 allies on board for Evan, but are the shots
That was a
still
a-
there for Ryan Brown?
a
a
He's
messy
shot
way to
out.
close this game
So
out, but
clutch.
we got there. Maybe. Oh my!
Because
No!
Sawbones has-
No! Don't attack with the Rigor Mortis first! No! Oh! No! What are you doing? No! Attack with the Sawbones! No!
It's been
Well,
resolved.
let's
It's
see if he has
that
the
much
punish.
Harder to get through. I guess you just resolve the shock and then
Give
amp
me
it
the
with
zero
Volzar.
cost shock, please. Ryan Brown, does he have it? He has.
He's used 2 0 costs. I don't think it's going to be a 0 cost anymore.
Oh!
I want to say there's
He
another Comet
cycles.
Storm.
He's digging for it.
Oh!
I think that's a Blast to Oblivion
Yeah, it's
on
not
top.
a shock. No shock to be found in this.
Not
and he
punished.
Really
Not
wants it.
punished.
He
Safe.
doesn't have a good blocking hand at all.
Again from
This
This-
attack does have
this
go again
might-
from Avast
I
Yi.
think this is it.
6 go again.
He's only blocking 4 with no cards to block
Takes
left
2.
in hand.
Down to 3, and Evan creates a gold off of the Avast Yi activation. Here comes
that's
Sawbones, and
it.
this
Oh.
fist bump is extended. Evan Bridges
That
can't-
was a dirty closing the game out there. Oh, that was tough. Yeah, I think there's definitely some takeaways here of the sideboarding to like optimize this matchup a bit. Seemed like between this and the prior game, AB really wasn't that necessary to winning the game. If you're getting exploded, no amount of AB is going to save you. So it's really just you want to play AB3 to play towards an Amulet of Echo, and if not, then don't bother. So I think I might be on board with playing AB0 in this matchup. Having the armor, I think, is probably more important, and then just trying to out-tempo the Cilio and just, like, run them over and kill them. And then having the boots. Like, if you're trying to pitch cards to prevent damage, having the boots is the same thing, but you're preventing more damage per resource used. Assuming you can get full use out of it, though. As we saw in the other game, you might not always get full use out of it. That being said, that's going to be end of the stream. Let's just check out what the rest of the games are. See if we want to watch these next time. So we got oh, this is the finals game with the Kasai. Definitely want to watch this. He boomed your nerves. So that is a way to phrase that, I guess. So next stream, probably Tuesday, depends if I'm on the podcast. We're going to finish up with this game. And then we're going to work on some more Gravy Bones stuff. So stay tuned for that if you guys are here for the Gravy Bones content. If you enjoyed the content, please make sure you subscribe to the channel. Check out the Patreon if you want to help support the channel. Or do the weird follow thing on YouTube of joining the channel. I forget what it's called. I have my deck list as well as the guide that I'm working on currently on the Patreon, as well as my spreadsheet going over all the deck list data for the Gravy Bones that have topped events so far. So if you want any of that and you're working on the deck and that's useful to you, it's on the Patreon. Just $5 a month. I think that's pretty much it. So thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you guys and have a great rest of your night.